overtake, and oh no, we've got Gus O'Halloran into the pits already, or at least into pit lane, just stopping to talk to team manager and dad, Michael.
And it looks like they've got a concern with something on the bike, so it's getting the all clear from Dad to keep going. It's a great looking little machine.
Looks fantastic, doesn't it? But just to run you through the positions at the moment, Brodie Curtis has gone through fastest with a 1 minute 15 from Tom Turner, 1 minute 17. Then we've got Ava Connell, a 1 minute 22. David Coward, 1 minute 25. And we've got Gus O'Halloran at a 1 minute 40. So Brodie Curtis in P1 and Tom Turner P2 and David Coward P4. They're regulars from last year, so they're carrying on for their second season. And the new entrants, Ava Connell and Gus O'Halloran. So it'll be interesting to see how they go during the day. As I said before, I'm sure they're going to have a lot of fun.
Just turning away from racing for a minute, Chris, I'm just noticing over the back of the circuit here. I don't think I've seen that set up before with the containers and the shed over there. Do you know much about that?
No, I have no idea, and I didn't even notice it until you mentioned it. So I don't know if that's part of the Motorsports Tasmania property or the farming operation with the cherries, and I suspect that's what it's to do with.
So just looking out in the paddock there, I can still see there's some type of grass circuit there. Is that still used? I remember years ago there was a bit of a grass tracking circuit out the back there. Looks like it still may be in operation at times.
Can't answer that one, I'm sorry, Rod.
I dare say it'd be a different discipline to motorcycle racing for sure. So we're not often out here for other events due to commitments with things, life and family and work, etc.
No, but back to the action on the track. With still 5 minutes to run, probably a little bit more time than these kids need to put a qualifying lap down. But anyway, as we saw with Gus, it might also be the opportunity to fine-tune their setup.
Yeah, I think for most of these young guys and girls, I think the setup will be just fine-tuning their riding. Just let them get used to riding the motorcycle, leaning over around a corner, getting their braking markers correct, because without a lot of horsepower, that's corner speed and lines are very important. And as they improve, they will. I think their lap times will drop considerably.
I fully expect so, because confidence in cornering is critical to these little bikes. That's where all the time's made and lost. And as you know, as a beginner rider, that's where you really need to learn the craft.
Yes, you'd imagine these little R15s, there wouldn't be very many places on the circuit you'd need to touch the front brake lever at all. If you think about it, possibly into turn one and maybe the end of the straight, but that would probably be about it. Top of the hill would be, I think you wouldn't even back the throttle off. It'd be just through there, fully tapped.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And even onto the straight, probably the same. So
it'd be interesting to know what the absolute the quickest lap one of these R15s could do. If we saw the national class come down here, that'd probably surprise you how quick they'd be.
I reckon it'd be, I'm tipping it'd probably be in the low 60s. 64, 63s. Maybe
yeah, I don't know, but I think you're probably not far off the mark. It's amazing sometimes what a little bike can actually do on a circuit like this, which is not big horsepower.
Yeah, you imagine one of those top-level rider would have the thing completely pinned everywhere here, and they'd carry a lot of lean angle and a lot of corner speed. And I'm sure, yeah, that sort of, I think a 63, 64, probably better though, Chris. You never know.
Bit of a contest on circuit at the moment. We've got Ava Connell right behind David Coward, looking for a way around, trying to get around the outside through the S's now, trying to go around the outside for the drive up the hill. Didn't quite pull that off, but looks like David's actually holding Ava up. So Ava's certainly taking it up to the boys.
Yeah, and on the last lap around, 4 out of the 5 there all did their fastest lap. So certainly time on the bike, as we can see. Just trying to find Gus O'Halloran. So he's dropped his time, Chris, from a 140 to a 121. So He's found a lot of time.
Well, maybe pulling in to see his dad in the pits. Maybe it was a couple of clicks of rebound. Might have been all he was looking for.
Yeah, 121. So I'm just trying to pick up the Brodie Curtis's time at the front there. I think it's about a 112 or 110. It's very hard to see up here with the light on the screen.
Yeah, Brodie certainly got the wood on the field, but Tom's in striking distance. He's only 1.5 seconds behind. So, red mist when the flag drops, and Tom's a race winner from last year, so I wouldn't count him out.
Yeah, it looks like they're certainly going to have a crack at each other. It's 1.57, the gap between first and second.
Gus O'Halloran just coming over the line. Is he going to improve? No, he doesn't. But very, very similar. Only 0.2 off his best.
Yes, I think, Chris, 10-minute session for qualifying for these little bikes is probably a bit long. What have we got? Four or five laps is all they've completed in that time. So there's 25 seconds to go. Looks like everyone will be on their last lap now.
David Coward's dropped Ava Connell off a little, but she was very, very fast through the sweeper and into turn one. So it looks like she's actually catching up a little bit again. Interesting to see if this lap of hers is a bit faster. It was 1:19.2 last time around. No, 1:21.1. So maybe she was a little bit balked by David, or maybe had a bit of a scare. But once again, all over the back of David through the S's. That's certainly where she's strong.
Well, she's certainly got a slightly quicker lap time as well. So she's 1.5 seconds quicker than David. So she just found herself in. Doesn't have the horsepower, as you can see, up the hill.
No, David's pulled out 3 bike lengths up there. More.
She's got the wood on him in the corners, but not. She's missing out up the hill and certainly down the back straight.
The age-old problem, Rod. Need more horsepower.
So Brian Smith. Brian, just checking his grid position by the look of it, which is definitely recommended for all riders once you've qualified, to make sure you wander over to the start-finish area and just check and confirm where you are on track, because we've seen that most races in the last year or two, Chris, riders forgetting where they're starting from and coming around and lining up either in the wrong grid position or a row or two further back.
That's right, Rod. Checkered flag waving. David Coward completes his last lap. Ava Connell pulled in prior to that. She's just coming down the pit entry road at the moment. So I think there's only the one bike on circuit at the moment. Actually, there's a couple doing a practice start on the back straight, but I think that's going to be enough to call qualifying. So that's Brodie Curtis from Tom Turner, Ava Connell, David Coward, and Gus O'Halloran. So that completes our Tassie Junior qualifying. Just looking for next group out, which are our Tas Superbike. That's always a very exciting group to watch. Unfortunately, entry's pretty low this year. A few notable exceptions who, for one reason or another, have dropped out from last year, Rod. Down to a field of 6 bikes for Superbike, being Brett Simmons, Jeremy Huddleston, Chris Clark, Jason Spencer, Jason Wiley, and Wade Schrader.
Yeah, it's just a little bit disappointing. We've got there's a lot more 1000cc bikes in the state that are capable of entering. We know there's a few riders that are got other things happening. There's certainly some health reasons or bits and pieces, but yeah, it's definitely a bit light on.
Yeah, it's not to say that the action at the front will be any less exciting. We did actually see the fastest ever lap of Baskerville at the last race meeting, with Brett Simmons taking the circuit record, flat 53.
Yeah, a long time standing record from the previous or the last Australian Superbike round here. Sean Giles was the lap record holder for outright for motorcycle. So great to see that record finally going to a local rider.
Good to see Jeremy Huddleston back. Had tipped his toe in the water last year with Superbike. Started out on a Ducati. It was Panigale, wasn't it?
It was a Panigale.
Switched to a Yamaha R1, and unfortunately, in preparation for the 2 hour, he and teammate Jamie Needham, who were out here practicing, Jamie had a unfortunate off up there at Suckers. Good news is that Jamie has had a very, very strong recovery, which has delighted everyone in our community. So good to see Jamie bounce back well from that. We certainly look forward to seeing him out here again at some time. But point I'm making is Jeremy's back out. He's had the bike repaired, and good to see Jeremy back on track.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen his previous category winner in the lights before. Jeremy does own a Moto3 bike as well. So we have seen him racing the Moto3 and the Superbike together at meetings. And I think he's just now concentrating just on the Superbike. Is that right, Chris?
Look, I don't know that for a fact. He does, as you say, he does still own a few lights bikes, so I wouldn't be surprised if he does enter a few races. But at the moment, that's where the Superbike's where his focus appears to be. We also see the return of Chris Clark, who we haven't seen here at Basketball for some time, on a 2018 GSXR 1000. So I don't know where that bike came from. I have a hunch or a feeling it may have come from Cody Travers, given that he's, I think, the only one who's had a late model GSXR 1000 race bike for sale in the state.
Well, actually, I thought it was a 750, actually, Chris.
Okay, I think it's entered as 1000, isn't it?
I believe it's a 750, GSXR 750, which Suzuki still make that capacity, which was the previous Superbike capacity from yesteryear.
Actually, you're right. I've only assumed that. It doesn't actually specify the capacity. So we'll probably find out when the flag drops, because we'll see the thousands outpace it down the straight.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty certain that it is from talking to Chris about it yesterday. Good to see there the two of the front runners, Jason Wiley and Brett Simmons, both pulling very, very large power wheelies down the back straight over the hump there.
Jason Wiley fastest at the moment.
Now, I know Jason's that he hasn't put a fresh tyre in for qualifying. He said with the field so small, he'll just qualify on an old tyre and then put a new one in for the racing.
Yeah, struggling to pick up that number. 56.5, is it? It's just unfortunately got the font in pink.
Yeah, it's very, very hard.
With sun coming in.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to see it from here. Quite a bit of sunlight blasting through our window up here. I'll just put on the Seeing Eye Dogs, and it is a 56.50 so far. I'm sure we'll see those times dip into the 54s, or even maybe with Brett Simmons potentially into the 53s.
Well, Brett's got clear track, and Jason Wiley just up the track in front of him. So Brett's got every opportunity to put in a good time, and he does. Goes through, what's that, Rod?
I think it's a 54.
54.4.
Yep, 54.43. It's slotted, and Jason Wiley also improved his time with a 56.42. But as I said, Jason does have an older tyre on. Wade Schrader sitting in third. Jeremy Huddleston finding his way. He's just gone through and a 63. And Chris Clark yet to put in a flying lap.
Good to see Wade Schrader back. He put in a strong performance in the 2 hour, but I think it was actually a retirement because of mechanical issues from memory. But has been going very well of late. Always good to see Wade out there. Brett Simmons coming up onto the back of Jason Wiley now, and they are coming up behind. That must be Chris Clark, is it?
I think it would be, yes.
Yeah, it is. So both finding either side of him over the start-finish line, and in fact, Brett Simmons also takes Jason Wiley at the same time. So this might actually spur Jason on a little bit to go a little faster. Mind you, with Brett being almost 2 seconds a lap faster, it's probably more than Jason can deal with as far as trying to get a toe. He spins it up at the bottom of the hill, but Brett's already gapping him quite comfortably.
Yeah, now Brett has dropped his almost into 53s there on the last lap for Brett. So 54.109. So no doubt we'll see 53 at some stage through this session.
Well, look, it does tell us, as we were predicting this morning, or assuming this morning, that the track conditions are very, very good. Not to say that Brett finds doing a 54-second lap difficult, but he's proving that the track's certainly there. He's looking very comfortable and very fast at the moment.
Yeah, 54.43. Jason Wiley, a 55.98. So Wade Schrader, almost a flat minute. Jeremy Huddleston, a 62.8. Jason Spencer's now clocked a 55.59, so he's moved up to second place. Looks like we're going to have a fairly good battle between the two Jasons. Very, very similar so far on lap time.
Yeah, I don't know that Jason Spencer's come to terms with the 1,000 around basketball as well as he has with the 600, but it's early days. We know Jason is a very, very capable rider from a very capable team. So this year's going to be interesting. It's going to be a full season for Jason, and I'd be certain that we're only going to see him get faster and faster.
Just watching Brett Simmons there the whole way around the sweeper there, right from start to finish, just fighting that rear tyre all the way. A lot of movement in the rear of that bike there, because you see the bike spinning up and sliding all the way from start to finish.
Yeah, 54.1 from Brett that lap. You're right. I suppose that's what happens to a rear tyre when you're doing 54-second lap times or almost into the 53s. They do start to protest a little bit. But it's also a demonstration of how controlled a slide and wheel spin can be. They don't have to be big out of the seat moments. A rider that is good at just riding at that point where the tyre's just starting to lose traction. Brett's demonstrating exactly how to do that. And once again, same thing. You can see it's spinning up as he comes through the chute in a very, very controlled way, though. It's fantastic to see. And as you and I often say, Rod, a bike behind Brett would have been seeing a big black line being left all the way through there as the big 1,000 turns the back tyre and lays the rubber down on the bitumen.
It's certainly fun to be behind one of your fellow racers watching that happen. And it looks like Brett not quite into the 53s, but a 54.07 on lap 6.
And Jason Spencer goes P2 with a 54.8, so that's a great time there from Jason Spencer.
Yeah, I think we have seen Jason on the 1,000 at one of the meetings last year in the low 54s, I believe. A 54.3, I think I'm going on memory, but it was a low 54.
Okay, I don't recall that, but it's knocked Jason Wiley back, so he's probably not going to be too concerned. As you said, he was qualifying on old tyres, so probably slot a new one in for the race. Brett Simmons has had enough. He's coming down the pit entry road at the moment. Jason Wiley just about to cross the line. We'll see if he can elevate himself up to P2. He can't. He goes through 56.4. Quickest lap at 55.9 from Jason. So that's Jason Wiley. Jason Spencer also re-enters the pits. Chris Clark, P4 with a 58.0. In fact, Jason Spencer not re-entering the pits, just coming into the dummy grid. Not exactly sure why, but he's talking to one of the grid marshals, so maybe a bit of an issue to report or just checking to see how much time's left, potentially.
Well, we can tell him it's just under 1 minute 30 to go. Got to see Chris Clark back racing, Chris.
It is.
Him and his brother did quite well in previous 2-hour events, probably 2014, 2015. I don't think we've seen him racing since then.
No, I thought they decided to retire, but as you say, absolutely fantastic to see them back, or at least Chris back.
58.0 is a great time.
It is. Without a doubt, having had a bit of a layoff for a while, it shows he's a very capable rider.
Like Brett Simmons is still out there, still pushing for that 53-second lap time. This will be the start of his last lap. Oh, a bit of a moment there, up out of the seat for Brett.
Only just out of the seat. It wasn't big, but for Brett, that was a moment.
We've got about 35 seconds to go on the session.
Wade Schrader, Jeremy Huddleston, pretty much locked together on track. They've got Jason Wiley coming up behind them. And Jason Spencer's just re-entered the track, so he's giving that group of three a bit of space to get through. Jason Spencer's probably going to be looking for a bit of a clear lap here. How much has he got left?
No,
not enough time, only 50 seconds.
The session is pretty much finished, so...
Chris Clark goes through 57.9 on his last lap.
Yep, Wade Schrader and Jeremy Huddleston also have put their fastest lap in on the previous stripe.
Again, that's that's good lap time for the first time back here at Basketball. Brett Simmons does re-enter the pits again, so I think that's going to be it for Brett. Clearly in pole position, 54.0725 from Brett. Be expecting him to see Brett in the 53s today, Rod?
Oh, without a doubt. We know one thing about Brett's riding and racing is that he doesn't need anybody to be pushing him to. He can ride at his level, regardless of whether he's being pushed or not.
Well, in truth, the lap record time of 53.0 he described as being a fairly ordinary lap. So if that's true, we really should be seeing 52s or consistent low 53s from him.
Well, we'll see in the race. I'm sure he'll start with some fresh tyres. I'm not sure if he had fresh tyre in there. I did see him on the tyre changer prior to qualifying, whether he was putting in a second-hand tyre or a fresh one, I wasn't sure. But yet one thing's for certain, at race one, more than likely he'll be starting with brand new tyres front and rear.
Yes, which, as we know, always does feel great. They do give that extra bite that a worn tyre doesn't.
Yeah, you cannot beat that that first session on the brand new set of slicks. Certainly, if you haven't ridden on slick tyres, they're certainly very, very grippy. And conditions like this with the warm track temperature, they'd be absolutely loving it.
I certainly would.
They get incredibly sticky, and as you can see, if you wander around pit lane, any of the tyres that have come in through the pits, they pick up every rock and every piece of dirt and grass and everything sticks to them. Let's have a quick drinks break, Chris.
Yep, good idea. Right, we've got who we got up next after Superbike? We're into the Lights GP and Lights Production. Quite a big field of bikes, so look forward to getting back to that very shortly, Rod.
Won't be long.
Okay, so bikes back on track now for qualifying for Lights GP, Lights Production.
Yes, combined classes. So we've got production-based motorcycles that you can buy off the showroom for, and there's plenty of them on the grid here. They bang on some race tyres, some race fairings, put on some rear sets and basic modifications to make the bike comply for racing, and away you go. In direct contrast to the purpose-built GP bikes, which are made only for circuit racing and are based on no road bikes at all. So mixed of engines as well, Chris. We see two-stroke engines and four-stroke engines, and twin cylinders, single cylinders, all types of different configurations.
That's right. Lead two bikes on track at the moment. Jesse Woods, who's in the production class, followed closely by Taran Ocean, who's in the GP class. Last time out, they were pretty well stuck together for all the races, just showing that there's, with good riders, there's not a lot of difference in performance between the two. So I don't know if we're going to see a repeat of that today, Rod.
No, they're just going on to Calvert's now, so they're about to come down the straight, and you'd imagine that the GP bike with Taran Ocean behind, Jesse will out-drag it, but proof's in the pudding, and as we can see, just like the last meeting, Taran Ocean's in the slipstream of the Ninja 400 and can't actually pull out and pass him, so you'd imagine the GP bike, Chris, would be better on the brakes. Both very capable riders, so it's going to be an interesting battle. Not a lot of room there to get past, but both riders into turn one, hot on each other's heels.
Yeah, once again, I don't know if it's going to work for Taran as far as a qualifying lap. If he's capable of going faster, he needs to get clear of Jesse, but at the same time, maybe Jesse's just towing him along a little bit, so you don't know. We've got a bike stopped at the end of the back straight.
Looks like Doug Watson or Dane Griggs.
It is like a KTM.
One of the KTM 390s.
Now, I don't know if that's a crash and has been picked up, or if they've just run off and stopped, but not getting going again at the moment. It'd be good to get clear of that. As I've said a number of times, it's very hard to qualify when there's a yellow flag out. You certainly can't put a fast lap in.
Okay, so the rider's managed to get himself going again, and just Taran Ocean, they're doing an out-braking manoeuvre on Jesse Woods at the end of the back straight. So far, Jesse Woods did have the fastest lap, so let's see if Taran Ocean can secure pole position, even though we're talking two different categories of bikes here.
What we do see is the four-stroke is a lot better off the line and can often get the jump. We've got another same bike. The KTM now has run off at the end of turn one, so I don't know what's going on there.
Must be a mechanical issue or electrical problem. But Taran Ocean, so far, he's just gone into first position with a 60.69, so still a little bit of time for these guys to find. Jesse Woods with a 61.2. Heath Fielding, Nathan Green, Garth Newton, Doug Watson, Ryan Tan, Harley Phipps, Brodie Curtis and Daniel Briggs so far rating out the top 10. Field of 19 bikes combined through the classes, Chris, so a great mix of production and GP bikes.
Absolutely, and it's a sight to see. There's bikes all the way around the track, and as we keep saying, the weather just couldn't be better. It's a spectacular sight here at Baskerville. If you've got nothing else on, or even if you do have something else on, you should give that up and come out here and have a look at some fantastic bike racing today.
Well, just looking at the flags at the start-finish line there, very much almost dormant, the flag, so very, very little wind, so great conditions for riding in at the moment. Typically, we do see usually a bit of a breeze come up in the afternoon here, so the racing this morning I think will be fantastic, and we have seen some, you could almost say a sea breeze, but we do get usually an afternoon breeze across the circuit.
Yeah, you typically do.
And sometimes, Chris and I both raced here many times, and sometimes the wind can get very strong and conditions be very tricky especially at suckers turning in the top of the hill. Typically the wind goes left to right across the circuit, and also down the back straight over the hump.
That KTM's just re-entering the pits. I think that is Dane Griggs, number 61. Very, very hard number to pick up.
Yeah.
White on yellow.
That's definitely Dane.
So I don't know what's happened there, but giving it a rev, that'll probably help it.
Looks like, is that Matthew Allen as well coming in? No.
Bike 89, I think that's Harley Phipps, having moved up from the Tassie Junior class last year.
Oh, yes. Fantastic. Well, that's what the junior class is for. Introduce young riders to racing, and it's great to see some of the guys moving ahead into the main categories.
So interestingly, with bike issues for Dane Griggs, that promotes the Rainmaster Doug Watson up to P1 for 10 KTM. In fact, he's in P8, P9 now, outright.
Okay.
Which is a very, very good position.
There's a lot of friendly rivalry between the two guys, both on identical bikes.
Yeah, we're probably a bit hard on Dane. We always manage to comment when he's behind Doug, but not vice versa. .65, Nathan Green just re-entering the pits to the pit lane, not the pits proper. Nathan in P4 outright at the moment with a 64.1. But top of the charts at the moment is Taran Ocean. He's got a 60.6. Jesse Wood 61.1. So only half a second between them. And of course, Jesse heads up the production class, but as we said earlier, these guys have been locked on track together a few times, despite the fact they're in different classes. They still have put on some great dices between them.
Yeah, it's certainly looking at the field, it's very much spread over around the circuit, and looking at Jesse Woods there, it's very hard to get a clear lap for qualifying. Very, very hard. He's going around inside, outside of riders, so there's no clear track ahead of Jesse. There's 2 or 3 or 4 riders within, sort of 10 or so seconds ahead of him, which at his pace is catching him quite quickly.
Okay, our pole sitter, or our fastest bike on track at the moment, Taran Ocean, he's just re-entered the pits proper, so that looks like it's going to be it for Taran for his qualifying.
Well, Jesse Woods, with the traffic that he had on that last lap, Chris, 0.04 behind Taran Ocean and taking that top spot on the grid. So if you can get that little bit of clear track, you'd imagine that with the pace he's showing that he should go into pole position.
Yeah, it would be a feather in his cap too to put a production bike in P1 outright. Serving notice to the guys on the GP bikes that they might need to
we can see he's just heading around the sweeper now, just entering the sweeper. So let's see if this will put him onto pole position and drop him into the 59s.
Not quite.
Not quite. No, he's
4/10 slower than his previous lap.
Okay, so not going to be in his favour as he's approaching the lap traffic coming up.
He probably doesn't know that he's 0.0046 of a second off pole position. As I was saying though, it shouldn't matter too much because the 4-strokes do launch a lot better off the line with extra torque, the low down torque.
Yeah, certainly it's a good start on that bike. Some of the 2-stroke bikes, they do have that disadvantage of not having any torque or low down power, so a lot of clutch slipping, a lot of high RPM, and it's a very delicate art to launch those 2-stroke GP bikes. Having tried one myself briefly, I couldn't believe, Chris, how much throttle and revs you need before that clutch fully comes out.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever tried one, Rod, so I'm going to have to take your word on that. And I can't say I ever will.
No, I would have liked to have been able to fit on it better, but I think they're very adjustable. But seeing Mark de Jong riding one quite competitively, certainly bigger frame than myself, but the way that the one that I jumped on one day was definitely not set up for my long legs, so I did struggle. But anyway, it was a lot of fun for a brief few laps.
Fantastic lap just put in by Heath Fielding, who's gone P3 outright and P2 in the GP class. So he's gone through 61.8, which is only 1.2 seconds off Taran Ocean. Now, I think it's only Heath's second meeting on a road race bike. He did compete at the 2-hour and was very, very impressive there.
Okay, well, looks like, as we've been talking, Chris, Jesse Woods has gone into P1. He's knocked Taran Ocean back to second on the grid with a 60.46, and the session is now over, so that looks like pole position and outright pole position for Jesse Woods.
He's gone through faster again. Last lap, 60.2187 from Jesse.
Okay.
So there you go. Production bike heads to field.
And as we've been talking, Dane Griggs, he must have got that bike rectified because he's now slotted himself up into fourth, Chris. So he is ahead of Doug Watson. Doug is back in position ninth. So a great time from Dane on the KTM 390.
Good to see a couple of the junior riders. Tom Turner competing in both classes today, the juniors and the lights production. Tom goes through in P14 right in front of one of his adversaries from last year, Harley Phipps, having his foray into the 300 class. Yeah, sorry, the lights class.
Tom Turner with a 106.1 and Harley Phipps with a 106.6, so nothing between those two.
And of course, Chad Wiley, one of the protagonists from last year's junior class as well, in P11 on the Ninja. I think that's a 300. I don't know. Maybe it's 400. I'm not sure. Can't tell from our timing screen.
It says here in the book it's a Ninja 400.
There you go.
So a 2020 model. So similar bike to spec-wise, at least to what Jesse Woods is piloting around.
Christian Riley just re-entering the pits.
So look, you can safely call out the top 10. So Jesse Woods, he will be pole position outright for the circuit, Lights Production and Lights GP inclusive, but we'll just read the top 10 as they are. So Taran Ocean is in second, Pete Fielding, Dane Griggs, Nathan Green in fifth, Brody Curtis, Garth Newton, Reece Tan, Doug Watson, and rounding out top 10 is Mark de Jong.
What's up next, Rod?
Not sure, Chris. Haven't had a good look at the program. Been busy down in pit lane this morning, so...
Let me tell you, Formula 3.
Formula 3.
Golden Era Open and pre-modern it's actually pre-modern Super Sport. So Golden Era and pre-modern rules have changed for this year. Golden Era is the combination of historic and pre-modern from last year. So that's all bikes up to the end of what we're doing. It's now up to the end of 97. And pre-modern is a new class that's been introduced for bikes built between 97 and 2005.
2005 or 4?
5.
Okay.
So it allows for both Super Sport and Open. This weekend there's been no entries into the Open class, so the only pre-modern class we're running is Super Sport, being obviously 600cc bikes.
Okay. Well, that allows a fairly great range of motorcycles up to 2005, like R1s, CBR 1000s, ZX10s, all types of very competitive bikes back in their day that are still very capable of putting in a good lap time.
Oh, without a doubt. And the whole idea of it is that they're now very affordable, and it's a good way to get into racing and find a class for your bike because, as you say, there were some great bikes made in that period. And they're very accessible at the moment, unlike a lot of historic bikes, which have become quite rare and difficult to source.
And also going up in value.
That's right.
With historic race, or the popularity of historic racing nationally, anything that's a certain era is well sought after around the community, or the racing community at least.
So quite a mix of machines on the track. Just looking at the field, about to go out. I don't know who my obvious pick would be for being the quickest.
I'm going to put my money on James Ryan at this point.
I was just about to say the same thing. James on the FZR 1000, running the Golden Era Open class. I think you're right. I'm not sure what James's PB is around here, but I'd be thinking he'd be getting into the 58s.
I believe on that bike he's done high 57s, I think. It's definitely James is capable of running pretty competitive times on a modern bike.
So behind him is Bob Sellers on the SV650 running in Formula 3. Now, we saw Bob do a 59 on that bike last meeting.
Yep.
So I don't think he's going to be a threat to James Ryan for outright honours. Peter Bellchambers, there you go, GS Class 750. Now, he's done a 58 too. He could well and truly challenge James Ryan.
Absolutely. Jonathan Hughes, another one, even though he's on a BFR 400 in this event, but we've seen that bike doing 59s.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough, though.
It won't be enough, but certainly he'll be towards the pointy end. Okay, Oscar O'Donovan, Chris. Here's one. It's 2005 ZX6.
Of course, that's a pre-modern bike. So there you go.
Bike,
I think
that would probably be my pick at this point.
well, especially because James Ryan is just re-entering the pits.
Okay, so there's obviously the old girl hasn't been used for a while, the FZR 1000. So he's found an issue on the first lap, and it's a shame to see James re-entering the pits to get that sorted.
Well, I guess it's better in qualifying than in the race. So hopefully he can get it sorted and put in a day's racing, because it's always great seeing James out there on the FZR 1000. A monumental bike in the day when the FZR came out.
Oh, absolutely. I remember looking at one with, should I say drool? I thought they were pretty damn special, the Genesis, and that big swing arm and everything, the slab-sided frame. Certainly a great-looking bike.
Yeah, certainly the first time I became aware of them was the Marlboro Yamaha team of the day were running one in the as part of the Swan International Series, which was a combination of anything really, GP bikes, super bikes, and in this case a production bike, an FZR 1000, and it was out there holding its own against GP bikes, and I was just in absolute awe.
Would have been Kevin McGee, Michael Dowson days.
It was Michael Dowson, and it was so special to watch, and I thought, wow, look at that.
I can remember you racing against one of those bikes a number of years ago, Chris, in the Australian Historic Championships. Would have been one of the spare bikes, or
yeah, that was an ex-Marlboro Yamaha owned by Nigel Taylor.
Nigel Taylor, yeah, ex-team bike. Yep,
it was an ex-team bike. It was a nice thing too.
It was. Remember looking at the framework for the, obviously built back in the 1980s, but the detail in the frame and the work on into that bike was very special.
But enough about us. Back to the qualifying. Peter Bellchambers has actually gone quicker so far with a 60.1. No, Oscar O'Donovan goes through 59.5. So given he's 58 in this morning's qualifying for the 600 class, you'd expect Oscar's going to be the man to beat.
Absolutely. That's definitely the bike to be on. Peter Bellchambers' bike is a historic, it's a 1989 G6R 750. It's going to be a lot different to ride than a 2005 ZX6. Hopefully James Ryan can get the FZR sorted and we'll see him back out there. But I'm not sure what's going on down there. They're crouched around having a look at the bike. So if they can get that sorted. He's on the right-hand side, Chris, so that's somewhere down towards the rear brake area. Anyway, back to the action on track. Still Oscar O'Donovan from Peter Bellchambers. Still Bugs rounding out the top three so far. Bob Sellers is moved into fourth on the SB 650. Lockie Curtis. John Hughes on the little 400. He's in P6. In fact, he's just gone into P5. Peter McAdowney in 7. Larry Eaton and Matthew Coward in 9. And it must be Tim O'Halloran, I believe.
It is Tim, yes. Tim was actually running the club KTM RC390 at the 2 hour and the lights 20.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Unfortunately, he didn't get the kindest of conditions. I don't know if it was full wet or it was showery, was it? The whole day was showery, so to dry and then shower. It was almost the worst conditions as a road racer.
Yeah, certainly was a tough day for most competitors with the way the weather kept coming in and out.
And wind as well to deal with. But Peter Bellchambers on track is leading the field around. He's now got Oscar O'Donovan right behind him. Oscar's obviously posted the fastest lap. Although Lockie Curtis has put himself up into P2 outright. He's on a BFR 400, 59.4. John Hughes, 59.2. So they're both in F3. There's a good contest, Rod.
Yeah, fantastic. We know young Lockie is a talent for the future. Only young talent coming through. He's very, very fast. He's only going to keep improving. So Jonathan Hughes will have his hands full trying to deal with a youngster. Wouldn't be surprised if he's challenging for an actual outright podium in this event or this field today.
I think there's every chance, but I tell you what, Jono never gives up without a fight. Oscar O'Donovan just getting the better of Peter Bellchambers under brakes at the end of the straight.
Well, there's a clear difference there, Chris, between a 2005 600 versus an 89 750. The difference was immense. How much more straight line speed that Oscar O'Donovan had there over Peter Bellchambers.
Yeah, but certainly riding it very well. James Ryan just re-entering the circuit now. Obviously feels he's sorted whatever the issue was.
Oh, well, he's got 3.5 minutes to post a competitive time. I'm sure he will if the bike's fix that little issue.
Well, I certainly hope he has, because he could well give Oscar a run for his money on that the larger capacity bike.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see him at the front and not having to start from midfield.
That's right.
Because 8-lap race is very hard to get through if you're running or starting anywhere from 10th backwards. So,
well, assuming it's fixed, there's 3 minutes left, so he should get at least a half reasonable lap in. Bob Sellers certainly enjoying that SV650. Has a large stable of different machines, but we've seen out here on ZX10 Kawasaki's GP bikes, you name it, he's got it. But this SV650 seems to have...
Well, the whole family's been riding this little SV. So I think Bob got into the 59s on it the last time he rode it. So that was the carrot, or that was the goal for the day. And you can see straight up the inside there of Peter Bellchambers. So he's on it. He's definitely not mucking about.
Not at all. And it's been a very popular model for the F3 class, for Formula 3. Clearly affordable and an economical bike to run, and also competitive and a lot of fun. So if picking Formula 3, I'd be looking at SV650 as we see Trevor Renton on an SV650 is crossing the line right behind Karen Webb on a Golden Era Open Historic GSX R750.
Just picking up Oscar O'Donovan. Chris, he's about to head over the start finish again. Hasn't improved.
58.8 that last lap. 58.6 is quickest.
I'll pick up Bob Sellers.
James Ryan goes P2. So he's obviously sorted his issue. 58.9 from James.
That's great. So good to see Bob Sellers already has cracked the 59.9 today. So
Bob Sellers.
He has cracked the 50 under the minute. So that was his goal at the previous event, and took him all day, I think, to the last race before he managed to achieve that. So here we are, first session of the day for Bob, and he's already got him the 59s.
Well, that's fantastic. That's a great effort from Bob. Having the more junior Peter Bellchambers come past him might have fired him up.
I think it did. You can see Peter Bellchambers there down the back straight, how much more speed he's got on the 650. So that gap that Bob had pulled over the back part of the circuit closed up by about 10 bike lengths down the back straight. But, here comes Bob now. Let's see if he's had a clear track. Still no improvement, but a 59.92 on that last lap. So only 2/10 off his PB for the session so far.
Look, he's riding that bike so well. It's a great time for a V-twin 650, isn't it?
Yeah, look, I reckon they must be a fun thing to ride. That looks like it's on rails on the corners. You have to say they've got that bike very well set up. So if you've watched anywhere on the circuit with either Harry or Chip on the bike looks very, very good in the corners.
I know I've said it a number of times, but anyone circulating faster than a minute round here is having a red hot go.
Yeah, absolutely. I know what that's like to do. It's not an easy thing to do. There's a lot of work to do to lap here sub minutes. Well, the session, the checkered flag is out at the end of the session. Fairly tight there for a bunch of riders through turn one, but looks like they've got another lap to go. So it looks like Oscar O'Donovan on that, he's just got across the line and done another fastest lap for the session.
That's 58.0. James Ryan 58.8. So obviously, 0.8 of a second you say is a fair bit, but given James didn't have an ideal qualifying session.
0.4. James' best.
0.4 is it?
58.4 is his quickest lap.
Sorry, I was looking at his last lap.
So you'd think that based on that there's going to be very, very close at the front. Jonathan Hughes, great to see him jump up in the 400 to put that on the front row. 59.25.
And Stuart Barker, good effort as well. He's running the Golden Era Open ZXR 750. And he's gone through 59.2. So look, there's a fair bit of speed at the front. That's going to be good racing.
Well, look, just behind him, you've got young Lockie Curtis there on the VFR 400 in P5. So young Lockie's done a 59.47. Peter Belchafe is a 59.62, and then we've got Bob Sellers with a 59.90. So there's about four or five bikes there, all within 7 or 8 tenths of a second.
Looking forward to it, Rod.
That's going to be a great race in this class today.
It will. We've got 600s, 1000s, 650s, 400s, all in the same group.
Very interesting seeing these little bikes racing against the bigger ones, because you've got the 400cc bikes are very nimble through the corners. They're great on the brakes. They don't have that straight line speed, but they can get on the throttle with confidence off the corners. So whether they can get a clear lap, because as we know, Chris, the bigger bikes can balk the smaller bikes and rob them of their strength, which is the corner speed and the late braking.
That's it. Well, Rod, that rounds out our qualifying. Racing up very, very shortly, so you and I might have a very quick break and
break.
Straight back here for race 1.
Alrighty, back from a short, quick toilet drinks break, etc. Ready for race 1.
Looking forward to this one, Rod. First official race for the year for Tasmanian Road Racing.
So we've got the Formula Basketball and the Golden Era up to 500 bikes.
So this year Formula Basketball's changed. Previously we go on about the minimum time or the fastest lap that somebody can do before they incur a penalty. We've removed that this year because we saw that people were riding to that and then slowing down. We want, racing in its nature is competition, so we want competition. People are allowed to ride to their ability, but this class is also regarded as an introductory class, or for people who typically ride slower. Once people are fast enough, considered by the SRCT committee to be experienced and fast enough, they'll be moved into their championship class.
This also, yes, should mention that this category now is a non-championship class, only for the Formula Basketball side of it, but the upper 500, of course, is.
That's right.
Well, is it up to 5, or was it?
We've allowed for both, but there's no up to 500. They're all over 500.
Okay, right. So we've got the over 500 bikes as well in this category, rightio.
That's right. So it should provide for a safe opening or introductory class for people without being intimidated or outpaced by more experienced, faster racers.
Rightio. Well, here we go. In the starters' hands, the red flag is in. We'll look for some lights to come on the tower very shortly once the red flag's across the fence. So lights are on, and we're away. The first race of 2021 is underway.
Yeah, good start from our fastest qualifier, Joseph Browning. He leads the field for the first time through turn 1. Right behind him is Emerita, and that looks like a motard bike third. I can't pick up who it is from here, Rod, or an SV650. I don't know what it is, but at the moment, Joseph Browning flying away. Already pulled out about 10 bike lengths on Emerita.
Could have been Neil McAdowney, I think, maybe, on the SV650.
Could be. With the sun shining and reflecting off the bikes, it's a bit hard to pick as they go up over suckers, but certainly Joseph Browning at the moment showing a clean set of heels. He goes down through Calvin's for the run onto the straight. There's what's he on, a ZX6, I think?
Yes, not sure. We're at the moment the screen's not really giving us the right positions, but yeah, I think it is a ZX6. Or is it a CBR? Oh no, ZX6R.
Yep. So Joseph through the sweeper for the first time again. Pulling a nice little gap over Emerita. First time Joseph would have led a race. That can play in your mind a little bit as well, Rod. You know, a couple of laps in, you start to think about where the others are and your mind starts to wander.
Yeah, just looking at the timing, it's a little bit back to front here, Chris. We've got Joseph Browning, who's leading the races, in showing in position 10. Emerita, I believe, is in second. She's in 11th. So, and Russell Streckfus and Neil McAdowney is, I believe, is in 4th. So it's sort of starting here and then starting here again. So.
Yeah, well, possible that the competitors didn't activate their timing transponders on the way through, but that doesn't matter because there's manual timing backup, so the positions will be corrected very shortly, I expect. But we can see on track that Joseph Browning is the clear leader by half the length of the back straight. Emerita pulling out a nice little gap now over, who do you think that was?
Neil McAdowney.
Neil McAdowney. But a few riders together after that. I think that's Russell Streckfus, who looks like he almost missed a gear and had Matt Allen running the back of him. And he's got Garth Newton on the Pepsi RGV 250 Suzuki right behind him. He squeezes it up the inside of Matt Allen. Bit of action there at the moment as they run through turn 1 for the right-hander back down into the S's.
Yeah, having a great tussle, and Matt Allen's on a 4-stroke 250 Honda, and the Pepsi Suzuki replica of Garth Newton's a little RGB 2-stroke. A lot of fun to ride. You'd think would have the wood on the 4-stroke there, Chris, in a straight line at least.
Yeah, certainly would.
Got to say, Matt Allen there, very competitive on that CBR behind him. Came right up on his back wheel down into Calvin, so showing good corner speed and good entry onto the straight. But as you can see, the 252 straight Does have that pace in a straight line and has gone straight up the inside of the red bike ahead of it, which I can't quite see who that is.
That'd be Russell Streckfus, would it not? Number 66 is definitely Russell Streckfus.
Okay.
It's like Ben Vauxhall running up the inside of... Oh, who's that? Can't tell you because there's no race numbers on it.
We're still having the screen's very confusing. I'm sorry, we can't quite tell what's going on here. Still showing as Neil McEldowney at the lead, but we know that's not correct. So looks like bike 39 is actually Race 10. It's not. Wasn't who we thought it was, Chris. I can't actually. The screen's very hard to see with the sunlight on it. Apologies.
Well, we can go old school, Rod, and just tell people what we're seeing on the track, which is Joseph Browning coming over the start-finish line as we speak with a big lead now over Emerita, who's only now just entering the sweeper. Still holding off, who do we say? Was that Neil McEldowney?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, Neil
Neil from Garth Newton, Matt Allen and Russell Streckfus all in a big group.
It says it's Race 10 actually.
On which bike?
On the bike 39, it says Race 10.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's...
Sorry, Reece.
Matt Allen's only in the he's in the lights.
Well, you're giving Matt credit for Reece's aggressive riding, so well done, Reece, and sorry, Matt.
That's okay. A lot of confusion here with our screen, so we're getting confused on track as well.
Okay, so good to see our positions now being corrected. Joseph Browning at the top.
Emerita, Neil McEldowney, Garth Newton, Race 10, Russell Streckfus, Michael Regan, Grant Vauxhall, Bradley Van
Zetten,
okay. Van Dirt, Van something I can't. It's cut off on the screen, and John Krantz and Ben Vauxhall.
That's me and Dirt Van der Molen.
Okay, we've got 2 laps to go. Conditions still looking perfect out there for motorcycle racing. Very little wind and bright sunny conditions.
Yeah, just brilliant. I was actually just having a chat to the pole sitter for the 600 class, Mitch Hawksley, and I was saying we were a little bit surprised that the 600 bike seemed to be off the pace a little bit in qualifying. Was there an issue with the track? And he said, no, it didn't seem to be. To him, he was just looking for a bit of clear track and just sorting out a few things with the bike. So he can't speak for anyone else, but when he wanted to, he put it on P1 and felt that the track conditions were perfect. So
it's certainly looking good from here.
Last lap board out. Joseph Browning, first time he would have seen that as the leader, I expect. So that'll be a good feeling for him. Nothing like your first race win, Rod.
No, and looking at his time, a 61.59, it's probably not going to be long before he's moved up into the respective category in the 600 class.
No, that demonstrates that he's quite capable of running in the 600 championship class. What year's his bike?
I think it's a 2000 model.
Yep, so he could comfortably be in the pre-modern Supersport.
I've got to say, I love in the book here, his sponsor is the wife.
Yes.
That's a fantastic sponsor.
It often is.
It is. It's very handy to have the wife as a sponsor or on board with your racing.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to go any further with that one, Rod.
That's all right, Chris. She was not here today. Well, a comfortable win for Joseph Browning, and a very competitive time too. So, if this was last year's rules, he would have broken out considerably.
A lot of bikes are congesting now under brakes at the end of the back straight. We've got Emerita with a little gap over Garth Newton is that, and that's then Reece Tanner all over the back of Garth Newton from Neil McEldowney and Russell Streckfus. But Garth Newton will just hold off Reece Tanner for a very exciting finish there.
Yeah, certainly pushing very hard on that last lap to try to get that extra or get onto the podium. So we can round out, looks like Formula Basketball. We had Joseph Browning, Emerita, and Neil McEldowney for the first 3 positions for Formula Basketball. In the other category, in the up to 500. Looks like Garth Newton, Reece Tan, and Russell Streckfus round out the top three.
That's actually Grant Boxall out there, and Ben, son Ben. I didn't notice Grant, but getting around on a TZ250A, certainly a very, very capable Grand Prix machine of years gone by. I think you and I often reflect right on watching some TZ250s at Australian Road Race Championship rounds back in the 90s.
Oh, they were phenomenal things.
How fast they were, and just the calibre of rider back then. The quality of the field because of the level of competition and the support that class had. It was just,
well, I think we were both here at the same time, Chris. It would have been 25 years or more ago, but sort of halfway around the sweeper there on the fence, watching Craig Connell leaving, or certainly power sliding a 250 GP bike every lap through there, and very quite wildly power sliding at times, and cranking out a high 53-second lap time was phenomenal to see.
Yeah, it was special. It made you realise what an ordinary rider you were.
I was gobsmacked at seeing that. I remember it still to this day how sideways he got that 250 GP bike, and that's not something typically you saw of a 250 GP bike when you think about it, watching him race around the world. So maybe just the gearing in that corner's led to that type of style of riding for Craig Connell.
I don't know, but I'm glad I saw it because it was very special to witness.
It certainly was.
600cc bikes out next. Our Taz Supersport class. As we keep saying, it's been very well subscribed for the last couple of years, and we've seen some fantastic racing come out of it, and I don't think today's going to be any exception.
This is going to be a blinder, I'm sure. It's going to be very hard to pick. We've got, 19 bikes or 17 bikes on the grid. There's certainly some talent here. We've got Jonathan Hughes, who is the SRCT club champion from last year. He's going to be pushing at the front. We've got Mitch Hawksley, who won the state series, starting from P1. Matthew Long, very capable rider, very fast, won the Scott Goodman Rising Star Award for 2020. So we've got also Marcus Delaney, who has also come on very strong over the last couple of seasons. Very, very nearly won the state title as well. So there's a lot of talent there, Chris. Very, very fast, and I'm sure we'll see a battle right the way through to the front. Jason Spencer, as we know, the lap record holder, has moved up to Superbike. So there's a lot of riders very, very similar in lap time.
Look, it doesn't stop there. You've got Josh Rees, Matt Carey, who put in outstanding races in the 2 hour. The quality in this field is really quite exceptional. So big field of bikes, and as you say, I think we're in for a fantastic race, particularly that lead group. They're
Yes.
very, very similar in race time. They're all experienced racers.
We should mention too Oscar O'Donovan from the Tassie Juniors stepping up to 600. So he's starting from position 5. So great to see him at the point into the field at the start. It's going to be a great initiation for Oscar, his first big race in Enga against the big boys.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I've been coming out here for a long time, competing and watching racing for a long time, but a race like this always gets butterflies going and a few nerves, even up here in the commentary box.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. So we're seeing, just quickly rounding out the grids, Mitch Hawksley from pole, Jonathan Hughes will start from P2, Marcus Delaney from 3rd, rounding out row 1. Then we've got Matthew Long, Oscar O'Donovan, Brian Smith from position 6, Peter Bell-Chambers, Martin Long, great position for Martin there, and Josh Rees rounding out the 3rd row.
Well, you have to call it right. Who's your money on?
I'm going to put my money on Matthew Long for this one.
Big ask from row 2. I'm going to go. Oh, look, I think Mitch is going to get it, but I think John O'Hughes is going to be very hard to beat. I'm going to go John O'Hughes.
Yep. Look, I think there's 4 riders, maybe 5, that can take this out. Marcus Delaney is very competitive, but I think we're on the money. I think Matthew Long, Jonathan Hughes, Mitch Hawksley all can run in the 55s. So anyway, we're going to very, very shortly find out. The red flag is just about to jump over the fence, and we're going to be in the starter's hands. You can call the start, Chris.
Sure, red light is on. and racing. And Mitch Hawksley either jumped the start or just timed it perfectly, but he gets away to an absolute blinder. And I think it's Matty Long has come through from P2, well, sorry, row 2 to pick up P2. John O'Hughes looking for a way around the outside of Matt Long into the top of the S's, but doesn't get through there. So it is.
Oh, that's a big move from Jonathan. Trying to go around the outside of the bottom of the S's, no room there. They're not mucking around first lap.
No, John O'Hughes is absolutely fired up, but he needs to be because Mitch Hawksley's away to a blinder. So it's going to be interesting to see if the starter has an issue with that. He got away so well.
It looked good to me, Chris. It looked good to me. I think he just timed it to perfection.
Look, I think he did. It just seemed he was so much faster than everyone else. But look, first time down the straight, it is Mitch Hawksley who's now got it'll be a couple of second lead, I'd say, from Matthew Long. Jonathan Hughes
on the brakes. He's going to show how big those brakes are on the Triumph as he goes up the inside of Matthew Long into second place. A fantastic move.
Certainly means business.
Just trying to pick up a little bit further back in the grid. Who's in
Peter
fourth?
Belchambers.
Peter Belchambers, fantastic.
Off to a flyer. Matt Carey, and that's Oscar O'Donovan. Brian Smith, Josh Rees, out of sight now. I can't pick that, but back to the leaders. It is Mitch Hawksley now with John O'Hughes. Got Mitch certainly in the crosshairs. It's going to be interesting to see what Jono can do from here, Rod.
Well, looking at, I was going to say, Mitch Hawksley did do the fastest lap on that opening lap, but Jonathan Hughes does look like he's catching him. He's got his head down, and this is going to be, I'm sure, a great battle for the win. Well, I think you may have picked it, Chris. But, we know Mitch Hawksley's very, very fast around here, but Jonathan Hughes is certainly catching him.
Yeah, and look, as we often say, it's one thing to catch these riders, it's nothing to get past them. At the pace they're riding, opportunities are rare, and you really have to work hard at getting through.
So you can see the time's coming down to where we're expecting. So looks like, I think for the low 56s, 56.4 for Mitch Hawksley, 56.5 for Jonathan Hughes, and a 57.3 for Matthew Long. Still early days, but we've seen all three of these riders running before in the 55s.
Yeah, Marcus Delaney's the obvious omission there. I don't know if he missed the start. Where is he? He's running 7th, so maybe he did miss the start and got mixed up in that early traffic. It doesn't take much to lose the toe from these lead riders if you don't get a good start.
No, it starts. I know from my bad starts, they're very crucial to how your race is going to pan out. A good start can be the difference between finishing in the top 5 or in the top 10.
At the moment, though, I don't know if that gap's come down. Visually, it looks like it may have just by a fraction between Mitch Hawksley and John O'Hughes. Let's have a look this time through.
Now, Jonathan Hughes with the fastest lap, so definitely on the hunt.
Yep, 1.1 seconds is the gap.
So we'll see how that pans out over the next lap or two. But 1.18 is the gap from 1 to 2. And I'm surprised Matthew Long there, Chris. I thought he was going to be pushing right at the very front. We've seen 55s out of Matthew here. So last lap round, a 57.2. So he's not quite where we know he can run at.
No, hard to say. We know, as you say, he's capable of running that pace. We did see a little step off, I think, at the last race round, or was it a ride day? It was a ride day up there at the end of the straight. I think some worn tyres would have blamed there. But look, those little things can just chip at your confidence a little bit. Might be enough just to lose the edge on the likes of Mitch Hawksley and John O'Hughes. But as we say, we know Matt's capable of running up there.
Looks like it's staying stationed at the front here. I'd say the gap hasn't changed. And it's actually gone out to Mitch Hawksley's done the fastest lap of the race now. So it's swung the other way. The pendulum's gone back Mitch's way, and Jonathan Hughes is 1.42 now behind in second position.
Yeah, well, I can see Mitch's team manager, Greg Davies, down there with the lap board out. So that may have well given Mitch the information he needed to wind it up, because John Hughes was closing it down.
Yes, looking a little bit further back. Peter Belchambers was holding out 4th, but Marcus Delaney and Oscar O'Donovan have now come through and passed Peter, shuffled him back to 6th. Matt Carey still in 7th, Brian Smith sitting in 8th, Josh Rees 9, and Martin Long rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, look, to me, as watching the leaders come down the straight, I think it looks like Mitch has actually opened that up a little.
Yeah, he's looking very comfortable now.
I'll tell you what, hasn't he stepped it up over the last couple of years? He looks absolutely faultless now as a rider. You rarely see him put a foot out of line or a wheel out of line.
And also gone, has lowered the benchmark again on that previous lap. He's got the gap out now to just under 2 seconds.
Yeah, probably would be different if Jono was running right there with him, hadn't missed the start and had Matt Long to get past. But
yeah, times are still off, Chris, from where I thought. We've seen Jonathan Hughes run in the 55s. As I said, Matthew Long in the 55s in the past. Mitch Hawksley, for sure, has run in the 55s in the past. But fastest lap so far for Mitch Hawksley on the last lap of 56.22. Jonathan Hughes, 56.43.
yeah, just talking of impressive rides from Mitch. That ride in the 2 hour was absolutely outstanding, and it once again shows what a very, very accomplished rider has become.
It certainly was, and anyone that was here, the conditions were awful. Really, it was probably the worst conditions I think I've ever seen anyone have to race in, let alone ride a bike, but actually race a bike. And for that team, they did such a great job in the mixed conditions. We had rain, we had wind, we had drying track. We saw everything in the one race. So it's a fantastic result to see 600 win the open category.
Yeah, first time it's been done, and the credit to the team. They put in a great performance.
Outstanding effort.
Like I said, it's same conditions for everyone, but they made the most of the package they had, and that's what you have to do. But back to our leaders. Mitch is, I think
he's definitely broken the back of the pace of Jonathan Hughes.
I think so. Yep, for sure. What's he?
He's just getting the last lap board now, so he's got that lead out to 3 seconds now. So.
Yeah, Jono's waving the white flag. I think he's 0.8 of a second off Mitch now. So I think Jono realises that he's got a nice little gap behind him, but he's not going to really Mitch. So he's rolled out of it a bit.
Well, it's definitely not panned out how I thought, Chris. I thought this race was going to be really close with the lead swapping all the way through to the checkered flag, but it's definitely spread out more than what I thought. Not sure what your take on it, but that's how I saw this as being right down to the wire between maybe 2 or 3 riders.
Yeah, look, I agree. I would have thought Marcus Delaney would have been up there, but again, I didn't see his start. I thought I suspect he might have been caught up in traffic, but you know, Marcus's best time, 57.7. He's circulated way faster than that.
Yes, definitely. Anyway, we've got the leader, Mitch Hawksley, about to take the checkered flag and comfortably win that from Jonathan Hughes. And looks like Matthew Long comfortably in third.
Yes, does go through comfortably in third. In fourth place,
Marcus Delaney.
And a very impressive ride from Oscar O'Donovan, who picks up P5. Quickest lap, flat 58, same as his qualifying time. Peter Bellchambers, what a good ride from him to hold off Josh Rees. And we have Matt Carey, Brian Smith, David Bartels, Martin Long, Sam Gala, Stephen Oliver, Matt Allen, Sam Delaney, Ryan Chen, Darren Grice. It's, as you say, Rod, it was probably a little more strung out than we may have expected, but nevertheless, another very, very impressive ride from Mitch Hawksley.
Yeah, look, all the top runners all rode very well, all very smooth. We didn't see anyone out of the seat, no one ran off, no incidents, but certainly down on lap times to what we thought. And yeah, I was surprised we didn't see 3 riders tussling right at the very front.
Yeah, still top effort from all those lead riders. As we keep saying, those lap times are super impressive. And I think I'd be very surprised if the remaining races in the day we don't see what you're predicting, Rod. A bit more of a contest at the front. The race starts are absolutely crucial to how these races are playing out, given that the riders are so competitive.
I was just thinking, Chris, too, Marcus Delaney has now got 2 R6s at his disposal. So he may have been on the newer bike. He has recently purchased another R6. So I believe he's got one set up for wet and one set up for dry. And I believe, looking at the bike he's just come in on, that's the newer bike. So it may still need a bit of fine-tuning on suspension and gearing and bits and pieces. But you'd think he'd set it up the same as his previous bike, but as we know, one bike to another, there's always differences.
Yeah, look, who knows? Only only Marcus knows the answer to that, but we know that he's a very, very good rider, and he's a little bit off where he normally would be. So let's hope that he comes back firing on all cylinders, so to speak, at the next race. Tassie Juniors up next and slowly filing out onto the dummy grid. We saw Brodie Curtis take P1 in qualifying from, who was second there, Rob? Was that...
Tom Turner.
It was Tom, was it?
Yeah, Tom Turner, and it's Ava.
Yeah, Ava third, who was a bit down on power from David Coward, but looked like she was carrying a bit more corner speed.
Well, she out-qualified David, but David's bike definitely has the legs up the hill and down the straight. But she's got the pace in the corners, so if she can stay ahead of him, she should be fine. We've got probably the youngest competitor, Chris Gus. Halloran. He's was 11 years old.
Yeah, Dad Michael was telling me he was 11, so good to see the kids out there.
What else did you want to do on a Sunday?
Well, the parents will probably disagree. I'm sure they're standing there white-knuckled and no fingernails left. But I'm sure the kids are loving it.
We've certainly got great conditions for racing. If you look down your pit lane, Chris, the green flag hanging there on the starter box, it's almost completely dormant. So not that we can feel any wind here inside 4 walls of glass, but looks like very little wind in pit lane. We've got a weather station today, Chris, over here. And as you can see, virtually zero wind on there as well. So
yeah, true.
One thing I'd say, it's probably very hot in leathers and the visor down, piloting a bike around the track today.
Yeah, I was just about to say, even a bit warm for commentating.
Well, the AC in here's not doing much, I've got to say. It's on full. It's on the colder setting and the fan's on full, and you wouldn't think it was even on.
No, she needs to tune up, I think.
It's probably in need of a good service.
The sun's building in, and it is a little bit warm, but look, we've got it better than most. We've got the best seat in the house to watch some fantastic motorcycle racing. We are ready for a start for our Tassie Juniors.
Red flag is in. Waiting for the red light on the tower, which we've got in the starter's hands. And we're away.
Oh, look, a big wheelie from Tom Turner.
He nearly put it over. That was almost would have been an embarrassing start to see him put a little 150 over on its backside.
But it's worked through intimidation. Oh no, it hasn't. I was thinking he was in the lead. It's actually Brodie Curtis who has picked up the lead. But what a wheel stand from Tom Turner. A shame he didn't snatch another gear and keep it going. That was impressive.
Good to see little Gus O'Halloran there, the youngster in the field. He's put that from the back of the grid into third, but he'll probably struggle with the straight line speed compared to the 2 bikes behind him. But anyway, it's great to see him holding off. Or he must have got a great start. We were sort of too busy with the big wheel stand off the start from Tom Turner. Yeah,
I hope somebody got some photos of that, because that one will go down in the book of legend, I think.
Bit of a difference in straight line speed from the previous race we just saw.
Yeah, I hope Tom can pick up a toe here, because as we said in qualifying, if he gets a toe, he's probably quick enough. But if Brodie breaks him early, there's probably not going to be much opportunity for him. But at the moment, there's nothing at all between them. It's probably a second on track, is it, at best? Just going over the start-finish line now.
Yeah, 0.8 of a second as they cross the start-finish.
Gus O'Halloran over the start-finish line, still holding off David Coward and Ava Connell. Ava looking for a way round the outside of David, and does it through turn 1. That's a long way around, but really serving it up to David, saying...
We saw that in the qualifying session. Ava was much quicker on the corners. And she's put that to use there into turn 2 and going around the outside. And won't be long and she'll be straight past the little, what is that little bike? That's a KO MR150 that young Gus is on.
Yeah, well, actually, it's holding off the 2 R15s behind it up the hill. Very lightweight package. And hey, if it's a 150, it probably demonstrates why. But
it's definitely not slow.
It looks like a little electric bike almost, that small.
And you can see Ava Connell's bike is very slow, and David Coward's bike's a lot more straight line speed. So we'll probably see David go ahead here down the back straight. He's a little bit far back coming through Calvin's, but he's definitely got some more speed in a straight line.
Back to our leaders, Rod. I think the gap may have extended by only a tiny bit. So it was 0.8 last time round. This time it's 1.4. So yes, slowly eking out a gap there is Brodie Curtis. 3 riders together coming over the start-finish line now. We've got Gus O'Halloran. O'Connell ringing the R15's neck, trying to get every last ounce of power out of it. We have seen that she's very good through turn 1. And again, pulls a bit of ground on Gus O'Halloran. Looking to go around the outside through the S's. It's a risky move, but it's
a long way around there.
It is. All 3 riders doing a fantastic job there.
Yeah, Tom, Gus, Ava and David all did their fastest lap, I think, of the day so far on that last lap. So young Gus at 119 on that little bike. Tom Turner a 112 and Ava looks like a 118 and David a 119.
The Tassie Juniors running a slightly shorter race than the others, so the last lap board is now being readied for Brodie Curtis. Still holding off Tom Turner. Margin much the same. It's probably extended by a fraction. 1.4 last time round, 2.2. So yeah, about half a second a lap. Big dual under brakes at the end of the straight between the other 3 competitors. Gus O'Halloran still doing a great job holding off Ava Connell. David Coward not out of the hunt at all. But this is the lap that counts, Rod.
Yes, certainly is. I think if Ava gets the timing right here, she should be able to pass into turn 2. She's looking again around the outside here, but has rolled out of it. She certainly doesn't have the straight line speed.
No, so where's it going to happen? We know the little KO 150 is not bad up the hill.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen. I think the little young Gus has probably got enough power here to hold her at bay, as you can see here. There's nothing in it between them.
I'll tell you what, running into suckers, they're almost 3 riders line abreast. Who's going to come out on top? Gus holds his nerve.
Young Gus has still got them. The other 2 are locked together. Ava's been shuffled back here.
David Coward.
David's gone around the outside there as they exit the top of suckers.
Brodie Curtis just coming over to pick up another fantastic race win. Same to Tom Turner. Great second place. But back to our remaining.
Oh, okay. Using the horsepower that he has, looks like David Coward has moved up into 3rd.
He's been foxing Gus O'Halloran down the outside of. No, Ava actually holds Gus off under brakes. Now it's the run to the line through the sweeper. Ava looking for a run through on the inside of David Coward, but I think David's got it. So he was foxing, I think.
He's definitely got it sewn up there.
Wow, pumps the air. He knew he had to work for that.
And it's a shame for young Gus because he started that lap. He was in 3rd and looked like he could have held them, but he did get shuffled back to behind the 2 that were chasing him, unfortunately. But he did ride very, very well. Good to see some pretty competitive lap times.
Absolutely brilliant. It's as you say, Rod, great lap times, but the emotion from David Coward there, pumping the air, picking up those 2 places on the last lap.
Great feeling.
Isn't that what gets into your blood? He's going to be a racing enthusiast for a long time to come, I'd say.
Absolutely, it gets you motivated. Well, looks like we've got the race 1 of the Tas Superbike up next, Chris, and this would be a huge contrast to speed of what we just saw, going from the slowest bikes in the field to the fastest.
Yes, but I wouldn't be surprised if a few of the riders we just saw end up within Tas Superbike within a few years. That's
why we have the class. It's the as we've seen already today, we've had a few of the Tassie juniors from last year that have taken the step up and already showing some competitive racing in their respective classes. But looking forward to this one. I know we don't have a great big field today in Superbike, unfortunately, but we've got the lap record holder of this circuit, Brett Simmons, who's going to be very hard to beat around this track. He knows it like the back of his hand, and he's on a very competitive motorcycle and certainly knows how to ride it well. And very exciting watching the 1000cc bikes down the back straight with the big power wheelies that they pull under acceleration. And they're also leaving a lot of rubber off a lot of the corners. So it's always exciting to watch them.
Yeah, it is. Look, they are a challenge of the bike to ride. They're probably not a great introductory class because I guess the horsepower of the bike is probably what draws your attention more so than learning good race lines and racecraft. Only when you have those down pat, I think you should be starting to jump onto a big bike where you can turn more of your attention to the horsepower because all the other parts of your racing are well ingrained. Which is typically why you see the best riders on them because they do take a fair bit to manage and get the best out of.
Extremely physical to ride around here. Any of these bikes, you're looking at, especially the newer bikes here that have over 200 horsepower at the crank, and top speeds here around the 240 kilometres an hour down the back straight. Maybe a little bit quicker, maybe 245, maybe 250, but not a very long straight. So the speeds we don't see as high as say Symmons Plains or other tracks around the country. But one thing for certain, riding around Baskerville on a 1000cc bike, there's no rest anywhere on this track, and it's a very physical ride around here.
Yeah, the thousands do make you work. I guess their only saving grace is that with some of them you don't have as much gear changing as on the 600 because of the extra torque of the engine.
No, that's true. You can, if you're a lazy rider, you can pretty much ride the circuit in a couple of gears if you wish. It's not definitely a fast way to do it, but definitely can be done. And we've seen in previous years, I know with my old girl being ridden by who was it? I'm trying to think.
I don't know, everyone's ridden your bike.
It has. Anyway, ground the gear lever off and
rode Mike Jones and Robbie Bugden.
Robbie Bugden circulated with the bike stuck in third gear for a whole hour. So
still doing low sevens or something.
Still doing 57 twos
in 1 year.
In 1 gear. So this goes to show you the versatility of 1000 around a circuit like this.
Jason Spencer, the first bike round to grid up.
Okay, Chris, can we see anybody challenging Brett Symmons?
Look, I don't think so. I think only Brett will challenge Brett. I think the contest is going to be behind that between the two Jasons, Jason Spencer and Jason Wiley. We saw Chris Clark putting in some good lap times on the 750. He got into the high sevens, so you'd expect him to see him go a little bit faster.
Rightio, well, we're about to find out. We're in the red lights, or red flags in, and in the starter's hands. And we're away, and it looks like a great start from Brett Symmons.
And Jason Spencer, I think, is just going to edge out Jason Wiley into turn one, and he does. So Brett Symmons, Jason Spencer, Jason Wiley, and Chris Clark right behind him. And a little further back then to Jezza Huddleston and Wade Schrader. But Brett, true to form, already starting to eke out a little bit of a gap over Jason Spencer. What's going to be interesting here is to see what Jason Wiley can do on that big Ducati behind the CBR 1000 of Jason Spencer. Over suckers for the first time. Everyone through cleanly. Yep, the last bike through. So into Calvin's and now open the taps on the big horsepower thousands.
Yeah, we'll see typically the front wheels pouring skyward here as they come over the hump, using all that horsepower. And Jason Wiley there showing the speed of that Ducati to go up the inside of Jason Spencer into the braking area. Looks like he can hold his line as they head around the sweeper, but wouldn't be surprised seeing Jason Spencer having a go into turn one.
Yeah, both of them aren't. They're both familiar with each other. They swapped quite a bit of paint in the 600 class a couple of years ago, so they know what to expect from each other. And I think we're probably in for a pretty good race here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Brett Symmons clearly the man to beat, but he's probably going to pull away at the front like typically we see with Brett.
And already is.
And we're going to see the two Jasons behind, probably swapping paint quite a bit through the next 4 or 5 laps.
Yeah, as we said, a bit of a shame not to have have a bigger field. It's always good to see a big field of thousands out there because they are exciting to watch. But nevertheless, the boys out there at the moment are certainly giving it a go.
We'll start checking some lap times as Brett starts to get into the groove.
First lap 57.3 from a standing start, not a bad effort.
Okay, so first rider into the 53s for the day, so a 53.96 for Brett Symmons, 54.95 for Jason Wiley, and a 55.23 for Jason Spencer. Chris Clark 58.0, Wade Schrader a 58.9. He'd be very happy with that. And Jeremy Huddleston with a 61, still getting to grips, learning this bike he's recently purchased.
Can't see Jason Spencer putting a lot of pressure on Jason Wiley at the moment, but just while I was looking at them, a massive wheelie from Jason Wiley up the hill towards Suckers, almost so that the bike came down very hard. So
Okay.
probably got a bit more air than he wanted, I'd say.
It's not a fast way to get into Suckers.
No, it's not.
It's definitely got a. All these bikes have a lot of horsepower, as we can see, the way they effortlessly loft the front wheel down the back straight.
Brett Simmons comes through, doesn't go any faster, so or does 53.3. Sorry, yes, that was a faster lap, so not far at all off his lap record.
So it looks like he's pushing 53.3. It'd be great to see that lap record that he set at the last round broken again. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Brett said,
he did say it, that there wasn't a clean lap. So
no, so all we need is a clean lap, and we should be seeing those 52. So looking forward to that.
Looks like Jason Spencer is looking for a way up the inside of Jason Wiley. It's getting very close in that battle for second place. Will this be interesting, Chris? This lap round would be the one you'd think that there's possibly a 52 on the table.
You'd think so. He certainly got his momentum up now. Track conditions couldn't be any better. So let's hope so.
Well, it's definitely a faster lap again. So let's just have a quick look. I need the...
What's interesting while you're looking there, right, is now Jason Spencer is putting a lot of pressure on Jason Wiley. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a move come very, very soon.
Yeah, 53.32 for Brett on the last lap. 54.95 for Jason Wiley and a 55 flat for Jason Spencer. So there's nothing in it for that battle for second place.
Jason Spencer all over the back of Jason Wiley, but where will he do it? We know that Ducati's got the legs down the straight. Looking for a pass through Suckers, but that's a very difficult corner to put a move on.
It certainly is. There's only one line through there that's clean, and it's very easy to get yourself on the wrong track position there, and then you get a very bad exit down onto Calvin. So
wouldn't mind betting Jason Spencer might try to move under brakes at the end of the straight. Not quite close enough. I thought he might be in striking distance there. So it might be a run into turn one, which is a gutsy move as well. But he's all over the back of Jason Wiley now through the sweeper. I think Jason's probably lining this up. But gee, it takes some courage, but he's going to go for it, and I think he's going to get it done. Yes, he has. Nice, clean move, but Jason Wiley back up the inside.
Yeah, the old over and under. So we know Jason Wiley loves having a dice with any rider that goes past him. So he's going to make him work for it.
That's the frustration of just being down those few horsepower. You've got to put the hard moves on, and the other bloke will come straight back past you down the straight. Looking for running inside into Suckers, but no, as we say, it's a hard place to put a move on.
Just on that last lap again, Chris, too, Brett Simmons also lowered his fastest lap for the race, but a 53.27. So that was, I think, a 53.3, a 53.2, and a 53.2 for the last three laps of Brett. So
okay,
he's still pushing very hard. A 53.48 for that last time. So maybe the rear tyres had enough. Who would know? Only Brett will know. Once again, Jason Spencer looking for a run up the inside into turn one.
And does it again. So now he's going to try and hold it a bit tighter, I'd say, and keep Jason Wiley at bay, and he will do it. Jason Wiley looking to go around the outside. I tell you what, he would not want to close the door there and can't do it. Actually spins it up trying to recover his line there, but now Jason Spencer's through, and the pressure's on Jason Wiley.
It looks like that Ducati, Chris, looks like a lot of horsepower comes on all of a sudden.
Not sure which bike he's riding. It's the S or the R, but apparently they're very, very different.
I think he's on the S. No, Brett Simmons again coming round. He'll be seeing the last lap board out on display. Looks like Jason Spencer's just got that small gap on Jason Wiley. That little mistake that Wiley made there, trying to fire the bike down through into turn three. It's just lost that momentum. That's going to be a tough one from here with both riders very, very similar in pace.
Yeah, absolutely. I think trying to save his position pushed him a little bit wide in turn two, and then he lost that little bit of momentum on Jason Spencer, who still had a perfect line and didn't have the opportunity to give that away. Wade Schrader just crossing the line. Wade's quickest lap so far at 58.7. I think that's a little bit off his PB, but he'd still be very happy with that. And great to see Jez Huddleston back out as well. 59.4 is his quickest time. Brett Simmons picks up the checkered flag. Last lap through was a 53.3, so most of his laps in the low threes. It tells us that a 52 is certainly knocking. But Jason Spencer, well done. Picks up P2 from Jason Wiley right behind him. So great battle between those two, and particularly great effort from Jason Spencer.
Yeah, and Jason Spencer also, he got his fastest lap through the race on the last lap. So he may have thought that Jason Wiley was right behind him, but he lowered his time to 54.86 on lap 8. Not quite as quick as he's been on the 600, Chris. Just goes to show you how good a lap that lap on that 600 was.
Well, it does, and I guess as I said before, it probably tells you that he's not quite up to terms with the 1,000 yet. We know that model bike in the hands of Brett Simmons, Jed Metcher, can get round in the high threes. We see I'm not sure what the difference in years between Brett's old Honda and what Jason's riding, but
very similar, I think.
Very similar. So we know that they're capable. So that means Jason's probably about a second off what that bike may be capable of. And I think Jason's well and truly up to doing it. It's simply that he just needs a bit more time on the bike. But look, nevertheless, fantastic race between those two. And as we said, putting on a pass into turn 1 against somebody like Jason Wiley takes a bit of courage and experience, and he did that twice very effectively. So small grid, but still very exciting, Rod.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be great racing, especially between the two Jasons. It was always on the cards. That's what we want to see. It doesn't matter how big the field is. You just want to see good racing is typically there when we've got two or three riders very similar in ability and lap time.
And we're going to see that in the next race, which is the Lights GP and Lights Production combined.
Yeah, we certainly will. What we'll see in this event, even though there's a lot more bikes on grid, but we'll see little battles all the way through the field with riders of similar ability as they shuffle down through the positions.
I think the battle I'm looking forward to is Jesse Woods v Terran Ocean.
Yes,
production bike versus GP bike.
We've got a production bike in the Ninja 400 with Jesse Woods on pole position, and then right behind him is one of the GP bikes with Terran Ocean. So it'd be interesting how this pans out, because I think Jesse's concerned about if the GP bikes get ahead, that ruins his run that he gets with his corner speed entry. And not having quite the legs in a straight line, it's very hard for him to get back ahead of the GP bikes.
Yeah, being on the 4-stroke on pole position, I'd be surprised to see any on head Jesse Woods into turn 1, but he still needs to get the timing of the start right, get the launch of the bike right, as we saw with Tom Turner on the little 150. You can still get it wrong.
Yeah, you certainly can. You don't need to have a lot of horsepower to nearly flip it off the start line. It's about getting your engine RPMs and your clutch exactly right, and getting that timing right to launch the bike effectively. Definitely
worth keeping an eye on number 95, Heath Fielding, as well. I said in qualifying that he's having his second road race meeting and going exceptionally well. I wouldn't be surprised to see him move up the order in the race. Nathan Green making a return to racing. He's on the 4-stroke at NSF 250. He's qualified well, so look, there's a bit of talent at the front.
Dane Griggs, Chris, we sort of forgot about Dane, but he's starting from 4th position. He's on the little KDM 390, so that's a fantastic qualifying for Dane. So it's going to be hard work though to try to keep those GP bikes behind him.
Makes for interesting racing, doesn't it?
It certainly does. So the first row we got Jesse Woods pole, Terran Ocean, Heath Fielding. So as you're talking about Heath, he's getting a great look into turn 1 from 3rd on the grid. Now Dane Griggs, Nathan Green, Brady Curtis on the 2nd row. Garth Newton, Reece Tan, and Doug Watson rounding out the 3rd row. There's plenty of, I think we've got 19 in the field, or 20 guys in the field, and girls.
Jesse Woods is coming up to his pole position, but having a look at the rear end of the bike, I don't know if he's got any concerns there. Looks pretty relaxed now, so hoping he doesn't.
Terran Ocean is one of those, Chris, those leathers of Terrans are one of the not worn out. The amount of times they've had a bit of a slide down the road.
Yeah,
they're looking fairly scuffed.
I think there's more of them on the track than is on Taran.
Certainly looks like it. I remember the day when he unearthed them brand new out of the box. He proceeded to put them down the track, I think, in the first session. So anyway, we were just seeing the red flag moving back over the fence very shortly in the starter's hands.
Red light is on.
Revs are building.
And racing and true to form. Jesse Woods on the 4-stroke gets away beautifully, but so too does Dane Griggs on the KTM RC390. But it's Heath Fielding, I think, who gets the best start of the GP bikes. Almost takes out Dane Griggs.
Heath had his foot dangling there as he went into turn one, a little bit hot as he went in.
I didn't quite catch what happened to Taran Ocean there. Looks like he's back in about 7, so he's got a lot of work to do to make up ground there. But Jesse Woods, exactly what he wanted, got away to a flying start and has now got probably a 5 bike length lead as they head up the hill into Suckers.
Yeah, look, as we talked about earlier, the launching or getting those 2-stroke 125s off the line is a fine art. And unfortunately, Taran that time didn't quite nail the RPMs to the clutch, and he's gone backwards by about 7 positions.
That's right, but I did mention that Heath Fielding was worth keeping an eye on, and he's holding down P2 quite nicely at the moment from Dane Griggs.
Looks like Nathan Green in 4th. Then it's Taran Ocean making his way back through the field after the unfortunate bad start.
Certainly at the front, Jesse Woods doing it very comfortably. Crosses the line for the first time. Probably a couple of second lead over Heath Fielding, Dane Griggs, Nathan Green, Taran Ocean, Reece Tan, and then Daniel Briggs, I think it is. And Chad Wiley right up there too. That's great to see. Chad having his first season in the White's production class.
Okay, yeah, Chad's in 8th. That's a great start. And he's got like front row seats there with a lot of experienced riders around him, so he'll get towed along and have a ball.
Absolutely, and compared to the junior class last year where there weren't as many entrants, he's going to be finding it pretty busy up there. There'll be bikes left, right and centre.
Yeah, absolutely. Jesse Wood showing the field a clean pair of heels. He's stretching that lead out by the look of it. And Taran Ocean still hasn't made his way back through past some of the guys he out-qualified this morning.
Good to see Jesse starting to get the best out of the 4-stroke. It took him a little bit of time after the transition out of a GP bike, which he rode brilliantly. But right now, he's starting to show what he's capable of on the 4-stroke.
I know one of the goals for Jesse today is to try to get that bike to a sub 60-second lap time is one of his goals.
And that'd be great to see, wouldn't it?
He's certainly been very close. Just need the right conditions and get that lap dialed in perfectly all around the circuit, and we should see it, hopefully. But he's stretching away, Chris, at the lead. He's got that out to nearly 3 seconds now. And he was the fastest rider by a considerable margin on the last lap.
Yeah, 60.5 was his last lap. Heath Fielding, 61.7. Dane Griggs, 61.8. So certainly Jesse Woods got a comfortable margin in lap speed.
And look at that, Nathan Green, they're showing the speed difference between a production bike and a GP bike. Dane Griggs had no answer for that, unfortunately, just completely blown away in a straight line. But then looks like a gearing change issue there or something for Nathan Green, and he's lost those 2 positions.
He certainly did. Don't know what happened there, but set him back a fair way, as you said, lost 2 positions.
And Taran Ocean has pounced using, I think Nathan may have balked Dane there behind him, and Taran Ocean's pounced and gone through into 3rd position.
Nathan having a very good ride though. I'm not sure when he last raced, but he's to be up there with the likes of Taran Ocean first meeting back on a GP bike is a very, very good effort.
Absolutely. We know Nathan's a very capable rider. He's been playing with these or riding these little GP bikes for many, many years. They absolutely love this category and these little 2-strokes.
Yeah, but as we often say, if you're not doing it regularly, you do lose that fine touch. Just all the braking markers, and you can just feel that little bit rusty.
Yes, certainly can.
Jesse Woods goes through at a 60.4, so still tantalisingly close to breaking that minute, but not quite there.
Yeah, Taran Ocean, he's put in his fastest lap of the race with a 61.0. So we know Taran can run in the 57s, 58s on his day. So he's definitely got Heath Fielding in his sights.
Yeah, looking for a way through at the moment. He's looking to go around the outside of Heath down through the S's, but didn't quite get that done. So at the moment, following up the hill, over suckers, maybe under brakes at the end of the straight. So keep an eye on that.
I'd say it's probably definitely going to happen this lap, Chris. We know Taran's pretty strong on the brakes. He's got a really good run there onto the main straight. And he's right up the exhaust pipe of Heath. Looks like we'll probably see him just duck out the end of the straight, which he's making the move. Provided he doesn't run wide, it should be safely into second position, which, yes, definitely done the move cleanly.
Taran, being of slightly larger stature for a 125 GP racer, does have to make the most of a slipstream. And he did that very, very well to get past Heath.
And once again, we saw Nathan Green use the speed of the GP bike to outpower and go past Dane Griggs down the back straight. So Dane doing a great job. He's actually running second in production.
Great battle there further back with here we've got Doug Watson, Mark de Jong, Brodie Curtis, Tom Turner. There's a big group of bikes all together having a hell of a time out there.
Looks like Jesse Woods is already into some traffic, so he's cleanly through. We got he's coming around the start-finish sweeper now. Just keeping an eye on the lap times to see if he can get that 59-second lap time. But now he's running into traffic. It's probably unlikely he's going to get a clear lap anywhere soon.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to need it all to go his way, and the early laps are often the best when riders are fresh.
Yeah, 61 flat on that last lap, so almost a full second off his off where he was earlier in the race. As you were saying, Chris, a very big group here. Reece Tan, we've got Chad Wiley, I believe, Doug Watson, Mark de Jong, Brodie Curtis. We just saw Matt Allen going past there.
Harley Phipps as well.
Sorry, that was Harley Phipps.
One of the other graduates.
I think is Matt Allen in this race, or is he just doing the 600 today?
Yeah, not sure. Who's that? That's Scott Cleary just crossing the line. So they feel a little spread out further back. In fact, Jesse Woods now crossing the line, not too far before he meets up with Scott Cleary, has to put a lap on him.
Yeah, Jesse Woods was shown the last lap board as he came around that time, and also a clean lap. He got a 60.53 on that last lap. It's going to elude him, Chris. Conditions are very, very good for getting a good lap time today with this wind almost non-existent.
Yeah, that's right. Don't want to wait for the wind this afternoon to try and crack the minute. And I don't know what it is, if the track goes away or the rider's freshness goes away, but the second half of the day seems to be often harder to put down a quick time.
I'll say a combination of everything. Conditions tend to get windier in the afternoon, and also, yeah, you know, a lot of these guys are pretty fit, but you are past your physical peak that you've got in the morning. Oh, we've had a rider down at top of turn 2.
Yeah, but at the same time, Jesse Woods crosses the line to pick up a very well-deserved win. Can't see who that is. I'll just try with the binoculars to see what's going on there.
It's definitely a red bike. So I was wondering. I can't quite see who it is from here.
Not sure. Rider sitting down, so I'd be guessing that they're they're on their feet. Probably just a bit disappointed, if anything. Can't see what happened. It's most likely that they lost the front end up there at the top of the S's.
That's definitely more than likely the way that most people crash there. It's you're coming in there with a fair bit of front brake as you're tipping in and heading down the hill. We have seen a few rears come around on people though in the past. They've dragging a bit of rear brake. We've got the recovery vehicle and the ambulance heading up there to tend to the situation.
Yeah, look, I I'd be surprised if the ambulance is required, but given that the rider was sitting for a moment, it doesn't hurt to be cautious to send them out for observation. But bike lying outside on the track wheels towards us, so it's very, very hard to pick up who that is.
Well, we can certainly round out the results based on what we've got here. So Jesse Woods taking the win, Taranation, and this is just purely for track position. So Jesse Woods, Taranation in second, Heath Fielding third, Nathan Green fourth, Dane Griggs in fifth, Garth Newton, Daniel Briggs, Reece Tan, Chad Wiley, great result for Chad, Doug Watson rounding out the top 10. In categories, we've got in lights production, Jesse Woods will take the honour. Then we've got Dane Griggs and looks like Garth Newton. And in the GP category, it'll be Taranation from Heath Fielding and Nathan Green.
Just while this recovery is taking place, Rod, why don't we have a very, very short break?
Oh, hang on a minute, Chris. I just want to have a quick look at something, and I think we'll find that Jesse Woods, he did on that last lap, he did a 59.85.
Oh, there you go.
So that was he was talking about it before this race, that he wanted to crack that 60-second lap time on this little Ninja 400, and he'll be pretty stoked to see that he's finally achieved that.
That's a terrific effort. And on that note, we will pause very, very briefly and be back for the next race, which is the Formula 3 Golden Era Open and Pre-Modern Supersport.
Which is going to be a cracker.
It should be good.
See you shortly. All right, well, let's get underway. Quick drinks break and back on track. So we've got our Formula 3, we've got the Golden Era and the pre-modern bikes out. So, Chris, this is going to be a great race. We saw some pretty close times in qualifying between a great mix of bikes from fairly modern up to 2005 600s and even thousands if there's any here. But then we've got the historic type bikes like the 1989 FZR 1000 of James Ryan. He qualified that second behind Oscar O'Donovan, who's on a 2005 ZX6, and then we got a Jonathan Hughes who's on a little VFR 400. So certainly a mix of bikes, Chris.
Spot on, Rod. Exactly what makes this race exciting. I think we're going to see some very competitive times at the front across a big range of machines and ages. It's like we said in qualifying, it's definitely one to look forward to. I think I'm going to have to go Oscar O'Donovan on the pre-modern Supersport ZX6R, but James Ryan on the Golden Era Open FZR 1000 is going to be right on his heels, I think.
Yeah, we saw that James had some issues in qualifying, so we saw he missed most of the session in the pits, attending to some issues with the bike. Anyway, he ended up 2/10 slower, so we know James can run in the 57s, high 57s on the bike, so I think it'll be very close at the front.
Bit of a problem here on the grid.
Okay, not sure what's going on there.
One bike coming back in. No race number, so I'm not actually sure how they pass scrutineering. It's interesting.
Rightio. Anyway, red flag is coming in, and we're in the starter's hands. We'll look for the red light on the tower, and we'll be underway very shortly.
Great start from James Ryan, and Peter Bellchambers launched it, came down, crossed up, we had a bit of a head shake, but still managed to pull it together, and it's in third place. But it's James Ryan who's got the FZR 1000 away to a perfect start.
And the pole sitter, Oscar O'Donovan, he did not get away cleanly. So this will be very interesting to see how he shuffles through the field. But he's certainly got a bit of speed on that bike, but I think he's back in about 4th or 5th position.
I think he could be further back than that, is he? He really got swamped.
Oh, he did too. Actually, he's back in about 7th or 8th.
So he's going to find that very hard. He's got a lot of work to do. But James Ryan certainly got that FZR 1000 launched or hooked up perfectly. Always pulls a bit of a wheelie, but this time just kept the balance perfect and got the whole shot. So FZR 1000 tapped down the straight right now, but he's got Stuart Bugg right behind him. And that bike of Stuart's more modern. It's very, very capable. So this is going to be a good contest between these two.
Certainly will be, and the bike behind Stuart Bugg is riding is definitely a lot nicer bike to ride on the twisty part of this circuit.
Peter Bellchambers, we know what he's capable of on the older GSXR 750. So already in for a great battle in the contest further back. Look at that, the group going into the top of the S's at the moment. We've got about 6 or 7 bikes all grouped up. We can't even tell you who's in there. I think Bob Sellers is in the mix, Larry Eaton.
It's Peter McEldowney at the front of that field, or front of that group, I should say. Oscar O'Donovan looking for a way past him now. I dare say Jonathan Hughes is in there somewhere on the little 400. Lockie Curtis also on the VFR 400. So
somebody's run off up there at Suckers. They've parked the bike on the tyre wall by the looks of it. So I don't know if they've just run on or they've got a problem. They're moving again. So I did see another bike slow down. So there might have been a bit of coming together there.
Well, it's certainly closed up at the front. Stuart Bugg is right up on the back wheel of James Ryan here, and he's looking to pile on some pressure and try to challenge to move into first position.
I think he's probably on the better bike for Baskerville, but he's still going to struggle down the straight against that big 1000cc machine.
Now, he's definitely on the better bike in this part of the circuit, down through the S's here, where you've got to change direction and keep the power on smoothly, and then heading up the hill. The FZR will be harder to get off the corner, but definitely have the legs up the hill as it gets going.
Certainly remember watching Matt Mladen pilot one of those around in the early 1990s, and
well, that was pretty impressive. I was here with you at the time, and he was untouchable around the circuit on that ZXR 750, I think, at the time.
Yeah, I remember some of his fellow competitors saying you often saw lines being left off front and rear tyre at the same time. He was a pretty special rider. Unfortunately, knew it.
Well, he went on to win many titles in the American Superbike Championship, as we saw. But Stuart Bugg there, he did challenge at the end of the straight. He had to look up the inside of James Ryan, but couldn't quite pull the move off. It was just a little bit too far back to to safely move into the lead. Two different lines there, Chris, too, we're seeing between the two riders.
Just look at the lap times. James Ryan, 59.3. Stuart Bug, 58.9. That's a good time for Buggy. He'd be happy with that. Peter Bellchambers, flat minute, so he's off the pace a little bit.
And Oscar O'Donovan was the fastest on track on that last lap, so I think Oscar's moved into the 58s. A 58.7 for Oscar. Peter McEldowney holding out fifth position with a 60.8 for Peter on that SV 650. So great time on the once again on those V-twin 650 Suzukis.
Bob Seller's not probably getting the best of starts. He, I think, got swamped a bit as well. So he's in traffic and has gone through
60.89 for Bob.
Yeah, so we know he was a second lap quicker than that. And it's the disadvantage these SV650s have against the higher capacity machines. They do need a clear run.
Okay, well, we're starting to see our pole sitter. He's clambering back through the field and gaining all the time on the two guys out in front. So Oscar O'Donovan has put a fastest lap of the race in on that lap.
58.7.
58.7.
But
so
only 2 tenths quicker than what Buggy did. So it's going to be interesting when he gets up to this leading pair, what he can do about it.
Stuart Bug is still looking at every opportunity here. He's right on the back of James Ryan. Every single corner he's just rehearsing. Is it possible? Is it possible? He's definitely going to have a go, I think, Chris. This time down, he's right on his back wheel as he into the straight.
Interesting look at the straight line speed between the 1000 and the 750.
There's not much in it.
There's not much in it. The 750 is getting a bit of a draft. It's certainly not enough to draw alongside it, but staying in a slipstream.
He looks pretty strong on the brakes, Buggy, but he's just got to be that little bit closer before he's going to get that move done.
But James is a very experienced racer now. He's done a lot of laps on that FZR, and he's not going to make it easy for Buggy.
Once again, Oscar O'Donovan in the chase, a 58.6, so the fastest lap of the race. So on that last lap, Chris, a 59.2 for Stuart Bug, a 59.1 for James Ryan, which is his fastest lap so far, and a 58.6 for Oscar O'Donovan. So he's going to be within striking distance, and there's 3 laps to go. I think we'll put our money on Oscar to come through.
Look, I think you're right. You might be right there. He might just surprise them when, unless they know he's coming. He's going to arrive with a bit more pace, and I wouldn't be surprised if it takes him by surprise. And
well, Oscar can see that he's every single part of the track he's gaining on the two guys ahead of him. So
Buggy's going through on James Ryan. So now move. It's going to tell what sort of pace Buggy's actually got.
And this will pick up the 2 leaders. Like James Ryan, he'll want to win this race, so he's going to pick up the pace as best as he can.
Yeah, well, James knows he needs to stay in touch here through the tighter part of the track to be able to use the extra horsepower of that bike down the back straight. But at the moment, Buggy's doing what he needs to do. He's actually gapping James by a fraction down through the tight twisties. But now they've got another problem. They've got Oscar O'Donovan right on the heels.
Yeah, and there's 2 laps to go, so plenty of time for Oscar to dispense with James Ryan and have a chance at closing down for the race win with against Stuart Bug.
Well, Buggy's absolutely flying now. I don't know that Oscar's going to be able to reel in Stuart Bug.
Well, he's going to have his work cut out for him, that's for sure. I think he's definitely got the pace, but it's whether he's got enough laps or enough time up his sleeve. He's got to get past James Ryan here to have any chance, and it doesn't look like he's going to pull the move off.
Oh, he is. He's going to go through at the last minute.
Okay, he's done it. That was a good clean move. Certainly, we know James won't like being shuffled back to third.
No.
He's got a good run round, and he's going to have a look up into turn 1, James Ryan.
No, I think it's better of it. Oscar's carrying nice speed through there, so it wasn't much of an opportunity for James.
Stuart Bug, Chris, he's sniffing a race win here, and he's put the fastest lap of the race down. So
it's a good time, 58.4.
58.4 for Buggy. That's a great time.
And not only that, he's looking good on the bike too. He's looking fast and smooth, and very comfortable at that pace.
Yep, I dare say. Unfortunately, the bad start that Oscar experienced in 6 or 7 laps ago is going to end up not seeing him take the checkered flag the way he wanted.
Great battle further back too between Larry Eaton, Bob Sellers and Peter McEldowney. Nothing at all between those 3, but it's hard to not look at what's going on in the front. In fact, James Ryan going back past Oscar O'Donovan. I don't know what's happened there. Oscar looks like he's slowing.
Yeah, Oscar looks like there's an issue with the bike. I wonder if it's fuel, Chris.
I don't know. It's not like he's sitting up looking around, but he's certainly...
He's coasting.
coasting. So something happened there, which cost him that position. No idea. That's curious. Look at this battle over the line. Larry Eaton just holding off. Just holding off Peter Backeldowney, who does the Superman to try and get his head in front of Larry.
We saw that with Matt Allen a race meeting or so ago. Unfortunately, the transponder's not on the rider. It's on the bike. But anyway, it's very fun to see. Well, that was a good race, Chris.
Yeah, it certainly was. Just as we were expecting.
I reckon that could be a PB for Buggy.
I reckon it probably would be. I don't know that, but it's a good time.
Well, no doubt we'll get a chance to ask him during the lunch break to see if that is his PB. But below 58, I'm sure he'd be very happy with that.
Yeah, I think they would have absolutely loved that race. As we keep saying, the conditions are perfect, and that would have been a good fun race for them. I think they would have been absolutely reveling in that.
Great to see also the mix of bikes too. Different eras, different capacities. So it just goes to show you how, you don't have to have the latest and greatest. You can have an historic 750 or a pre-modern 750 against an historic open bike against a pre-modern 600. So all very similar lap times.
That's right. So early signs are that this new class or category for this year is looking good. That's produced some fantastic racing. It's always a bit of a shame to have the larger capacity bikes overshadow some of the smaller capacity bikes like the 400s and 650s, because it's not to say the racing further back is not outstanding. It's just that you can't help but be drawn to what's happening at the front when there's a close contest there.
Absolutely. Just going to check if Bob Sellers, did he crack that 60-second lap time? Looks like he did. I think I can see a 59 there.
Again.
And the boys will be onto him otherwise, Chris, as we know.
Got to say, it's an impressive time. I know Bob's a very experienced campaigner, but I don't think he'd mind us saying that he's, I guess he's starting to get on in years. I think that is a very, very impressive ride.
Yeah, look, Chris, a 59.64 for Bob. That's probably the quickest he's been on that bike. I could be wrong, but I'm sure he'd be very happy with that time.
Well, I can see both his boys down here in front of us, Chip and Harry, both just faster than their old man on that SV650. I think they're going to have to pull the leathers on again soon, because Bob's going to be going faster than them.
Yeah, that'll be interesting household to be in if Dad pips the two boys.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be surfacing for a while.
Rightio.
So
move on to the next category.
Yeah, we're back to well, that completes the first set of races, so we're back to the start again for race 2 now for the Formula Basketball Golden Era up to 500, and of course it's Formula Basketball over 500. We're now splitting that between over and under, again to give the newcomers a bit more of a chance, so that people on smaller capacity machines aren't blown away by the bigger bikes.
Yeah, and once again, like the previous race we just saw, there's a lot of different capacities, makes and models of bikes in here.
Yeah, it always makes for interesting racing, doesn't it? Just because
it's like the old days, run what you brung sort of thing. So
it is, but you also see the strengths and weaknesses of each bike when they're battling for position, and it just makes it interesting. You see some overtakes where you wouldn't typically see them.
Just wondering what's going on here in pit lane. We've got looks like the rider's missed the start, so they'll have to start from pit lane.
Yeah, I'd be guessing it's Michael Regan. Looks like Michael's stature on the bike, and that bike missed the start of one of the previous races and had to be removed from the grid. So some sort of mechanical issue.
Okay.
But a clear race winner in race 1 being Joseph Browning. Very, very impressive debut. I think it's a debut for him on the ZX6R. He may have had a one race start last year, but certainly would have been his maiden race win, so I'm sure he's absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see him moving up into the 600 category at the next meeting.
Well, certainly the pre-modern supersport, which is where that bike would belong, and we just watched that class, and I think he'd really enjoy running with those riders. So ready for a start now. Red flag is in. The light is on, and I tell you what, I think there's a bike creeping there. I don't know if he's going to get a time penalty, but it's Joseph Browning again, off to a very, very good start. Couple of bike lengths over Emma Reader, and I can't pick up who that is in third.
I think it was Russell Streckfus who may have creeped before the...
It was, bike 66, so I don't know if the starters picked that up, but he certainly was just creeping a little.
It's an unfortunate mistake to make, because you do cop a significant penalty for it. Sort of ruins your race before we even got going, unfortunately.
That's right, but look, somebody whose race has not been ruined so far. It's Joseph Browning, off to a flyer again. Already got almost half the length of the back straight lead. Well, let's say quarter of the back straight. Exaggerating with there from Emma Reader. But Emma riding beautifully there, holding off. That's got to be...
Neil McEldowney, I think. On the SV 650?
Well, like not an entrant in this race, so I don't know.
Okay.
I thought the same thing. Who's that? 54.
Neil McEldowney.
Interesting, because according to the program, not an entrant.
On their screen it says Neil McEldowney, so assume that is correct.
Yeah, okay, entered in Formula Basketball, so must have been a late change that we weren't aware of and was outside the program. So apologies there, I'm only going off the program. It must have been a late class swap.
Yeah, we got Reece Tan fourth, Garth Newton in fifth, Russell Streckfus in sixth place. I'm not going to try the next ones, Chris. The names are cut off there. It's like Bradley Van Zetten.
Yes, and Meerdert van der Molen is in P9. Michael Regan, who started from the pit lane, that is the bike without any race numbers on it.
Okay, yep. 888 on our timing is the number, but yeah. Oops, sorry. Bit of a gunshot there.
Yeah. So Joseph Browning, wow, what a lead he's got. So that's out to, just having a look, 6.5 seconds. Quickest lap, 1 minute 0.6. So you're right, demonstrating that he really deserves to be in that the race we just saw, which is the class for that bike, the championship class. And I don't think he's going to take any harm at all out of moving into that category, because he's going to have other competitive bikes around him and give him someone to chase. But having said that, the concept of Formula Basketball is allow this transition as a learner rider. Make sure you're ready to move on to the championship classes and provide a good, safe race environment for newcomers.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's changed from previous years, Chris. As we know, we used to have the time penalty, so the lap times that he's doing on the old format, he would have been receiving a 10-second a lap penalty.
Speaking of penalties, Russell Streckfus certainly did just pick up a 10-second penalty for creeping on the line. As you say, it's a costly mistake, but an easy one to make as well.
Certainly is. Very easy to make a, if you're trying to time that start to perfection, very easy to get off the clutch or just roll that little bit, and unfortunately that's all it takes.
Neil McEldowney doing a great job holding off Garth Newton there. And behind Garth is Reece Tan. Nice little trio, having a great battle between them. SV650 from RG...
B250 and CBR 250.
Yeah, good mix of machinery.
Yeah, I've got to say that the CBR 250 that Reece Tan's on is not slow. It looks as quick as the RGB 250 that Garth's on, and
that's surprising,
that to me
isn't
is
it?
very surprising, because those little RGBs are normally quite quick.
Race leader just coming through the sweeper right now, crossing the start-finish line, goes through at a 60.9, quickest lap 60.6. So he's starting to settle into that high 1 minute category or bracket. Emma Reader, quickest time 63.5. So look, that's getting towards that point as well, where she's not far off being experienced and fast enough to be moving on from this class.
Yeah, I was just looking. Garth Newton did out-drag the CBR 250 down the back straight again, but looks like Reece Tan looking around the outside here, down through the S's. No room there. Running out of room. He had a look up the inside and having another look, Chris. He's definitely keen to get past.
And then the fourth bike in that group is Russell Streckfus, isn't it? So despite the fact he's got a 10-second penalty, he's going to challenge, looking for a run up the inside of Reece Tan, isn't it?
It is Reece Tan, yes.
Yep. A great little battle here.
Certainly a big difference in lap times from our leader through to Emma Reader and the rest of the field. Emma's doing a great job as well. So
hasn't Emma Reader progressed?
She certainly has.
She looks really good on the bike. She looks more and more like a very experienced racer. Garth Newton got past Neil McEldowney, Reece Tan, Russell Streckfus, all in a big group. Further back, Bradley Van Zetten, and that's Amanda van der Molen.
Michael Regan's moved ahead of John Kranz and Ben Boxall.
John Kranz, a very seasoned campaigner around here. I don't know how many laps John would have done over the years.
Well, I'd say it'd be in the thousands, safely. Just what number in the thousands would be. Well, we've got a rider down. Looks like it could be Russell Streckfus.
It looks like it could be.
It's like has run wide as they've exited the run to go up the hill and they've run out of track there.
Yeah, it didn't see it happen, but you're quite right. It's right towards the bottom of that corner, bottom of the hill. Russell's certainly up on his feet, looking to pick his bike up.
I don't think it was a high side, but typically high side there would be quite painful.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think, as you say, he's either run wide and fallen off, or maybe lost the front, or got tangled with somebody.
Could have got tangled up with that group though, Ring. There was 4 bikes altogether, so doesn't take much if you clash handlebars or tag a back wheel of the bike ahead of you. Will go down pretty quickly if you're not. Well, it usually does happen that way.
Yeah, I remember that happening to Chris McGrath down there. I can't remember the rider he got tangled up with.
Actually, he ran off. He didn't actually hit me, Chris. He ran off himself.
Well, hopefully Chris is going to come up and have a talk to us later in the day if he's arrived, so he can actually tell us his version of events.
It's old news.
No, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. It's got to come out again and again and again.
No, it's old news. We don't want to know about it. It doesn't need to go any further.
Last lap board's out, so Joseph Browning has already gone round and collected the last lap board. Emma Reader just picking it up now. Garth Newton easily pulling away from the couple of bikes behind him that were right on his heels before, so maybe that issue with Russell Streckfus did actually cause that, or walked a couple of riders behind and gave Garth that gap.
Yeah, Garth also did put his fastest lap in the lap before too, so anyway, Neil McEldowney put in his fastest lap on the last lap as well.
Michael Regan ran the outside of Amanda van der Molen and down the inside of Bradley Van Zetten, taking no prisoners at all on the little CBR 250. Checkered flag though for Joseph Browning, quickest lap 60.6 and wins very, very comfortably over Emma Reader, who is only now entering the sweeper. But another great ride from Emma.
Yeah, and look at a great lap time for Emma too, a 63.53.
Yes, as I was just saying, that's a very handy time and would have picked up penalties previously in the old format.
And Garth Newton, once he got his head down there, a 63.35 for Garth on the little 250. Neil McEldowney and Reece Tan both pushing each other on that last lap. Both did 64 6s and a 64 8.
Michael Regan, and Van der Molen just gets the better of Bradley Van Zetten over the line. Those two had a great last lap. John Kranz, I think, he's the second last rider. looking back for Ben Boxhall, who should round out the field. In fact, I think Ben may have already slowed, given that the leader had passed him. So
yeah, I'm not sure where Ben's gone.
I think he's just entering the pits now. Other than, of course, Russell Streckfus, who is still trackside, waiting to pick up his bike and get back to the pit. So hopefully he's going to be able to do that. He's picked his bike up now, although the recovery van has gone out. So we will have a very, very short break while we're waiting for that recovery. I don't think it's going to take very long. So quick break, Rod, and be back very, very shortly. Okay, so bikes on track. Been looking forward to this one, Rod. This is the race 2 for the Tas Supersport, or the 600cc machines. We saw some great pace in race 1. Mitch Hawksley getting the start, or timing the start, absolutely to perfection. So he got away, broke the...
We broke the rest of the field on the first, into the first corner, really. And
he did. John O'Hughes was in striking distance, but despite matching Mitch's times, wasn't close enough to actually close it down. So this one will be interesting. Jono really needs to focus on getting away right on the back wheel of Mitch, or even beating him into turn 1.
Yeah, look, Mitch rode beautifully in that first race and showed the class that he's got. Based on that, we were thinking it was going to be much closer at the front between Matthew Long, John O'Hughes, Marcus Delaney, but they were sort of nowhere to be really seen to factoring in that race, Chris. It surprised me. Hopefully this one we will see some of that turning around.
Yeah, Matthew Long qualified on the second row, but got a very, very good start, and that didn't help either Marcus Delaney or John O'Hughes, because John had to get past Matthew. So hopefully we're going to see Matthew up the pace a little bit in this one as well. We know he's capable of it. So too Marcus Delaney. We weren't sure why he was a little bit off his normal pace, but this is a different race, so it should be interesting.
Well, I think I'll change my bets from the race 1. I think Mitch Hawksley is going to be the man to beat again, and I think he's going to be hard to beat in this race as well, judging by how well he rode in race 1.
If Jono gets the start, I think it's going to be very, very tight, but we're in the starter's hands now.
Rightio, lights are on. Looks like no one's jumping. A good start once again. Marcus Delaney got a shocking start. Unfortunately, not good for Marcus. He's gone from 3rd back to maybe about 10th or 11th. So that's very, very unfortunate for him. But Mitchell Hawksley, he got a great start. And once again, as per race 1, is taking the lead as they head down through the S's.
Yeah, almost an exact replay of race 1. Matthew Long with Jono Hughes right behind him. Jono looking to get past. But look, I don't know. It's Mitch jumped that much earlier than the rest of the field.
Yeah.
To the naked eye, it looked like he must have jumped it. But again, he might have just timed it to perfection.
Got a fantastic start. Peter Bellchambers, once again, is found himself in 4th position.
But down the straight for the first time, certainly Mitch Hawksley. Tucked in hard under the windscreen of the CBR 600. Matt Long looking a bit more aggressive this time. In fact, hasn't dropped anything on Mitch Hawksley, so hopefully Matt's done what he needed to do to find the pace. John O'Hughes is certainly not breathing down Matthew's neck, so let's hope Matthew is going to rise to the occasion here and put a bit of pressure on Mitch Hawksley.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like it. This is what we're hoping to see in race 1. So a little bit wide there, Matthew. He's to the front, just a little bit wider there than where he wanted to be, but Jonathan Hughes has closed up a couple of bike lengths. If they can keep Mitch Hawksley in sight, hopefully they can push him right through to the end. Looks like he's already starting to gap them though, Chris. He's already got 2 or 3 or 4 bike lengths as they're heading up the hill there, down through Calvin's onto the back straight.
Look, and what we've seen from Mitch a few times now is that he doesn't fold under pressure. We haven't seen him put a foot wrong yet, and that's despite people breathing right down his neck. So it's going to take more than just these guys being in striking distance. They're going to have to get up there and rough him up a bit and get past.
Yeah, they certainly will. Just looking a little bit further down through the field to see where if Peter Bellchambers, it looks like he's still holding out the gap. Looks like Marcus Delaney has recovered from that bad start, and he should take no time to get past Peter. Looks like totally different lines here into turn 1.
Yeah, very, very tight line from Peter Bellchambers, which makes it hard for somebody to get up the inside, and it's certainly a long way around the outside, and a dangerous way to overtake too.
Yeah, looks like Pete's got a fair few bikes there starting to bank up behind him. So it's only a matter of time before they get through, but unfortunately they've lost touch with the leaders now.
Well and truly. Massive, massive gap between 3rd and 4th. But Marcus Delaney, we've got a yellow flag up there at Suckers. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I missed that from the prior lap.
Okay. Not sure who that actually is. It may be. No, it's not our race. Anyone in the top 3. Mitch Hawksley still leading from Matthew Long, Jonathan Hughes. So
all I can see from here is it's green and white.
Okay.
But I don't know who that is.
Maybe is it Darren Grice?
Darren Grice has fallen to the bottom of the timing screen, so I think that's right. Luckily, Darren's standing right there next to the bike, so good news is Darren's absolutely okay. Immaculately presented bike too, so that's a real shame.
Oh, hang on. Is it Darren? I'd say it is.
So at the front, look, it's pretty much status quo. I don't think Mitch Hawksley's pulled out anything on Matthew Long. What was the gap last time around? It was 0.6. It's going to be very interesting to see what this time, because I think, unlike race 1, Matthew now has the bit between his teeth, and that's what we want to see. Matthew's certainly capable of challenging Mitch.
Yeah, nothing in it lap time wise. Matthew Long's got the fastest lap of the race so far with a 56.38. Mitch Hawksley with a 56.43 and Jonathan Hughes with a 56.56.
So this time through, no, it's actually stretched out by 0.2 of a second. I thought it looked like it might have come down a bit.
Yeah, Mitch Hawksley has now put the fastest lap of the race in with a 56.33. Matthew Long in that last one, a 56.56. So it's, yeah, you're right, Chris, is out to 0.8. It's all going to be down to the next few laps to see whether Matthew Long can put his head down and get back on the rear end of Mitchell Hawksley and challenge for that win.
Marcus Delaney finally through on Peter Bellchambers. So too, I think that's Matt Carey.
Unfortunately, that bad start has cost them dearly.
It has, and look, Peter Bellchambers has been getting great starts, and he absolutely deserves to be where he is on track, but it makes it hard for those guys to get away and run with these leaders. But that's part of racing.
Well, as we can see, Matthew Long has closed up on Mitch Hawksley.
1/10 of a second, it's down to 0.7, but 0.7, it probably doesn't sound like much, but on the track, it can feel like you still have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, still a long way to go.
But as I was saying, Mitch Hawksley looking absolutely perfect out there at the moment. Perfect lines, not out of shape at all, and he's not giving into this pressure that Matthew Long's putting on him. But so too Matthew, he's riding perfectly as well. Just got to find that tiny bit of extra speed just to get up alongside Mitch. I don't know, every lap I say it looks closer. At under brakes at the end of the straight, Matthew looks like he's right there. Certainly broken John Hughes, I think, at this stage, both of these guys.
Yeah, unfortunately Jonathan was in touch in race 1 with Matthew, but not the case this time.
So it was 0.7 last time around, back out to 0.8. It did look to me like Matthew just lacked a tiny bit of drive off the chute there, coming around the sweeper. That may be where Mitch is just getting a little bit on him. I don't know if it's a gearing issue or a grip issue.
Well, two different bikes as well, Chris.
You know, well, that's right.
One's a CBR 600 Honda, the other one is a Yamaha, and they do make power differently. And once you put them on track, there's strengths and weaknesses with each type of bike, and we do see that how some bikes get off the corners better or worse than others.
Big group of riders at the bottom of the hill at the moment. Gee, I think it might be Oscar O'Donovan right back there. I don't know if he had a runoff on track, but despite his fastest lap being 58.7, he's back in 10th place. Gap to the leaders this time round, out to a second. So Mitch may just be starting to break Matthew. It's still certainly doable, but I've got the feeling that Matt's probably giving it his best shot.
He's definitely trying.
And to turn the tables now on Mitch is going to take something more than what he's doing. Look at this battle further back. Got Martin Long. That's Oscar O'Donovan behind him. Oh, big group. Who else? We've got Sam Garland, David Bartels, Josh Rees. Oh, look at Martin Long. His run off almost got tangled up with another bike.
Oh, that's a shortcut, Martin.
Yep, I don't know.
That's a good way of doing it.
He's going to rejoin the track without any drama, but I'll tell you what, that was quite close to disaster. Almost tagged the back of the bike in front of him, but managed to avoid it. Checkered flag, Mitch Hawksley will actually hold on and take the win from a
hard-charging Matthew Long.
Very hard-charging.
Jonathan Hughes safely in for third. Looks like Marcus Delaney, unfortunately, that bad start did cost him dearly for track position, but he's going to
16 seconds in arrears.
Yeah, he's going to come through for fourth okay.
Matt Carey, I tell you what, he's riding well these days.
Yep, Peter Bellchambers, it's like Brian Smith. Oscar O'Donovan and looks like Martin Long is still there on the screen, but no, he's definitely. That was Sam Garley behind Oscar O'Donovan.
Yeah. Stephen Oliver, Sam Delaney. I didn't see Matt Allen in there, but.
And he's on the timing.
Oh, yeah, yep. I was just wondering why Matt Carey's bike looks as ratty as it does, and I remember.
Oh, that's right.
To our weekend, it did a big pirouette down through the S's.
It did. He had a very large step off, unfortunately. I'm just looking at Matthew Allen there. He's there in 15th. He did a 59.45 as well on that R6 of his.
Matt Allen did.
They did. So, once again, another rider we need to ask, is that their PB?
Well, I hope it's not Reece Tam. We got those two confused earlier, but if that's Matt Allen, good job.
No, Matt's definitely out there. I did talk to him briefly because he said it was funny that we were talking about him in the other categories when he was down in the pits. So it's definitely him, and he did confirm that he's only running in the 600 class today.
Right.
He does have the little bike here, but there's apparently the choke is stuck on the carbies and won't come off, and so he's just running the 600. Well, that was a better race, Chris. We was a little bit closer to the front, but Mitch Horsley once again showing how classy a rider he is, and just timed it to perfection. He just rode he did what he had to do to keep it in first place all the way through, and in the end, you'd say comfortably took the win from Matthew Long. Jonathan Hughes rounding out the podium. Marcus Delaney, Matt Carey, Peter Bellchambers, a great ride there for Pete. Brian Smith, Oscar O'Donovan, who unfortunately didn't get the best start again. Sam Gala, and it is, can't quite see who that is there, David.
At the bottom?
No, in 10th. I'm just reading out the top 10.
Oh, David Bartels.
Bartels, right. I need my glasses for that one.
Yeah, so DNFF Darren Grice, who's just got the recovery vehicle up there at the moment. Good news is Darren's standing there, so hopefully that means he's absolutely okay. But as I was saying during the race, it's a shame because it's an immaculately presented bike. So disappointing for Darren. But
yeah, always very well turned out. No doubt we'll see that bike come back looking brand new again.
Yeah, but also a very enthusiastic racer and club member. Both he and White Sharon couldn't do more for our club.
Okay, well, this must be the Tassie Juniors again.
Yeah, Ava Connell just making her way around from David Coward, who sprung the trap on the two riders in front of him on the last lap and made that one count. He picked up third place, having been in fifth coming into the last lap, so that was very impressive.
Yeah, he did a great job.
Now, Tom Turner, is he going to be able to do a longer wheel stand this time?
Well, I'll tell you what, it was close to going over in the previous race.
It was close to tears. It was all right up on balance point. Look, I don't know if that trumps Harley Phipps doing lighting up the back tyre of a 150 off the line. He did that a few times. It's always impressed me.
I don't remember that.
Oh, he popped the clutch and actually get a bit of wheel spin.
Right.
That was always.
Is that in the wet?
No, dry. That's what's so impressive about it.
Wow. Okay. Now, what sort of horsepower are you talking with a little 150?
Gee, you got me there.
Wouldn't have much? 12? 10?
I'd be thinking max 15, but I honestly don't know.
Dr. Google will tell you. But even still, if you can get those small numbers of horsepower to spin the rear wheel on dry bitumen, you've done very well.
That's probably a fast revving flywheel, I reckon.
Is there such a thing on a...
Oh, I don't know. Let's say crank. Keeping it pinned and popping the clutch. Not releasing the clutch, just popping it.
One thing's for certain, they wouldn't need much of a flywheel on them.
No.
It'd be minimal.
No, look, I don't know. But it always made me laugh watching spin up for a fraction of a second off the line. But certainly Tom gets the award for best wheel stand today.
All off the start line. I think the best wheel stand of the day is probably some of the ones of the bigger bikes as they come down over the back straight over the hump. They're certainly a high speed, very spectacular wheel stand.
Which one was closer to disaster though?
Oh, definitely off the start.
Yeah. There's points for that. We've only got 3 juniors out there at the moment. Who are we waiting on? It's got to be Brodie Curtis. And Tom. Where is Tom? Oh, well, that's why. The recovery vehicle's still on track, so I think a junior's probably a little bit early arriving at the start grid. So maybe until the grid's out there, we'll just have a quick breather, Rod. Come back very, very shortly.
Okay, Chris. We're seeing the Tassie Juniors head back out for their next race of the day.
Yeah, Gus O'Halloran just picking up his position on row 2. Brodie Curtis, race 1 winner and pole sitter, takes up his position in at the front row of the grid. Tom Turner, the award for most spectacular start of the day, P2. And Ava Connell, very impressive racing debut. Oh, they're away. Completely missed that. But so did Ava Connell, sitting there still looking at the bike when the rest of the field jumped. But they're away, and I think that is, yeah, that's Brodie in P1 from Tom Turner. So Tom's certainly where he wants to be this time, Rod.
They had a good drag race to the line, and I thought Tom was going to take the lead into turn 1, but no. Brodie did a fantastic job there to go around the outside or keep the line.
And further back, David Coward this time with Gus O'Halloran right behind him, and Ava Connell looking to out-drag Gus up the hill. And we'll get that done, I think. Braking duel at the top of the hill.
It's the battle of the 150s. One's a very small and one's a little R15, little Yamaha.
Oh, look out. Gus O'Halloran coming back down the inside and Calvin's around the outside. Wow, what a big move that is.
You're not scared?
I'm not scared at all. You're wondering if they used brakes before, and I think that's your answer. But back at the front, Brodie Curtis just holding off Tom Turner. So this is Tom's opportunity to try and just latch onto the back. In fact, Brodie misses a gear, and that gives Tom the opportunity to come right up behind Brodie. Nothing at all between them as they go over the line. And further back, look at this, group of three, David Coward, Gus O'Halloran and Ava Connell. Nothing at all between these three either.
Yes, not sure what Ava was doing at the start. It looks like everyone was away, and then she looked up and, hang on, they've started.
Well, same as me, I think. Yeah, I was looking at the bikes and not the start. I didn't even see the red light go on, but obviously it did.
Yeah, there's certainly three. They're very close on track, the groups.
Tom Turner all over the back of Brodie Curtis now as they go up towards Suckers. Brodie's a little bit quicker through that turn, but this time, as I was saying, Tom needed to be that little bit closer to try and get the toe, and hopefully this time he will.
Yeah, it's going to be a good little battle here between these two. See, it's going to be a battle of the brakes on the last lap if they stay like this.
Just watching Darren Grice walk back through the pits. Darren's okay. He's giving us the wave. That's the main thing. Leathers need a good wash, but main thing is Darren's feeling a-okay. But back to our race. Tom Turner, very quick through the sweeper. In fact, almost close enough to put a pass on as they come through the chute over the start-finish line, all over the back of Brodie Curtis. This is going to be really good, Rod.
Certainly is. Not sure if Brodie missed a gear there again, but all the gearing of the bikes are totally different. But certainly different lines and different exit speeds as they came off the end of the straight.
Yeah, Tom's very good through turns 1 and 2. But as you said, I thought the lap before looked like Brodie missed a gear, and same thing this time. So it might have some sort of issue there. And then further back, look at this. We've got Ava Connell's now got to the front. David Coward relegated back a position. Gus O'Halloran right on their heels. So lots of paint swapping in that group.
Well, this happened in the previous race. We had young Gus O'Halloran was in third, and then on the last lap, the two other bikes behind him, unfortunately for him, got past and pushed him through to the back of the field.
Last lap board being prepared now for the leaders. Now that's Brodie Curtis, who still holds off Tom Turner, but only just coming down the straight. This is where Tom's been strong, so he's in a good position. If he can close up again, which he does, I don't know if Brodie's trying to grab another gear there, but it works to Tom's advantage. So Tom's right on his back wheel coming over the start-finish line. Last lap board out now. So it's Tom's opportunity. Where can he get it done? He is quick through turns 1 and 2, so maybe down through the S's. He's right on the back of Brodie, looking to go around the outside.
It's a long way around there, but he's got a good line here. They're pretty close as they head down into through turn 3 onto the bottom of the hill.
Further back, Ava Connell started to gap David Coward. I don't think David's going to spring the trap this time. Gus O'Halloran's still on the back of David, but not sure Gus is close enough to do much about that. But really, it's back to the leaders coming down from Suckers towards Calvin's. Tom's still all over the back of Brodie. This is going to be a good one, Rod.
Well, he's going to have to leave his braking just that little bit longer down here. He's right on the back wheel. He's every opportunity here, and he's definitely quicker as they enter the sweeper. So he's right on his rear wheel, Chris, as you can see.
He's faster through the sweeper, so he might be able to line something up there. I think it could be very close over the line.
Just needs a better line here and keep the power on there. And he should come around the outside if he keeps the power on.
Oh, geez, not much in it, but I think Brodie's done enough. He's going to get it by bike length. Another great ride from both riders, but I tell you what, it's so tantalising for Tom.
Yeah,
you can see it.
Tom Turner, he was pushing very, very hard for that win and put the fastest lap of the race on in the last lap to try to challenge for that victory.
And that's this ride from Ava Connell. She's done what she needed to do this time, and she's going to pick up P3 quite comfortably, actually, from David Coward, from Gus O'Halloran. Brilliant ride from all three.
And look at that, Brodie Curtis, David Coward, and Gus O'Halloran all put their fastest lap of the race in on the last lap. They're all very motivated, the youngsters.
It's terrific to see, Rod. I'd only like to see more of the youngsters get out there because, as I was saying earlier, there's no doubt these kids are loving it. There'll be a massive smile under their helmets.
Yes, they'll be going to school tomorrow and saying, well, what did you do on the weekend? I raced a motorcycle.
Absolutely. And here are some photos. And here's the live stream to show it.
Yep, they'll no doubt sleep well tonight. Well, Chris, that must bring us back to Tas Superbike.
Certainly does. Had some great racing in race one, particularly hard-fought battle between the two Jasons, Jason Wiley and Jason Spencer.
We also saw very, very competitive lap time from Brett Simmons, the current lap record holder of the circuit, 53.2s. Do you think we'll see Brett challenging his own lap record again for this one? Do you remember the time? Was it a 53.0?
53.0. I've just actually had word from race control that they're going to pause for lunch right now.
Okay.
So we're going to find out after the break if Brett can actually lower that PB. But for now, it's a half-hour lunch break, so we'll be back very, very soon.
Well, Chris, what did you do for lunch?
I didn't do much at all. Had a sandwich and went and chatted to a few riders. Enjoyed a bit of fresh air and sunshine, but nothing really that exciting. How about you?
Look, I did this similar. I didn't worry about eating, but I chatted with a few people, get some information about various things we saw so far today. A few things we can talk about in various classes later on as they come back out again. One thing we will
Had a superbike out on track at the moment, which is as we're saying, just before lunch. A little bit of a depleted field, but certainly race 2. This is race 2? I guess it is, of course. Race 1 produced some very exciting racing, particularly between Jason Spencer and Jason Wiley. So I chatted to Jason Wiley very quickly during the break. He's hoping to be able to make the difference in this race. Struggling a tiny bit with grip, which we suspected. But not to take nothing away from Jason Spencer. He put in a fantastic ride there to get the better of Jason Wiley.
I guess the other question on our lips will be, do you think Brett Simmons will push in these conditions to try to better that lap record he set at the previous round?
We're about to find out because red flag is in, red light is on. Racing, Brett Simmons got a blinder of a start, as he usually does, and it's Jason Wiley who will get the better of Jason Spencer. Just edges out or elbows out Jason Spencer as they go through turn 1, so bit of a repeat of race 1 there, Rod.
Yeah, similar. As we saw in race 1, the two Jasons vying for that position, second place into turn 1, and Brett Simmons already has got a good 20 or 30 bike lengths as he puts a power on up the hill.
Yeah, it's been his strong suit for many years now. He puts that early gap on them. Look at that, already a 2 or 3 second lead as they go down to the Calvins, and you can't give that sort of advantage to a competitor of Brett's talent.
No, he's already got, look at that, probably 4 or 5 cricket pitches. There's a head down the back straight. Lots of horsepower being put to the track and lots of wheel stands as these big 1000cc bikes head down the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, already I can see Brett's bike spinning up through there. Crosses the line for the first time. Nice, probably 3 second gap, I'd say. Just looking at the, yep, 2.5. Jason Wiley still holding off Jason Spencer as they run down through the S's. Like I say, a bit of a repeat of race 1, so it'll be interesting to see what Jason Spencer can do from here.
Just looking at the standing lap time from Brett Simmons is astounding. It's a 56.65 off the start. That's incredible.
It certainly is. It's a time that most people would not be able to do on a flying lap. But as I say, underlines what a great start he always gets. Perfect drive, and of course a very, very fast lap to follow that.
Well, here we go, Chris. What do you think we're going to see? A 52. We've seen Brett do a 53.0, so these conditions are fantastic for putting down a lap time right now.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's a 53.6. So certainly in the hunt.
And the two Jasons, Jason Wiley with a 55.6 and Jason Spencer with a 55.7. So a bit of time to find for those guys. We did see them into the 54s in race 1.
But certainly no one's going to get anywhere near Brett Simmons. Spinning it up there at the bottom of the hill, he's not backing off, and that's true to form for Brett. He doesn't really need people breathing out down his neck to turn the throttle on harder. He just likes to ride a bike hard anyway. And
Jason Spencer there had a really good lock up the inside of Jason Wiley going into suckers. Not a lot of room there, but he was right up the inside and then just had to back out of it at the last second. But he's going to certainly have a look here. They're nose to tail as they head down the back straight again. Plenty of horsepower being put down.
Yeah, Jason Wiley looks to be pretty strong there under brakes. So given the slight extra straight line speed of the Ducati, I think Jason Spencer's going to find it hard to put a move on at the end of the straight.
He'll probably do it here. Look, he's getting a run into turn 1, and that's where we found he did the move in the previous race. Twice he pulled that move off until eventually he held Jason Wiley behind him. So just looking at the lap time there, Brett Simmons on the last lap there, a 53.26. So he's getting very close to that lap record pace that we saw him run in the last round.
Yeah, it's sort of the pace he was running race 1 as well, but clearly the extra heat and the fact he hasn't got new tyres in is not detracting from his lap time at all. So I think a 52 is certainly possible. Easy for us to say sitting up here in the commentary box.
Typical of Brett there, certainly looking very smooth, very fast down the back straight, carrying a lot of up out of the seat there. That's something we don't often see from Brett. The rear tyre just as he got on the throttle there at the end of the straight, it shot him up out of the seat. But as we can see, he's not to be deterred. He's straight back on it again.
No, but it also does tell you. Oh, we missed the move from Jason Spencer on Jason Wiley. I don't know where that happened.
I'd say down the end, in the braking mark at the end of the straight.
Well, he's probably proved a liar of me there, because I thought that'd be a bit too much of an ask from Jason Spencer, but he's done it, and he's now gapping Jason Wiley.
And a 55.3 on the last lap for Jason Spencer, and a 55.6 for Jason Wiley. Chris Clark, he's on the GSXR 750. He's in 4th place. He's doing a great job. A 56.9 for Chris.
It's a brilliant ride.
And then we got Wade Schrader and Jeremy Huddleston. And Jeremy Huddleston starting to find some form on that the R1 that he's recently started riding, and a 58.5 for Jeremy.
Brett Simmons just coming around again to cross the start-finish line. This time goes through 53.4. So pretty consistent. But that little out-of-the-seat moment proves that Brett's taking this seriously. He's putting in every lap.
Well, we always see Brett always give 100%. Just like most of the guys running around in this field, you know, these bikes have got a lot of horsepower, and you got to grab them by the scruff of the neck and ring it, don't you, Chris?
Yeah, if you can.
If you can, because there's a lot of horsepower coming through the crankshaft onto these rear tyres.
Good to see Jason Wiley hasn't given it away, spinning up there at the bottom of the hill, but still keeping Jason Spencer in touch. And a good dice at the rear of the field as well, between Wade Schrader and Jeremy Huddleston. Jeremy obviously just finding his feet again after rebuilding his bike, and only early days in campaigning this R1 as well. 53.6 last time through for Brett, so running comfortably in that 53-second bracket, which is absolutely fantastic to see.
Yeah, nothing between the two Jasons as they come around over the start finish. 55.1 and a 55.13.
If anything, I'd be saying that Jason Wiley's looking for a run through, and he does. He gets down the inside of Jason Spencer into the S's, sits up Jason Spencer a little bit, but it was certainly a clean enough move.
Yes, one thing we know about Jason Wiley, will always make the rider he's racing against work for it.
Yeah.
And both bikes there pulling wheel stands as they put the power on up the hill, so no shortage of grunt coming out of these 1000cc bikes.
Last lap board coming out. The races have been trimmed by 1 lap just because we're running a little bit behind time. But Brett Simmons coming over the start-finish line now to pick up the last lap board. Goes through at a 53.3, so certainly not backing off.
And Jason Spencer once again having a look under the brakes, but not quite able to pull the move off this time around. He's going to have one more lap to look at Jason Wiley. And Jason there, Wiley that is, just getting up out of the seat a little bit as he puts the power on. And Jason Spencer looking once again to go into turn 1 up the inside. But he's going to rehearse the move, Chris, and I reckon we'll see into the straight that out-braking manoeuvre tried again.
Look, it's like I was saying before, I thought it was going to be a bridge too far for Jason Spencer, given the extra speed of the Ducati down the straight. But if that's where he got it done, then credit to him. Wade Schrader still holding off Jeremy Huddleston as they come over the line. Good ride from Wade. He's into 58 forwards, 58.5 for Jezza. Checkered flag time though. Brett Simmons coming through the chute for the last time. What's this lap time going to be? 53.3 last time around. He goes through flat 54, so rolled out of it just a fraction, which I think he's entitled to do.
And looks like Jason Wiley's just held off the moves there from Jason Spencer into that last corner, so it's going to be a run around the start finish. Jason Spencer looking to go around the outside here. Yeah. And that's a good race from both riders, but Jason Wiley just holding second to the line. So well done for Jason and Jason.
Yeah, 1-1 between the two. Chris Clark, as I keep saying, fantastic return to racing here at Barstool for him. Goes through fastest lap of a
56.91 for Chris.
And Wade Schrader is going to hold off Jeremy Huddleston as well. So good that these two managed to keep company on track. That always helps, particularly when the likes of Jez is trying to find his groove again on the large capacity bike. But look, as I said after race 1, depleted field, but still very entertaining.
Very entertaining, and we're seeing near lap record pace from Brett Simmons lap after lap. So it's great to see anyone appreciating or wanting to watch a fast motorcycle. You're not going to get much better.
No, very, very good ride from the two Jasons as well. And good to see Jason Wiley bounce back. good, clean racing, hard racing between the two of them.
Well, brings us to another exciting category. One we've always enjoyed watching over the past few years, which is our lights bikes. We have a combined class, of course. We've got lights production and the lights GP bikes. If you're not quite sure what that means, the lights production is basically your road-going motorcycles converted to racing with minimal modifications. And then the GP bikes are purely Grand Prix based or race based, and not a showroom model you can buy, and tend to be built, or they are built solely for going to racetracks. So combination of 2-stroke and 4-stroke engines in this field, and variety of capacities and cylinder sizes. At race 1, we saw Jesse Woods take the overall win on the Kawasaki Ninja 400, which is a twin-cylinder production 4-stroke engine. And then following bikes behind him were, which we held off, which he did a great job to do that, was the GP-based bikes, which are either 125cc 2-stroke or a 250cc 4-stroke.
Yes, and you were saying that Jesse did manage break into 59s last lap of the last race, but given the red flag came out that lap, it wasn't counted.
Well, he did the lap, but unfortunately the lap was officially scrubbed off timing, but Jesse does know that he did do the 59.85. It was on our timing screen until the red flag incident took everybody back a lap, which is a shame, but he knows he has actually done it. But for the record, I guess he wants to see that on paper officially as the day goes ahead.
Well, he's proven he's capable of it, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see another 59 today. He's the sort of guy that brings his A game to every race and every lap.
Yep, looking at the Pepsi Suzuki replica down here, I always enjoy looking at that bike with fond memories of Kevin Schwantz. Now, Garth Newton, the pilot, who has done that bike up to make it look like a replica bike of the 1990s, the late 1980s. People old enough, or as old as us, Chris, will remember watching Kevin Schwantz ride the Pepsi Suzuki around Phillip Island and other places around the world.
Yeah, absolutely sensational. And look, I don't know if it's just that we're particularly fond of that era, but a lot of the colour schemes from that period seem to be very, very striking, and the Pepsi Suzuki was certainly one of them. Very eye-catching, but so too, some of the tobacco-sponsored machines, the Mulvey Yamahas, the Brockton Hondas.
Yes, certainly saw a lot of that type of sponsorship in the day. Thankfully, it's all changed to more healthy options.
Yeah, they did put a lot of money into motorsport in the day, though.
They still do, too, if you think about certainly Ducati. We know where a lot of their sponsorship money does come from, but it's not widely advertised on the machine.
Yeah, that's true.
But anyway, that's motorsport. It costs, even at grassroots level like here, it still costs money. And any help that you can get from a sponsor is usually very welcomed.
So bikes just coming around and forming up on our grid now. As we said, quite a big field of bikes, which is fantastic to see. Always produces some tight, close racing for the Lights group.
It certainly does. Be nice if Taran Ocean, who's on the GP bike, he's starting from second. It's a little 125. He got a terrible start in race 1 and unfortunately found himself back in about 10th. So Jesse Woods on the production 4-stroke bike got a blinder and led the field comfortably. So as far as speed goes, they're very similar in pace. So it'd be nice to see if Taran can get that 125 started well this time. Anyway, we're just about to see the red flag come in. Got a nice field of bikes. Hopefully no one will jump the start this time.
Yes, red lights on. And racing, and Jesse Woods again gets an absolute flyer and uses the advantage of that 4-stroke to easily lead the field into turn 1 for the first time. I think that's the, is it Dane Griggs in second place on the other 4-stroke?
It is Dane Griggs, and Taran Ocean there did get a good start, thankfully, and we're going to see some good racing. Taran's moved into second.
Is that Taran?
It is Taran in second. And he's going to be hunting down Jesse Woods. And as we saw in qualifying and we've seen in previous race events, they run very, very similar lap times.
Well, this is his opportunity, isn't it? He's only a couple of bike lengths in arrears as they go up over suckers. heading down towards Calvin's, and we know there's not a lot in it between the two as in straight line speed. Just looking at a bike coming down into the infield between turns 1 and 2, I think that could be Heath Fielding, is it?
It looks like his bike, yes.
Which is a great shame because he was riding beautifully this morning. But back to the leaders. Jesse Woods now under brakes at the end of the main straight. Taran Ocean certainly has him in his sights, so this should be interesting. Taran's opportunity to turn the tables on Jesse Woods.
Yeah, Daniel Briggs got a good start in this one, so he's found himself in 4th position. Still learning that new bike that he's purchased.
Great ride too from Dane Griggs on the KTM Lights production bike in 3rd place.
Yeah, Dane's been riding that really, really well. It's a 390cc single-cylinder KTM. Unfortunately, it does lack a bit of straight line speed, but he makes up for it in the corner speed and braking. But when the GP-based bikes are behind him, they tend to be able to comfortably outpower him down the back straight, and that's really hard to overcome that.
Big gaggle of riders too at the bottom of the hill at the moment. Who's in that group? It's got to be Garth Newton, Doug Watson, Mark de Jong, Tom Turner.
Chad Wiley, I guess. Looks like one of the
Chad, yeah, it's a big group as they go up over suckers. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bikes all fighting for position.
It'd be Chad Wiley, Reece Tan, Garth Newton, Doug Watson, Mark de Jong.
So
still Jesse Woods at the front. Looks like the gap has stayed about the same. Back to Taran Ocean, sorry.
1.2 last time around. This time is 1.8. So Jesse's got the medal on him. He's pulling out a little bit over Taran Ocean, and Taran's got no excuses. He's got no one in front of him.
No, Jesse's pushing. He knows from race 1 that he can crank out that high 59 or potentially even better. So so far a 61 flat for Jesse and a 61.6 for Taran. So it's got a little bit of work to do, and I'm sure over the next lap or two that we'll see the times come down and the gap at the front reduce. I'm sure we'll see Taran Ocean challenging for the race victory.
That big group of riders further back is now headed by Garth Newton from Reece Tan, Chad Wiley, Doug Watson, Mark de Jong, Tom Turner. They're certainly enjoying their race this afternoon. Big group of riders, and that's what I think that's racing at its best when you're fighting position and there's people all around you. Getting a few slipstreams.
And Dane Griggs is doing a fantastic job, Chris. He's actually pulling away from Daniel Briggs on the Moto 3 bike. And also Nathan Green is keeping him at bay. So he's got a handy gap over those positions.
Absolutely brilliant ride. The gap at the front out to 2.2. So Jesse Wood still extending it by only by 0.2 that last lap. Now what about lap times, Rod? How's Jesse? Fastest lap 60.7. So 0.8 of a second slower than that quick lap he did in race 1. It is actually a fair bit, so particularly on a smaller bike. I'm not sure where he's going to try and pick that up, but given he did it on his last lap last time round, he's the sort of rider that seems to build speed during the race.
Yeah, and you could say that the track temperature's probably up there now. It may not be helpful for a fast lap time, but it looks like that we've got about a 23, 24 ambient temperature, so track temperature's probably up over 30 degrees.
Okay, now out to 3.1 seconds, so it might be enough for Taran to say he's not really in the contest here, so he's going to just roll out of it that little fraction. He doesn't have anyone breathing down his neck. Further back is Dane
Griggs is still in 3rd.
And another 5 seconds in arrears.
Daniel Briggs, Nathan Green, looks like Brodie Curtis in 6th. And then we got that group with Garth Newton, who stretched away a little bit from Reece Tan, Chad Wiley, Doug Watson, Mark de Jong, and Tom Turner. So they've certainly split the rest of the field out. There's a bit of a gap now back to Ben Boxall and looks like Christian Riley, is it? Anyway, need my glasses on to see the names properly.
It is Christian Riley.
Still a bit of reflection coming in from the sunlight through the panels.
Jesse Woods just crossing the line again. Last lap time through was a 60.6, so he's still very, very consistent. And as I said, he seems to be able to build speed as his race progresses. Other riders typically do their fastest laps in like laps 2, 3, 4 while they're fresh and the rubber's fresh. But Jesse, last time round, did his quickest lap as his last lap. So There's still every chance he can do a 59 in this race.
And he's just starting to get lap traffic. So he's just caught the person who's coming up or bringing up the rear of the field. He's got comfortably through at the bottom of the hill. But no doubt over the next lap or so, he's going to encounter a bit more lap traffic.
Interesting to see Tom Turner all over the back of Mark de Jong. Mark, a very seasoned campaigner. Tom looking to fire the production bike up the inside of the GP bike that Mark's riding. But that's a great ride from Tom.
Here comes Jesse now, just trying to feed his way through some of the back markers, and they've thankfully got out of the way, lead him through. Terran Ocean safely over the line.
Yeah, now 4.5 seconds in arrears.
And Dane Griggs, what a great ride.
Yeah, absolutely.
Riding the wheels off that KTM 390.
62.4 from Dane.
And Nathan Green's now on the back of Daniel Briggs, so he's going to challenge, no doubt, to jump ahead of position.
Yeah, should be a good battle between the two of them. Shame not to see Daniel riding 600 this weekend.
Yeah, I was talking to him about it the other day, and he just decided, having this new bike, he wanted to get it set up, and he's excited about the Moto 3 bike, and just thought for this weekend he'd concentrate just on riding that particular bike and not trying to get his head around jumping from a 600 back to a Moto 3 bike, which we can imagine couldn't be that easy.
No, absolutely. It's simply that he's been going so well, only 600, and the 600 class has been so action-packed. It's always good to see Briggs in there mixing it up with them. But Jesse Woods, last lap board out now, goes through at a 61.3. So he's actually slowing up that little bit. Terran Ocean, how far back? 6 seconds now.
Yeah, Jesse's definitely got this one easily under control, provided no mistakes.
Now, Daniel Briggs still holding off Nathan Green. They've got Leah Renton, I think it is, in between them. It's going to be a bit tight for Nathan. He actually does get balked a little bit. Doesn't quite get the flow of traffic that Briggsy did, so that's probably broken any chance that Nathan had of getting up onto the back of Briggsy. Tom Turner still all over the back of Mark de Jong.
Yeah, and they've dusted off Doug Watson too and pushed Doug back to the back of that little group. So now Reece Tan leading Chad Wiley there in that group, and then Mark de Jong, Tom Turner and Doug Watson. But here we go, our race leader is on his way around to take the checkered flag. A comfortable win for Jesse Woods. Showing his speed and class to the rest of the field again, and Terran Ocean, who had a much better start, has come through to comfortably take second. And Dane Griggs, with a great ride on the little KTM 390, will take the final spot on the rostrum for this one.
Would it be fair to say the Terrans are a bit more conservative these days than a few years gone by?
I'd say so.
Good ride from Nathan Green there. He a little bit back now from Briggsy because he didn't get quite the flow in the traffic that Briggsy. Look at Tom Turner up the inside of Mark de Jong, and I think he'll actually get the place, will he?
Yes, he will.
He does. Great ride, Tom Turner.
That's a great effort to put a production bike on the inside of the GP bike and then hold it to the line.
And somebody of Mark's experience as well.
Absolutely.
He'll be delighted with that, won't he?
He'll be very, very stoked with that.
Incidentally, I did get an update from Harley Phipps during that lunch break. He was unfortunately the faller at the top of the S's in the last lights production class.
Okay.
Reason being that the gearbox is slipping out of gear, and it jumped back a gear on the entry to turn 2 and locked the rear wheel.
Okay.
So
well, that's not ideal.
Not at all. Recent acquisition, that bike, so that's a bit of a shame. Despite that, I think he said he got into the 64s or something, so really, really happy with how he's going on it, but unfortunately, mechanical issues put an end to his day.
No. Well, I've got to say, Dane Griggs, he's riding that little KTM there fantastically well. Now, Dane is, he's an older rider. He's not an old man, but he's an older rider, and he's certainly got a little bit more life attached to his body than some of the younger guys. So for him to get that bike around in those lap times is a phenomenal effort.
Certainly is.
Well, Chris, here we go. We saw some great racing in the next category that's they're just rolling out on the dummy grid, which is good to see. They're getting him out early.
Yeah, so that's the Formula 3.
It's a bit of a mixed category. We've got our new formulas. We've got the pre-modern.
The pre-modern Supersport and the Golden Era Open mixed up with the Formula 3, which is proving to be a very competitive race group with those three classes combined.
And race 1 today, or sorry, race 2 would have been. Was it race 2?
It was race 2.
It was race 2. Have we got back to the start yet? No, we haven't. So it would have been race 1.
Race 1, sorry, you're right.
So we saw Stuart Bugg take, I believe he did confirm, was his first dry race win. He has done ones in the wet before, but also a new PB for Stuart. So needless to say, he was a pretty happy chappy during the lunch break.
Oh, he should be. And like I said, it wasn't just that. It didn't look like a fluke to me. He looked very, very composed on the bike, and it looked like that was the time that he's absolutely capable of any day of the week.
Yes, no, he didn't put a foot wrong, really. Talking to the boys in that group, and James Ryan's bike was a little bit down on power, apparently an exhaust issue with that bike. And I did notice it normally does, being an FZR 1000, it normally does pop the front wheel a little bit down the back straight over the hump, but certainly wasn't in race 1. So I'm not sure whether he's changed something on the exhaust or whether they've worked on to get the bike producing the full power that it can do again. I guess we'll see this time out, but I know Stuart was concerned that if the power comes back on that bike, that he may not have an easier chance to take another victory.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I think Stuart's time is still very competitive, even when James is at full strength. And throw Oscar O'Donovan in there as well, who unfortunately got away to a bad start in the previous race. I think it tells us that we're in for another cracker of a race between these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if Oscar can get a good start, he will be right at the front. We saw certainly in the qualifying times that he could deliver, that he's capable of running right with the front two guys. Great mix of bikes here, Chris. We've got FZR 1000 1989 model. We've got BFR 400s, ZX7s from the 90s. You've got 2005 ZX6 on pole position. There's SB 650s. We've got GSXR 750s.
You're absolutely right. It's good to see it, all these old sports bikes mixed up together and circulating competitively together.
I'm just wondering, I've got Daniel Briggs at the back of the grid there.
He's just doing a practice lap.
Okay, rightio.
But the red flag is in. We're ready for a start, so this is critical for Oscar O'Donovan to get away well. Lights out, and James Ryan typically gets away well, but it's Stuart Bugg from the second row of the grid who'll get up right next to James Ryan. But James will head the field. Stuart Bugg right behind him. And in third place, it must be Peter Bellchambers, is it, Rod?
Oh, I say so. It looks like Bob Sellers on the SV650 coming around the outside there to move into fourth. It is definitely Peter Bellchambers in third.
Now, where on earth is Oscar O'Donovan? That's the big question.
He didn't get a good start again, so he's just on the inside there of, I can't quite tell who it is, but he's shuffled back in about 8th, I think.
Right. Well, it's almost a repeat of race 1, isn't it? He really needs to get away with these front guys.
Yes, with these short races, especially now, trying to make up a bit of time on the program, you can't afford to miss the start. There's just absolutely no chance of recovering with the laps you've got left up your sleeve.
Peter Bellchambers just getting a better of Bob Sellers down the back straight there, but Bob all over him under brakes. Bob certainly putting in. And as you say, what a great mix of machinery. You've got the FZR 1000 out front, ZXR 750 behind him, 1988 GSXR 750 from an SV 650.
Yeah, it must be Peter McEldowney behind Bob Sellers by the look of it. And then it must be one of the BFR 400s in behind him. So like Jonathan Hughes, and I'd dare say to be Lockie Curtis. Just trying to pick up where Larry Eaton is on the track. He's shown in 7th there, so I must have missed Larry.
I thought I saw Craig Johnson out there. Is he not?
No, Craig's got Lockie Curtis riding his bike.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, so it's Craig Johnson's bike, but he's entered it with Lockie Curtis as the rider.
Right.
So Lockie's a young junior and showing a lot of talent and a lot of speed, and they're trying to, they're working hard on giving him a great experience, and he's going to come through the ranks as he progresses.
Interesting to look at the lap times, 8 from James Ryan, who's managing to keep Stuart Bugg behind him. We know Stuart went a bit faster in the morning session, but that might be enough, Rod, for James to be able to hold on to P1.
Yes, absolutely. You know, Stuart did a PB in a 58.2 to win race 1. Looks like if he's going to have a go at winning race 2, he's probably going to have to beat that PB. But he's not out of the hunt. He's right there, Chris. He's 4 or 5 bike lengths behind, but looks like James Ryan's bike maybe is going a little bit better this race. Maybe they found that little bit of missing horsepower.
Look, maybe. Peter Bellchambers off the pace a little bit, flat minute. He's been in the low 58s as a PB on that bike, so not sure if he's having some issues. He also had some gearbox issues last year, but I'm sure that would have been resolved by now.
Yeah, Bob Sellers doing a great job in 4th. He's definitely looking to challenge for that 3rd position.
And further back, who have we got here? That's Lockie Curtis.
John Hughes on the 2 VFR 400s following a SV650 with Peter McEldowney.
Certainly been some fantastic racing in this class today.
Look at the nimbleness of those 400s trying to go around the outside. And look at that. Jonathan Hughes just shows how much more corner speed that little 400 machine can carry.
But that's over an SV650. I just think that's courage and bravery. Really.
It is, absolutely. But that was a great move. But as you can see, the difference in horsepower up the hill is significant. Peter McEldowney had the run on him there, but just couldn't quite get the move running out of track space. But down the back straight here, you'll clearly see the difference between the 650 and the 404.
Now back at the front, James Ryan's still maintaining a small margin over Stuart Bugg. It's going to be interesting to see what the difference is this time round. Last lap was 0.4 of a second. This time 0.8. So James is actually pulling out a little, even though James only did a flat 59 last time round. So Stuart Bugg down. Top of the S's.
Oh,
not sure what happened, but I can only assume touched the front brake while the front wheel was light, and maybe the front end folded. But
that's a damn shame for Stuart. Looks like he's perfectly okay. He's up walking, taking off the gloves. He'd be extremely disappointed.
Without a doubt.
As we all are when we come off our race bikes when it happens. It's not something we enjoy, but it's something that can happen to us all that race motorcycles.
Yeah, I'd be guessing right at the midpoint between turns 1 and 2. You're still on the power. The front's very light, and you transition between brake and throttle and front brake, and it's very easy at that point to go a little bit too much front brake, and the front will just give way. And I think that's what's happened to Buggy.
Yeah, he did put the fastest lap of the race out in the lap before, so 58.79. So.
Real shame.
That's put Peter Bellchambers into 2nd place and Bob Sellers on into 3rd. So it's a great battle between Peter McEldowney, Lockie Curtis. Just trying to Jonathan Hughes, where he's gone backwards on the timing. Is he still there, Chris? I'm just going to have a look. He was in that group.
He's right at the back of the field, so I don't know that he's.
I think that's a timing. No, I can see them up here. So it must be just a timing issue there. So we're just on the back straight here. We've got James Ryan now just coming into the braking area. He's leading the race. Then we've got in close contact behind him, or fair way behind, but in close contact is Bob Sellers. He's just in behind Peter Bellchambers. Then we've got the 3 riders here we're talking about. So just trying to work out where Jonathan Hughes has gone. Oh, here he is. There's Jono.
Yeah, so he's in there, but he's...
so he's actually heading...
He's at the bottom of the timing screen, so something's happened with his transponder, so he'll be getting time manually, and that'll reinstate very shortly. But
so that'll put Jonathan in... he's in 4th position.
No, Oscar O'Donovan's in 4th position, and that's one we've been overlooking. So he's only lapping at a 60.3.
No, but Jonathan's ahead of Oscar because Jonathan's timing...
Of course, you're right.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's up with Oscar? It would appear that he's clearly got some sort of mechanical issue, because we know from his qualifying he went a lot faster than that this morning.
Yes, he certainly did. But what the interest right now is Jonathan Hughes, who's hunting down the guys ahead of him. So there's a fair chance he's got the podium in sight, but we are starting the last lap, so it's going to be tough from where he is. As you can see, Peter Belchambers here, Bob Sellers coming around the sweeper, and a couple of seconds back, Jonathan Hughes on the 400. Then we've got Oscar O'Donovan, and then we've got Lockie Curtis, and then Peter McEldowney.
James Ryan, however, very, very comfortable lead out in front, now at 9.9 seconds, given that Stuart Bugg is parked at the top of the S's. Good battle back there between Matthew Coward and Tim O'Halloran, is it? I think it is Tim, by the looks of it. And then further back, who we got Karen Webb, Trevor Renton.
All right, Chris. Comes James Ryan to take the win.
Yeah, good solid ride there from James. Looking behind him, I don't know if I must have realised by now that Stuart Bugg.
Yeah, he's looks like he's slowing down to. Buggy's got his hands in the air saying, "Sorry, mate."
Well, I think it's like I don't know what happened, and
yeah,
that's what happens when the front goes, isn't it?
Can happen pretty quickly.
Yeah,
you tend to be racing along on your bum, going, "What happened?" It didn't do anything different to last lap.
No, but
as you know, Chris, front end.
Sorry, Matt Coward almost got the better of Tim O'Halloran. I can't say. Well, I actually can because the timing screen's in front of me.
Oh, Daniel Briggs nearly ran up the back of one of the SV650s there.
Tim O'Halloran just on Matt Coward. What a finish that was. Matt Coward coming around the outside. I thought he grabbed it, but no, Tim O'Halloran hung on. Stuart Blake looking to pick his bike up, just inspecting the damage now. But look, I've got to say how good it was to see Stuart walk away from the bike and stand out of harm's way rather than sit there and try and work out what he damaged and try and get it started, because that's what unfortunately we see a few too many riders do, and it causes a lot of havoc with the racing.
I certainly wouldn't want to be standing there mucking around on the bike, Chris. If it was me, I'd be out of the way. And I think he definitely made the right call. It's not a place anywhere like that where a bike could be coming through there or potentially come off the track at quite a bit of speed behind it.
No, he did exactly what he should have. Walked away, let people know he was okay, and the race could continue. Well, that class or race group has certainly produced the goods today. It's a fantastic racing.
Yeah, it's been very enjoyable.
And so is the next one, which is 600 class. Conditions really, I think, are still absolutely perfect here. The slightest breeze, just looking at some of the flags around, there's barely a breath, and the conditions, what we'll say, 21, 22 degrees?
Yeah, early 20s. I'm looking at the weather station down here. I'd say we got about a 2 or 3 kilometre hour breeze, if that.
A tiny bit of cloud around, but really, I don't think you'll get better racing conditions for Basketball.
I think it's probably one of the most perfect days we've seen for a while for running a motorcycle around here.
Well, especially compared to last year.
It would be lovely if this was the weather we were dished up for the 2 hour.
Oh, wouldn't it? I did note, I often note, or take note, I should say, of the weather forecasts, particularly for our ride days. And last year, 8 out of 11 ride days were forecast for rain.
Okay, that's just the unfortunate way the gods dish it out.
That's right, and in previous years, every day is forecast to be like this, so you just get a bad run of it. It's unfortunate because, particularly for the ride days, our road riders don't really want to be putting their pride and joy around on a wet track. That's understandable, but look, having said that, Basketball is a very, very grippy circuit in the wet, and often riders try it and they come back with a smile and they say, you know what, that was much better than I thought it would be, and I actually had a lot of fun.
It certainly is a grippy circuit in the wet. We've seen riders in Superbike lapping in the 58s on a wet track, which is no mean feat.
No, Jason Wiley, I think, last year, was it not?
Yeah, there was a round last year. I think there's a couple other people that that race in the state that have done it as well. I'm sure Brett has, and I think maybe Kurt Chushams from up north may have also done a similar time in the rain.
Yeah, don't know. In fact, I don't even know what the quickest lap time is in the wet. Problem with the wet, of course, is there's varying degrees of wet.
There is.
There's damp, there's patchy, there's slightly wet, and there's very wet.
Well, we just got the recovery vehicle out on the circuit, so while they're picking up Stuart Bugg's fallen bike and Stuart, we'll have a quick drinks break. We'll be back very shortly. All right, Chris, bikes are back on track, but you've jumped ahead on the program. We actually have the Formula Basketball category out now, and the combined with, you have to remind me.
The Formula Basketball field is combined with the Golden Era up to 500.
And over. And today, I think, and over 500, because there isn't any unders.
No, it's the Formula Basketball. It's Formula Basketball over 500.
Right.
And it's Golden Era up to 500.
Okay.
So, yeah, common habit of mine. I do get a bit excited and jumped one race too far forward in the program. So I apologise for that. We're not up to 600 yet. Just trying to confuse race control. Luckily, they're on the ball and I'm not. Easy race winner in 1 and 2. Joseph Browning comes up to take his position. P1 on the grid. It always feels good to be P1.
It certainly does. It's not something I think I've ever experienced. Starting from pole. Too slow.
Still time, Rod? Paul Evans on again.
That's funny, Chris.
Who we're missing from third place?
Well, we haven't got the full. The time's not giving us all the names yet, so.
All right. Well, the red light's on, so ready for start. Joseph Browning once again gets away very nicely. The SV650 of
Neil McAdown.
Can't tell you, but I do know that Joseph Browning leads the field down through. Oh, I tell you what, that was tight. Emma Reeder slammed on the brakes because of that SV650. Just trying to find out who that is. That must be Neil McEldowney. So there's a bit of congestion there.
And it looks like Reese Tan in third, Emma Reeder in fourth.
Yeah, so Emma's been shuffled back a bit, but the main thing is she avoided an issue there. managed to avoid. There's a bit of reshuffling because of the congestion, and suddenly she had her back wheel facing her and had to hit the brakes to avoid contact. But she did that. But Joseph Browning, well and truly clear of the pack, got away to a clean start.
I think Marita's moved into, well, she had moved into third, but Raceday has said, no, I'm going to take that position back on the brakes.
Isn't Reece having a good ride?
He's having a great ride. He's on the little CBR 250, I believe.
Neil McEldowney also having a good race day. Certainly the one having the best is the man at the front, Joseph Browning.
And Garth Newton, who showed some good speed in the race prior they were in. He's got a better start this time, and he's coming through the field as well. So he's in behind Emerita. And I think we'll find Garth should find his way through with Emma, maybe head into third or fourth position.
Yeah, I think Emma's been probably better placed typically in the preceding two races, so she's got a little bit of work to do. But I think she's very capable of it, particularly on the high capacity machine as well. Gets past the SV650 okay. Now right there behind, that's Reece Tan, not running the same class. Reece in the golden era up to 500. But as we keep saying, despite that, on track they still don't really care about who's in which class. They just love racing each other.
Well, as you know, when you've been racing in the past, Chris, it's just another race bike to contend with, another rider. So regardless of classes, you want to beat them, you want to be in front of them.
Yeah, well, I often campaign an historic bike in the modern superbike class, which is always fun. And as you say, you weren't actually going head to head with them, but it certainly made you work hard.
Still, as far as you were concerned, though, it was still another rider to try to finish ahead of. So the racing was hard and fast.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's always enjoyable. Certainly no company though for Joseph Browning, doing it very easily, coming through the chute. Of course, these laps are reduced by 1 lap, so there are now 4 laps remaining.
And Marita's just starting to gather some momentum and find a way up towards the tail end of Raceday. You'd think she should easily dispense with the smaller capacity bike on the straight bits and up the hill.
You should, but lap time wise, there's not much between them. Raceday 64.1 and Marita 64.1.
Okay.
So she's got a bit of work to do to catch him up. Even well, she has to do that before she can pass him. As we said, fantastic ride today from Reece. Looking for our race leader, just coming over the hump at the moment on the back straight. Lap time wise, not as fast as he was this morning. He's gone through 62.1. Not that he really needs to be going a lot faster than that.
No, he doesn't. There's no reason to push. What did he do this morning? A 61.5, I think, was it, Chris?
I don't know that he didn't get into a minute, did he?
I'm not sure. I remember seeing a mid 61 or 61 something. Looks like Emerita's making some ground on Raceday, but she's still about a second back.
Yeah, there's hardly anything between them on that last lap. It was only 0.1 of a second. So it could be because of extra pace. Oh, actually got a yellow flag. Somebody's down there at the end of the main straight, which is unfortunate, just at the entrance of the sweeper. Just looking to find out who that is.
Looks like a front end lose there, Chris. Pretty unfortunately, we see quite a few people lose the front there into the straight. They tip in. It's quite heavily cambered, but that does roll away as you come out of there.
Black and red bike with black leathers. I'm guessing Bradley Van Zetten on CBR 600. Motorcycle City entry. Again, great to see the rider doing the right thing, forgetting about the bike and getting behind the tyre wall for safety. But the yellow flag waving, so that's going to put paid to any overtaking opportunities for any of the other riders. But, I think that's going to be right, that it must be Bradley, which is a bit of a shame because he was having a good race meeting otherwise.
Yeah, he's definitely shuffled down to the bottom of the timing screen, so I think you've called that one correctly.
And again, looks to be perfectly okay. I think it was a pretty harmless little front ender as you described, Rod.
Tends to be what happens there.
Yeah, unless you a bit aggressive on the throttle, you can also high side there. But I think you're absolutely right with where the bike has ended up. It looks like a front ender, and as you say, can be quite easy.
Typically, where we've seen high sides there, having done it myself, it's a little bit further around the corner, sort of closer to the pit entry or a little bit past pit entry.
And the riders don't generally look as healthy as what Bradley does right now.
No, tends to hurt a fair bit when you get flicked over the handlebars there.
If you're lucky enough to know which day it is. But Raceday still holding off Emma Reeder with the last lap board now being displayed. So it's a big test now for Emma. I think she's close enough if she's good enough. But the problem with her for her now is a yellow flag is waving at the end of the back straight, and that's where her best overtaking opportunity is with the higher capacity 600 versus the 250 in front of her. So Raceday pulling out a bit of a gap as they go down through the S's. Bottom of the hill now. So now it's getting into 600cc territory, the drive up the hill, and you can see that that margin just evaporate as she opens the taps on the 600.
And she hasn't got very long. She needs to really make the move before the hump on the straight, because once they get into the braking marker, there will be, with the yellow flag still waving, there's no possibility of passing. So she's too far back, I'd say, Chris, to make that move.
And she does.
Well, maybe not. Using the power of that 600. Now, if Reese goes back past her, he will be no doubt incur a penalty there.
So she's done it beautifully. So as long as the yellow flag wasn't waving up at Calvin's, and I can't see that from here, then she's got it done on the last lap, and that's a great effort from Emma.
We do have a flag marshal halfway down the straight, so there's no flag there being waved. So.
No, sorry, I thought that one was missing, that flag point, but you're right. So that proves that she did that perfectly. Got the pass done before the yellow flag. And of course, going back to our race leader, who has now taken the checkered flag. Another very comprehensive win from Joseph Browning.
Just going to check Joseph's times. Yeah, 62-1 and was his fastest lap in that race. So definitely backed it off a bit from this morning where he did a 61.5, I believe, or roundabout. So Emma Reeder coming through in second, Reece Tan for third, Garth Newton in fourth, Neil McEldowney, Michael Regan, Mandert.
Mandert, Van der Molen.
That'll do. He's in seventh. John Trans, Ben Boxall, and we've got Bradley Van Zetten in 10th.
Who's
unfortunately tipped off.
Tipped off, but as we said, looks to be perfectly okay. So that's the main thing. So Joe Browning certainly having a great day, enjoying basketball raceway here, particularly the basketball Formula basketball class. 3 from 3. But so too Raceday. What a great ride from him today.
Yeah, he's certainly riding very well. It's coming down that back straight on the last lap. You'd almost wish you just had that little bit more horsepower when you see your second place get just blown away in a straight line like that.
Yeah, very little you can do about it.
There's nothing you can do about it when you're on a 250 versus a 600. But,
that's right.
It is what it is. And those little bikes, they need to make up, they try and they do. They make up the time from turn 1 through to Calvin's onto the straight and with corner speed and agility.
Yeah, look, you've got to play to your strengths. But I think Reece was doing that.
Well, Chris, we might as well take a quick drinks break while they're picking up the fallen bike, and we'll be back shortly for the 600cc TAS Supersport. Rightio, we've got one of our exciting categories we like to watch, the Tas Supersport 600s, just spreading up in pit lane.
Certainly one of our favourites at the moment. Last year and this year proving to be very, very big fields, competitive fields. And I'm looking forward to this one as well, Rod.
Yeah, look, we saw some great racing in race 2. Race 1 wasn't quite what we thought. Still very good racing, of course. But we expect it to be very, very close at the front with 3 or 4 guys pushing each other for the win.
Yeah.
We did see a bit more of that in race 2 with Matthew Long pretty well in touch with Mitch Hawksley, but not quite able just to bridge that small gap towards the finish.
No, Mitch has certainly been the standout, not only in consistent fast lap times, but he's been absolutely blitzing them off the line. But turnaround this time could be that Matthew Long has slotted in a brand new rear tyre. So as we have said a number of times, that can make the difference. It gives you that extra bit of bite when you're searching for grip. And it's going to be really interesting to see what he can do.
It certainly does make a difference. If you could afford to, you'd have a new set of tyres on every time you hit the track, but it's unfortunately cost preventative at times.
Yeah, but look, there's no two ways about it. Matt knows exactly what he needs to do, but from the second row of the grid, that's where it's hard when Mitch has been getting the starts that he has. So too Jono Hughes, he needs to get a slightly better start to try and at least keep Mitch at bay.
And Marcus Delaney, who's had a couple of shockers in his starts, normally he's pretty good. So I'm not sure if he's gone back to his other bike, because he does have 2 R6s at his disposal. But anyway, we'll see very shortly in the starter's hands. The red flag is in, looking for the red light on the tower.
Red light is on and racing once again. Mitch Hawksley, just absolutely blinding start, time to perfection.
And a great start from Matthew Long, a great start from the second row. He does slot into second place. So
okay, so that's where he needs to be. Got a couple of bike links to make up on Mitch, but with that brand new rear tyre, it's going to make the difference for these opening laps, and it might be enough to get him onto the back wheel of Mitch. Jono Hughes, where he wants to be, right on the back wheel of Matthew Long. And Marcus Delaney finally got a good start, and he's right on the back of Jono Hughes. So this is what we've been waiting for all day.
Now, I think Marcus might have used his older bike, the one he's been campaigning last year for this race. So maybe that was the difference. Maybe that one's just set up better, or it's got better clutches or something in it. But he definitely hasn't made a mistake on the start this time.
And this is what we're used to seeing. These 4 guys at the front fighting it out, and they're in a good position to be doing that. But Mitch Hawksley doing what he does best, leading the field through for the end of the first lap. Matthew Long, I don't know if he's gathered anything yet, but now's the time that that new tyre is going to make a difference.
Yep, Jonathan Hughes looking very strong on the brakes there into turn 2, coming down the hill.
I think the boys dropping Marcus off just a fraction. Looks like that gap's just got out a little bit between Jono Hughes and Marcus Delaney.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a gap back to Peter Bellchambers. Not sure who's behind Peter. It looks like Matt Carey, Brian Smith, Martin Long he's riding very well this weekend.
He certainly is.
Josh Rees and Oscar O'Donovan rounding out the top 10 at this point.
I was actually on circuit with Martin a couple of ride days back, and I was really impressed, particularly under brakes, how strong he is. Had the back wheel coming off the ground, get very wiggly.
Well, that's good. We've seen improvement, because we can go back a couple of years and we know it was a little bit different then. So good to see Martin, an older rider, but learning and improving all the time.
Yes, he often jokes that I made mention a couple of times. Whenever I came to lap him, he was always at the same place up at Suckers. He was always there. Anyway, he can laugh about it, and I think the difference is now that he's improved hand over fist compared to those days. He's doing a great job out there at the moment. He's also saying that he gets all Matthew's old tyres as hand-me-downs.
Well, that'll certainly help. I don't think Matthew's using his tyres till they're worn out. So
gap maybe pulled out a little bit. Mitch Hawksley still doing a great job there at the front. I'm saying that new tyre of Matt's might make a difference, but at the moment it was a gap of 1 second last time round. It's 0.97, so really no difference. John O'Hughes being dropped off a tiny bit, and unfortunately Marcus Delaney starting to be dropped off as well. He's back now 5 seconds in arrears from the leader. Lap times, Rod, we're into the 56.3s is the quickest for Mitch.
Yeah, Matthew Long's got the fastest lap of the race so far. I'll just check what that is.
Look at this group of riders at the bottom of the hill from Peter Bellchambers, Matt Carey, Brian Smith, Martin Long, Josh Rees, Oscar O'Donovan and Sam Gala.
Yeah, they're all locked together, and even David Bartell. So they're all locked together within about a second and a half to 2 seconds.
Absolutely brilliant racing up there from that group.
Just looking at the fastest lap of the race so far is Matty Long. He's in P2 at 56.28. Nothing in it in the lap times. 56.33 for Mitch Hawksley and a 56.72 for Jonathan Hughes.
But the
gap still is extending out though. It's 1.19.
It was 0.9, so 0.3 of a second is what Mitch has pulled out on Matt. He's showing his class, isn't he?
He certainly is.
And as I keep saying, he just doesn't put a foot wrong. You don't see him run wide. You don't see him get loose. Look at this field going down through the S's at the moment. From Peter Bellchambers, bikes going everywhere. Peter Bellchambers, Matt Carey, Brian Smith, Martin Long, Josh Rees, Oscar O'Donovan, Sam Gala is now in touch with them as well. So it's just going off that group.
You'd want to be somewhere either in the middle, I reckon.
Wow, absolutely spectacular watching that big field of 600s file up over suckers. But Mitch Hawksley, beautiful style on the bike, over the start-finish line, goes through with a 56.2. The gap now out to 1.9 seconds. So,
and the fastest lap of the race as well, so far.
So that new tyre hasn't done the trick for Matthew.
No, the time's surprising me, Chris. I was expecting 55s with these conditions today with the 600 guys. We've seen them, a lot of these guys do the 55s in the past, and probably I would have thought not in as good a condition as today.
Look, me too. I would have thought the same thing, but despite that, the racing's been absolutely fantastic. And if you look at that group of bikes going up the hill at the moment, Rod, you've got 7 bikes there, nose to tail. I think there's going to be some action in that group towards the end of the race.
Yeah, well, we've got the last lap just out now for Mitch Hawksley as he crosses the line.
Yeah, comfortable lead now over Matthew Long. Further gap back to John O'Hughes.
Yeah, they all are filing into the end of the straight. That's 7 or 8 bikes all vying for that one piece of track.
Yeah, good job from Peter Bellchambers to be heading up that field. But so too, as you said, Martin Long, Matt Carey in the mix.
Like Martin Long's having a look up the inside there. He's gone up the inside of Matt Carey, but he's going to run wide. And
Brian Smith up there inside of Matt Carey. No, Matt's going to shut the door. No,
Brian's going. Okay.
Bike going everywhere. Josh Rees around the outside of Matt Carey. Last lap, so they're all going to put everything into this. Sam Gala right on the back of Oscar O'Donovan, looking for a run up the inside of the Kelvins. Oh, gee, I tell you what, Sam, no room there.
Right, we've just got Mitch Hawksley coming over the line to take the checkered flag. A very nice ride again for Mitch Hawksley. Matthew Long taking second. Jonathan Hughes just a little bit back there for third. What a great ride. And Marcus Delaney, he's just heading around now for fourth place. We'll head back to this group.
Look at these bikes under brakes. They're everywhere.
Looks like still Peter Bellchambers heading the group up. Martin Long here looks like he's going to have a run around the outside. He's going to try here, Chris.
He certainly is. Not close enough. I tell you what, there's bikes everywhere out on the white line in the dirt. Absolutely fantastic racing out of the 600 class here today. I think the standout there has got to be Martin Long, 58.9.
Wow. That'll be a PB for Martin.
I think it'd have to be. I reckon Matthew might be wanting his old tyre back.
I'm sure that's a PB for Martin. No doubt we'll be able to get that information out of him down in the pits in an hour or so's time.
He would have to be delighted with that, and should be. So another very, very exciting 600cc race there. what a class it's been.
Yes, you can easily see why we split them up with running with the thousands like we yesteryear. Used to combine the categories, but with the sheer size of the 600 field these days, they now have their own race, which is fantastic, and the thousands run on their own. So,
and it's the class has prospered since doing that. So obviously, combining them was holding them back. Unfortunately, you can't say the same for the superbikes, which seem to be falling away, which is really, really disappointing. I know there's a few superbikes sitting around in people's garages not being used. So, the old saying, use it or lose it.
You're dead right. There's a few riders that we know that are normally seen competing here that are not here today, which is a shame.
It is.
Certainly some very fast riders, so various reasons.
And I should say, without putting too fine a point on it, if you want this class to survive, you've got to support it.
Think back a few years ago, Chris, it was the pendulum was the other way. We had a lot more 1000cc bikes, especially when the classes were combined, and the 600s at times were very light on. So we've seen a big swing to the 600cc category.
Oh, look, absolutely. And the quality of the racing we just saw. You can see why it's a popular class. And it's a good thing because, the bikes are not slow. I know they lack a little bit of horsepower over the big thousands, but they get around very, very well and produce some outstanding racing, as we just saw. And they're affordable. Well, speaking of exciting racing, I think one of the standout classes today has been the Tassie Juniors.
Yeah, look, not a lot of bikes on field, but the racing's been very close, and we've seen a lot of battles for the lead and shuffling for positions. It's great to see the juniors out there on track and learning their craft and getting themselves conditioned for racing in the future.
It's fantastic to watch, and typical of junior racing. You already see the parents making their way to the side of the track, all friendly at the moment. Wait until the kids are going head to head on track. So I suppose the question is Tom Turner going to be able to turn the tables and get his first race win for the day?
Well, he certainly looked like he had the pace in the previous race to get that win. He was definitely quicker on the run around the sweeper, but it's a matter of when you've got a bike ahead of you, you can be faster, but if you've got that bike walking you, you need to find that track position where you can use your corner speed.
Well, certainly credit to Brodie Curtis, who's been doing everything he needs to do. He's got 2 from 2 so far, and he was a real talent last year as well. But Tom's been knocking on the door, and we saw how well Tom rode in the lights production class to actually pit Mark Diol over the line. So Tom's coming on in leaps and bounds. It's fantastic to watch. But what can you do in this? And of course the trio further back, the Ava Connell, Gus O'Halloran, and David Coward have been putting on some spectacular racing for us. Not sure we're going to see another big wheelie from Tom Turner. I don't know that that's going to form a regular part of his race starts. Gee, I tell you what, Brodie Curtis giving his gearbox a hard time there.
Yeah, there's something not quite right.
Despite that, we're ready for a start. The red flag's in, red light is on, and racing. And once again, Tom Turner does launch the front wheel, but not as bad. But this time he actually gets away, beats the field for the run into turn 1, and I think not quite.
No, he doesn't quite have the horsepower.
It certainly looks like that bike of Brodie's has got a bit of straight line speed, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly looked like he had. Like I thought Tom had the run into turn 1, but Brodie went round the outside comfortably into turn 1 to take the lead. So
look at the start. Gus O'Halloran has got as well. Massive lead over David Coward and Ava Connell. So I missed that. I didn't see the start that little Gus has got, but he certainly made good use of getting away well. But Tom Turner all over the back of the moment of Brodie Curtis as they run down the Calvins. First time down the straight. Certainly doesn't look to be a lot of difference in straight line speed there, but acceleration-wise off the line, it looked to be quite different, didn't it, Rod?
It certainly did, but both on the same model of Yamaha R15s. Whether it's a gearing thing or I'm not sure, but we saw this in the previous races, the difference of each rider as they exit the end of the straight and they head around the sweeper. Now, Tom Turner's clearly got more drive at the end of the straight for the first part of the sweeper, but then seems to lose out on the second part. So, not sure what that is, Chris. Whether it's a gearing thing or whether it's just different riding styles or maybe different ages of the bikes, different power. You wouldn't think they'd be you'd think they'd be very similar, both 150cc Yamaha.
Yeah, look, I don't know, but certainly at the moment you can't, you wouldn't be able to throw a blanket over them. But you could throw a blanket over them, I should say, because you can't split them.
Well, you can see there up the hill and down Calvin's there, they're absolutely exactly the same in speed. So
don't know, but once again, it's producing some great racing. We've got Brodie just holding off Tom looking for a pull out of the draft and maybe...
Can you get a draft on one of these bikes?
Oh, you've got to be able to get a bit, surely. I don't know what speed they'd be pulling down there, maybe 160?
Oh, I think it's probably less than that.
Yeah, maybe.
I reckon it's more like about 135, 140. I don't think they've got the power to do any more than that, to be honest.
But aren't these guys doing a great job?
They certainly are. You'd imagine they'd be totally tapped on by halfway down the straight. So they're carrying good corner speed onto the straight. So
sorry, Rod, you keep going.
I was going to say they're carrying good corner speed onto the straight, so they'd be pretty much tapped out by halfway down, I would imagine.
Just going to say that Ava Connell has now come up onto the back of Gus O'Halloran. David Cower's been dragged along with Ava, so once again a group of three. But at the moment, Gus O'Halloran still leads the two larger bikes behind him. Back to our leaders, who are just going through Calvin's at the moment. I don't know what Tom Turner can do from there. He's throwing everything at it, including the kitchen sink. He's trying everything he can, but he just doesn't seem to be able to find an opening.
No, they're absolutely identical in pace. As we can see, there's nothing between them. But you can see there, Tom does get balked there. He's looking for a run up the inside, but we've seen in previous laps and certainly in previous races, he just doesn't have the pace from mid part of the corner through the sweeper.
Yeah, that's right. That's as you're referring to there, right in the sweeper. For some reason, Tom seems to have an advantage there. Brodie does pause mid-sweeper as if he's either going for another gear or what, I don't know. But there's a slight pause in his acceleration, and Tom gets right over the back of him. But still not enough to be able to beat him over the line, I don't think.
No, and as you can see here, going up the hill, they're absolutely identical up the hill through Suckers and heading down towards Calvin's. There's absolutely no advantage on either motorcycle.
And further back, we've got Gus O'Halloran still holding off Ava Connell. Ava looking for a way round the outside as they drive up the hill. But that little KO150 certainly doesn't...
It's not
shy on speed, is it, up the hill?
No, it's definitely not slow.
I mean, it's probably the slowest of the three, but only just.
Looks like we're on the last lap, Chris. We've got the checker flag out.
Checker flag is out.
So Tom Turner, he has to have if he wants to try and take this win from Brodie Curtis, he has to have a good old run around the outside here, but
it's just not enough acceleration there. So once again, Brodie Curtis.
Great ride from both Brodie and Tom. But Brodie Curtis takes the win. Tom Turner in second.
Poor old Gus, he's been blown away down the back straight on the last lap.
This happened in race 2, didn't it?
Ava Connell round the outside of David Cowart. She's not scared and will actually get the job done. David looking for a run down the inside through the chute. No. So it's going to be Ava Connell from David Cowart, and unfortunately Gus, who led the other two for the entire race, got swamped on the straight on the last lap.
Yeah, it's a shame because that's exactly what happened to him in one of the previous races. He was in third the whole race and got to the last lap, and they just used their horsepower, well, the extra power, I should say, maybe not horsepower, But the extra power of those bigger bikes.
But seriously, for Gus's first race meeting, what a great job he's done.
He's doing a fantastic job. Look, all the juniors are riding really well. Let's not forget we're talking, from what is Gus 11?
11 through to 16.
Through 11 through to 16. So it's great to see people letting their children enjoy what they love and get out on track and have some fun.
But look, it's also demonstrated what a great proving ground it is and training ground. That the fact that we've seen Tom Turner today competing in lights production and take it up to some experienced races. And also the likes of Oscar O'Donovan have gone up to already be competitive in the 600 class. And we've seen Chad Wiley very competitive in the lights production. So it's doing what it's intended to be a good, safe introduction to juniors, a good, like I say, training and proving ground, and they can transition into the bigger classes when they're old enough. But at the moment, this Tassie Junior class is very entertaining.
Yeah, it certainly is. They've proven it today with even though we're only seeing 5 riders, the racing's been fantastic. All 3 races so far have been very close and a lot of dicing for positions.
Yeah, it'd be great to get the word out there that junior racing is happening. It's unfortunate that mainstream media aren't interested in motorcycle racing, despite our best efforts. Always a source of disappointment for our club, but we do our best to get the word out there. I know people are disappointed by the lack of promotion, but I can guarantee you that our committee works very hard to do everything we can. Unfortunately, we're often just what's the word? We don't get any traction at all with any mainstream media. But it's such a shame when you see that little junior class. What a great opportunity is for kids to get into some good competitive sport. And
in a pretty safe environment.
That's right, with a great nurturing club as well.
Rightio, Chris. That brings us back to Tas Superbike. Looks like conditions are still very good, so very little air flow, very little, I should say, wind blowing across the circuit. So looking at the weather station, it's very little breeze coming across the track. Typically we see in many previous race meetings quite a gusty afternoon breeze. Thankfully today we're not seeing it at this point. So I think we're still going to see some very competitive lap times.
I think so, and obviously the things we'll be watching for, whether Brett Simmons can dip into the 52s. He's been knocking on the door all day, getting late in the day to be doing it, but never ever say, well, with Brett, never say never, is what I'm trying to get out. The other feature of the weekend, of the day, gee, I'm starting to struggle with my words now, Rod. The 2 Jasons, Jason Wiley, Jason Spencer.
Yes.
Fantastic racing between those 2, one apiece so far in beating each other, so this one will be interesting.
Yes, they're very similar in pace, so you couldn't, you'd be betting man to bet one against the other. One thing, if I was betting on the race, it's hard to go past our pole position man and winner of the previous 2 races, Brett Simmons, who is also the current lap record holder here for Superbike, or outright motorcycle lap record, I should say. Yeah,
it won't be betting against Brett for the win, but I suppose the contest, as I said, between the 2 Jasons, which is going to be fantastic. So the red light's on. Racing. Brett Simmons typically gets away very, very well. Jason Spencer right on his heels. Jason Wiley, maybe not such a good start. Edges out Chris Clark, who was just on the outside of Jason Wiley, but Brett Simmons takes up his normal position at the head of the field. Already put maybe a couple of bike lengths gap, but the important thing, I guess, Rod, is that Jason Spencer has got the better of Jason Wiley off the line.
Yes, the table's been reversed on the previous races, so will that be enough for Jason Spencer to have that little advantage? Maybe can he get away from Jason Wiley?
Well, this should be interesting because I don't think Jason Spencer's had clear track in front of him because Brett Simmons is out enough that it's not going to balk Jason, so it's going to be interesting to see what Spence can do here.
Well, we know all riders, especially the first 3, we know they're very strong on the brakes and pretty much everywhere around this circuit. So Jason Spencer in second place he's the current lap record holder for a 600cc bike around the track. has made the step up to Superbike. But we know all three riders here are very capable, very, very fast.
Yeah, nothing much between them at the moment, other than Brett, who is eking out the gap, as we'd expect. But Jason Wiley maybe being dropped off half a second from Jason Spencer. Certainly not all over his back wheel. Next time through should be interesting. Great job too from Chris Clark. He's already gapped the two riders behind him. Although Wade Schrader this time, he's left Jezza Huddleston well and truly behind. Wade's
got Chris Clark in his sights. He's going to have a go. I want to run with you this race, so we'll see if he can do that. He's certainly on the hunt.
So this time through, Brett Simmons goes through with a 53.7. Jason Spencer 54.5. 54.8 from Jason Wiley. So Jason Spencer is actually eking out a bit of a gap over Jason Wiley.
Now, Jason Wiley, they're very strong into turn 2 on the brakes. As you can see, he made up a fair bit of ground there, like 2 or 3 bike lengths. But that's just, as we see with different brands of bikes and different gearing and different riders, they've all got weaknesses and strong points on different parts of the circuit.
Just having a look at the lap times from Chris Clark and Wade Schrader. 57.6 from Chris Clark, 57.7 from Wade Schrader. So our eyes did not deceive us. Wade's having a great ride. 57, and he's got Chris in his sights.
Probably his first time at the 57s too.
I think it probably is. As I've said, he's coming on very, very strongly. Oh, Jason Spencer out of the seat a little bit there. Trying to keep in touch with Jason Spencer, but at the moment, Jason Spencer holds a 2.9 second gap over Jason Wiley. So Jason's got a bit of work to do.
And a 53.59 on the last lap for Brett Simmons. 54.4 for Jason Spencer and a 54.75 for Jason Wiley.
Gap between Chris Clark and Wade Schrader.
About 2 seconds, just over, or 2.2.
Difficult, but shortened race. It's probably going to be a bit too hard. But the main thing is he's riding it so well. It's good to see.
The first 3 bikes there pulling fairly large power wheelies down the back straight. Great to see. We always appreciate it. Putting on all the horsepower that they have.
Jason Spencer certainly keeping Jason Wiley at bay. Gap out to 1.4 seconds between the two, so they might have come down a bit actually. I might have to eat my words there. What was the lap time last time around? They both did 54s, so maybe I got the margin wrong last time around.
Just looking at where Wade Schrader is, he's definitely not going to challenge Chris Clark from there, but he's definitely having a great ride.
No, Wade he did 59.9 last time around, so I don't know what happened. 57.7 his best time, so he must have had an issue somewhere on track. Yeah, and that's put him out of contention, as you said, Rod.
Easy to do when you're riding at pace around the circuit. Could run wide at Suckers is an obvious place.
Brett Simmons 53.5 last time through. Sorry, 54.1 last time through. Jason Spencer 54.8. And Jason Wiley 55.3. So I wouldn't say that Jason Wiley's definitely out of it, but it's getting very, very hard for him.
Yeah, no, he's too far back from there, unfortunately.
A mistake from Jason Spencer will be enough. That's all he needs, but he's not going to do it in track pace at the moment.
Good to see Chris Clark. He's just put his fastest lap of the day in so far with a 57.15, so he's almost knocking on the 56s.
Well, I think he did a 6 earlier in the day.
Okay.
So, like I say, brilliant return for Chris. Brett Simmons coming around to pick up the last lap board. He goes through with a 53.8. Jason Spencer 55.2. Jason Wiley 55.3. So it's a long way back from there, Rod, with 1 lap to go.
Yes, unfortunately.
Jason Wiley, that is.
Anyway, Jason Wiley is going to catch Jason Spencer from theirs with a mistake from Spence, which is very rare. Can happen, but these guys have done a lot of laps around this circuit and other circuits around the country, so they know their racecraft pretty well by now.
Great ride from both the Jasons though. The Honda of Jason Spencer's probably down on power a bit, but probably a better suited bike to Basketball Raceway. But even so, they're both getting around in similar sort of times. Brett Simmons, another checkered flag. Very comfortable winner. Jason Spencer coming through to pick up a really very impressive second place from Jason Wiley.
Chris Clark will be comfortably in fourth. Just on the run around the sweeper now, and then we'll pick up Wade Schrader and Jeremy Huddleston.
Bit of a lonely ride there for Chris Clark, and makes his lap time even more impressive. There's nothing to spur him on or anyone to catch.
Definitely need some more numbers in the Superbike field, Chris. Be nice to see another 4 or 5 bikes find their way back on the grid.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's a few sitting around in people's garages. I know there's one in yours.
There is one in mine. Wouldn't say it was a Superbike, but it does have a one with 3.0 engine in it, but it's not a Superbike. But anyway, there is quite a few more around the place as well. Unfortunately, they're not here today.
It's another very, very comprehensive win there from our state champion, Brett Simmons. Impressive ride from Jason Spencer, and a sign of things to come. I think he's only going to build speed as the season progresses. And good to see another great ride from Jason Wiley too.
Certainly, those first 3 bikes as they roll past our commentary box window here, Chris, all very well presented. 3 different brands, but all great-looking race bikes.
Yeah, it's great to see a race bike rolled out at that level of presentation. It does catch the eye, and it raises the profile of the sport as well. So it certainly impresses me to see bikes, of that level of presentation.
Wade Schrader just coming through into Petrie, Chris. You can see his bike's got a very interesting colour scheme. Looks like a zebra. It's quite striking in the way that it presents.
And, I don't know if it's got a tail on it, has it? Or ears?
I don't think so. But Jeremy Huddleston, who that bike's recently been rebuilt from an accident, so I haven't actually had a close look at that in the pits, but it looks like it follows on to the same colour scheme of his Moto3 bike.
Well, interestingly, that design and the fairings as well came from Levi Day in the UK.
Okay.
Who works in with bike graphics.
Right.
Levi Day, actually an ex 2-hour competitor who's been racing very successfully in the UK. But that's who did that colour scheme, and it looks absolutely immaculate in the flesh.
Yes, remember Levi Day. He would have been here for the inaugural 2-hour.
He was indeed. He was. Raced a CBR 600 with Boyd Witzman.
2014. No, I raced the CBR 600 with Boyd Witzman in 2014, so it must have been on a different bike.
Must have been the year before then.
No, the first year was 2014.
Oh, well, you must have been 15 because he raced with Boyd Witzman the first year. There's YouTube footage of it.
Maybe I rode with Boyd in 2015 then. I'm not sure now.
Anyway, bikes on track. GP Lights Production produced some fantastic racing. We're still waiting to see an official 59 from our pole sitter and race 1 and 2 winner.
Race 1 and 2 winner, Jesse
Woods.
Well, we did see a 59.85 on the timing for Jesse, but unfortunately, yes, he did the lap time, but it was cancelled due to a red flag incident at the end of race 1. As far as Jesse's concerned, though, Chris, he knows that he did the lap time legitimately. It's just the timing, or what they do with timing of the red flag, they take that previous lap off. So,
yeah, that's right. So he knows that he's capable of it, and I'm sure we're going to see it again
at some stage
this year.
I think the ride of the day so far for me, I've got to say Dane Griggs on the KTM 390. To get third in that previous race and hold off 2 GP bikes that weren't too far behind him was a great ride.
Yeah, I think I'd have to second that. It's Very, very, very impressive. I mean, just take nothing at all away from Jesse in front, who's obviously also on a four-stroke production bike, but I guess just where Dane's come from. We know that Jesse's been riding at a high level for some time. But just looking down there as well, so too, what a great ride from Reece Tan.
Yeah, there's been a lot of great rides today. Let's hope Taranaki can get a competitive start on the 125 two-stroke Grand Prix based machine, because we've seen typically the 125 struggle to get off the line off the four-stroke bikes, and the race can be pretty much over for Taran if he can't get a clean start.
Good to see Heath Fielding back on the grid. He was a non-finisher in race 2.
Alrighty, red flag is in, so we're in the starter's hands. The light is on the tower. And we're racing, and a great start again from Jesse Woods.
And Dane Griggs got the four-stroke up the inside of the GP bikes, but Heath Fielding, I think, is going to pick up P3. No, Dane Griggs will hold on.
Looks like Taran Ocean around the outside. Look at Taran Ocean there, using the corner speed of the GP bike to fire it a long way around there, but he should hold it, and he does as he goes down through turn 3.
Yeah, unbelievable. He carried so much more speed into the top of turn 2 than anyone else, but it's paid off for him.
Just shows the nimbleness of those lightweight Grand Prix based bikes.
It does, but is it going to be enough for him? Because Jesse Woods has already got a little gap over the field, so Taran's going to have to really put his head down here, try and get on the back of Jesse's back wheel, because I believe if he does get that close, he should be able to stay there and challenge him.
Yeah, look, and if Taran can get ahead of Jesse, the strength of the little GP bike will ultimately affect the speed that Jesse has, because he has to rely on that corner speed, and he doesn't have the outright straight line speed to blow that 125 GP bike away. So if Taran can get ahead of Jesse, he's going to use that strength to balk Jesse in the corners.
Great move from Daniel Briggs there as well to go around the outside of Heath Fielding over the start-finish line. So Briggsy starting to become more comfortable with his new Moto3 bike. But that gap at the front, I think that might have come down a bit, hasn't it?
It's definitely come down. Taran's really, really on it on this race, so he's desperate to get a win. Having seen his great rival Jesse Woods get better of him in the previous 2 races.
Well, interesting. Last time over the stripe, there was 0.9 of a second between them. So this time around, I think it's got to be less than that. I'd be saying that's down to about 0.4.
Yeah, and you can see the strength of the Grand Prix bike on the brakes. So Taran Ocean, he's within striking distance here. So it's a matter of where he's going to use the strength of the Grand Prix bike, if he can, to try to get up the inside of Jesse Woods, who's not a shabby competitor by any stretch of the imagination. So
0.3 is all over the back of Jesse Woods through turn 1 now. So Taran, as you say, definitely desperate for the win. Out of the seat, I noticed a little bit through the on the drive through the chute, so he's definitely on it.
You'd think that the 4-stroke might just have that little bit more drive off the corner until the 2-stroke gets into its sweet spot.
I think you're right, but I think that's where the 4-stroke has the advantage, and as you said earlier, the nimbleness of the light GP bike and the better handling is where it makes up its ground. So,
well, this is where it's going to happen, Chris. Taran Ocean's in the best position he's been in all day, and they're just coming onto Calvert's now. He's going to get the toe here, and he's going to use the bigger brakes that he should have at the end of the straight. And that, as you can see, that straight line speed of the Grand Prix bike, he's just got enough on there to outbrake Jesse Woods.
And he does.
And he's gone into the lead, so let's see if Jesse can respond. But Taran Ocean riding, that's the best we've seen him ride all day so far.
It is. So now the question is, what can Jesse Woods do about it? Of course, he doesn't have to do anything because they're racing separate classes, but tell Jesse Woods that.
Look, and the times a 60.54 for Taran Ocean, a 61.12 for Jesse Woods.
And Heath Fielding just got past Daniel Briggs as well. So great little battle there for, what are they in?
4th and 5th, I would imagine.
4th and 5th. Lots of dicing back further in the field, but at the moment, all the focus is on the front because Taran Ocean probably 0.2, 0.3 over Jesse Woods at the moment. Jesse's going to have to extract a digit here. Lap times last time round, 60.5. So
Jesse Woods got a really good run on the straight there through Calvin's, and it's shown as he's carried that speed. Look at this. It's going to be a battle of the brakes between a production bike and a Grand Prix bike. What's going to win out? Looks like the lighter bike, the GP base from Taran Ocean.
Yep. holds the outside line, rounds up Jesse Woods under brakes.
This is what we want to see, Chris. A bit of cut and thrust at the front.
Absolutely.
Both very fierce competitors. They're no doubt good friends, but they want to beat each other, and they're showing you this is how you ride a lights bike.
60.8 last time round, so there's a little bit in reserve for at least Jesse. You know, he was in the 59s earlier in the day, so you'd think he's going to be able to strike back from there.
He's definitely going to try.
Dane Griggs, brilliant position in third place, still holding off the two GP bikes behind him of Daniel Griggs and Heath Fielding.
Then you've got Garth Newton, Reece Tan, and looks like Nathan Green.
Yeah, another great battle further back.
Like Nathan Green, he's going to go past Reece Tan up into Suckers.
And a much better ride this time around from Mark de Jong as well. He's further up the field.
Jesse Woods having another look at the end of the straight. He's rehearsing that move, but it's going to be a tough one to do because if he can get up the inside of Terran Ocean, he's then got to hold him as they run around the start-finish.
Don't know where he's going to do it. Looking for a run up the inside in turn one, but that's probably a bit ambitious, I think. Terran Ocean, Terran riding very, very well at the moment.
Jesse Woods is fastest lap of the race on that last lap, so he's definitely trying. You can't tell either rider here that they're in different classes. It doesn't matter who finishes ahead of them because they both want to get that track position. They both want to see the checkered flag first.
Yeah, look, at this stage, I'd be saying that Jesse's going to find it hard from there. Taryn is riding very, very well at the moment. I'm not saying he can't do it. I just think that he's going to try very hard because Taryn is very impressive.
What's going to come into play here, Chris, is the lap traffic. Jesse Woods, a great drive down the back straight. He's gone around the outside of Terran Ocean, taken back into the lead. A fantastic move. He obviously got a great run onto Calvin's, which we can't really see through the bridge. But Terran Ocean up the inside, there's a lap rider. It's
Leah Renton and Terran Ocean. I think he's going to take it back into turn one and does.
Oh, that's very Terran Ocean, desperate to take this victory.
Particularly with lap traffic, that was a big move.
That was a very big move. So thought there was going to get a bit pear-shaped there.
Now I think the last lap board's out as well. It is being displayed. I'm not sure if that's being prepared for the next time round or they just received that.
No, I'm pretty sure it's for this lap. So this is it. It's saying we're on. It's saying one lap to go. So Jesse Woods is going to have a red-hot crack at Terran Ocean here, and it's going to be on.
It's got to be a braking duel at the end of the straight, isn't it?
It's going to be a braking duel, but even with the braking duel, there's going to be a big push for either rider to take the other one on the sweeper. And we've seen it happen before by half a wheel at the line. So
and lap traffic.
And Jesse Woods again using a great drive onto the straight. He's gone into the lead and we've got lap traffic. So
the lap traffic's going to cause a problem here.
It's going to be touch and go with the lap traffic if someone can get through cleanly. But otherwise, Jesse Woods, a great ride. He's going to take the win. Oh, he's wide there, but he's going to hold it to the line. Fantastic ride. Well done. Very, very good ride from both riders. Terran Ocean probably feel like the lap traffic didn't suit his push for the win there at the end, but Jesse timed it to perfection.
No, look, they both absolutely deserve the win there. Outstanding ride from both riders.
Great ride, and I'd say that's been the race of the day for us so far. It's been right from start to finish a ripper of a race.
Couldn't agree more, and that's exactly what Terran Ocean's capable of. It's great to see him riding in that sort of form because he's a very spectacular rider.
So the gong goes for Terran for the fastest lap of the race at 60.54, but at the finish there over the line is 0.18 seconds between the two. So great riding from the two guys at the front, Jesse and Terran, and fantastic also to see Dane Griggs. He's stayed in third position, kept Heath Fielding and Daniel Briggs on the GP bikes behind him. Nathan Green, Garth Newton, Reece Tan, Chad Wiley and Mark de Jong rounding out the top 10. Well, that was a great race, Chris.
Absolutely superb. It's exactly what we come out here to see, and the boys turned it on for us. It's really been a fantastic day's racing, to be honest, but that one in particular, as you say, great friends between the two of them, but gee, I tell you what, they turn on some great racing.
How good are these conditions? I'm just looking at the weather station down
Just perfect.
Here. Have a look at the weather station right here. There's virtually not an ounce of wind to be seen.
Nah, it's as good as we've seen out here. And as I say, it's producing some fantastic racing as well.
Definitely the race today for me. Two guys very, very hungry for the win and pushing each other right to the limit on the last lap.
Coming up next, one of our other favourites being the Formula 3, the Golden Era Open and the Pre-Modern Supersport. James Ryan picking up the win last time round. We don't know what happened to Oscar O'Donovan. He was off the pace a little, so let's hope they've sorted that out, because it'd be great to see Oscar up there. Unfortunately, Stuart Bugg, he was the non-finisher, having lost the front for the run into the top of the S's. Clearly not back out there, so you'd expect the bike's not repairable today.
No, he's on his spare bike, Chris. He does have two ZX7s at his disposal. So
there you go. I was looking for the green bike and so it went straight under my nose.
The spare bike's yellow. So great to see Stuart back out there on his spare bike.
Potentially a little more tentative between 1 and 2 this time around, but you don't know. He might know exactly what he did wrong.
Well, the other thing is we don't know how well set up this bike is. Is it as competitive as his other bikes? So there's always those what ifs when it comes to jumping on your other machines. So
well, that's right. I guess the only thing we can say is it's unlikely to be faster.
It's unlikely to be faster. We're not talking a world championship racing here where you've got two identical bikes. So it may be a similar model. It may not be. It may not have the same level of money thrown at it as well. So
that's right.
Anyway, we're about to find out. I think James Ryan's going to be the man to beat based on race 2.
Yeah, it was good to see James bounce back after that issue he had with the exhaust in race 1, because always enjoy watching James race. He's a hard racer. He always, but he's a clean racer. And I'm a bit of a personal favourite of the SZR1000 as well, so I always enjoy seeing James out there.
Yeah, it's a bike I've never ridden. Is it a machine you've had a crack on before, Chris?
Not on the racetrack, but certainly on the road I have.
Yep.
Raced against them plenty of times. So question is, Oscar O'Donovan, can he get a proper start? Whatever the problem has been, have they been able to resolve it? Let's hope so.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see Oscar challenging for the lead. He's struggled to get off the start in the previous races. So James Ryan, on the other hand, had a blinder from second on the grid.
He does always launch that bike well, particularly with a good wheel stand. So we're about to find out.
Rightio, we're in the starter's hands. So looking for a red light on the tower, which we've got.
Racing, and again, James Ryan launches that SRCT beautifully. But it's actually Peter Bellchambers, I think, comes through from the second row. I thought he was going to pick up the lead, but he hasn't. James Ryan's held on to that. Now, in watching James, I didn't focus on Oscar. So did he get away well?
No, unfortunately, he didn't get a good start again. So he's just, for whatever reason, he's just not getting the bike off the line very well. Could be an area either he needs to work on and practice, or maybe it's a clutch issue or something. We don't know from here.
That's right. Shame, because as we're saying, it would have been good to see him up the pointy end. But at the moment, James Ryan doing what he needs to do out there in front with a handy little lead. Unlikely to be challenged this time around by Stuart Bugg, you'd say, but you don't know. As you said, Rod, changing bikes, it's always a bit different. Actually, Oscar going up the inside of Stuart Bugg this time, so it looks like Oscar might have overcome the issues he had. Oh, look out, there's a rider down. I'm not sure who that is.
Oh, I think it might be Lockie Curtis.
I think it is Lockie.
On the VFR 400?
It is indeed.
That's a shame.
Having a look at the bike, so the rider's up, that's the main thing, but trying to pick the bike up. Let's hope he can, otherwise jump behind the tyre wall so the race can continue safely. But at the front, James Ryan still heading the field comfortably. Now I think that maybe Oscar through into second place, is it? Or is that still Peter Bellchambers? They're going through Calvin, so it's a bit hard to see from here.
Okay. Yeah, Peter Bellchambers was in second, but I would say looks like.
And it still is.
Yeah.
But Oscar O'Donovan flying past Bob Sellers, so now Oscar's got a proper chance of getting up with James Ryan.
Okay, that'd be great to see if he can get this bike up on the podium. Well, he's moved into third. We've got Lockie Curtis there sitting on the bike at the end of the straight as they head around the sweeper. Not the best place to be sitting.
No, the good thing is though he's on it, so hopefully that means as soon as this traffic clears, he might be able to get back into the pits, which means the yellow flag can be withdrawn. And sure enough, he's rolling. So unfortunately, I have to come back and tell Craig Johnson he's got a bike to repair. But I'm sure Craig's fairly familiar with race bikes and the fact they can be tipped over occasionally. But still very, very disappointing.
All right, back to the leaders. Looks like James Ryan still got a comfortable gap, and looks like Oscar O'Donovan there. He's right on the back wheel of Peter Bellchambers. So Oscar O'Donovan's done the fastest lap of the race. Just check what that is. So he's definitely on it for trying to get that position to head towards the front.
Yep, up the inside of Peter Bellchambers on the brakes, and now picks up P2.
Yep, 59.58 on the last lap. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him go faster this one round.
It's still fast, not fast enough to be a real threat to James Ryan. James was in the low nines. Oscar O'Donovan, 10-second penalty.
Right, I think what's happened there?
It's probably passing under a yellow flag, I think, because I didn't see him jump to the start. But again, I didn't really see the start that well for Oscar.
Okay, that's a shame.
It is.
That's unfortunately ended his podium challenge right there and then.
Well, is it? Yeah, I think 10 seconds might be too much because the field is starting to spread out, but I don't think he's going to get a 10-second gap over Peter Bellchambers and Bob Sellers.
Unlikely, but you never know. You never know. They've got. We'll keep an eye on the timing as the next 4 laps continue. But if he keeps riding the way he is, he may overcome that 10-second penalty.
Well, he's certainly getting closer to James Ryan. Let's look at the lap time. So James was at 59.6 last time round. The gap was 2.7. It's now 1.3. So there you go. Oscar through with a 58.9. James Ryan a flat minute. So James may be just starting to have a bit of a snooze there at the front.
Yeah, Oscar's definitely on it. He's got this. He's got victory in his sights. Unfortunately, he might that 10-second penalty may not help him. But if he keeps going the way he's going, Chris, he should have a chance of getting on the podium still.
Yeah, James needs to have a look and realise that he's about to get company because he can wind this up by another second a lap. But he needs to have a look over his shoulder coming onto the straight.
Yeah, so far the gap to back to Peter Bellchambers is not far enough for Oscar to get that podium, so he needs to stretch it out as much as he can over the next few laps.
Okay, Oscar right onto the back of James Ryan now. There's really nothing between them. So if James isn't aware that Oscar's there, he's certainly going to be shortly. Oscar O'Donovan up looking around the outside of James Ryan into turn 1. No room there. So where's Oscar going to get this done? He's got some good straight line speed, right? So maybe under brakes at the end of the straight.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's going well. He's come out of juniors from last year, so still a young lad in his teens. So it looks like he's got a bit of pace up the hill. He's got a great drive off the bottom of the hill, and he should have the line into Suckers, which he does. So he moves into the lead, shuffles James Ryan back to second, and up to Oscar now to see if he can put his head down. He wouldn't know he's got that penalty.
No, he wouldn't. That's right.
So he needs to, over the next 2 laps, he needs to get that stretched out by a considerable margin.
Question now is, can James Ryan respond?
Well, knowing James, he'll certainly have a go. James won't just let him get away with it as best he can. But James
59.9 last time through for James. So let's have a look at this one. James goes through 59.6, but a 58.8 from Oscar O'Donovan. So it's James is going to have to produce his best here to hang on.
Yeah, look, it's not looking. It's going to have to be a blinder of a last lap, Chris, for Oscar. He's got around 6-second gap over Peter Bellchambers, which unfortunately is not enough to put him on to at least 3rd position.
Belly having a great contest with Bob Sellers back there on the SV650. And Further back, you've got Stuart Bug from, who's that, Larry Eaton? Who's behind Larry? I can't pick it up from here as they go up over the suckers.
John O'Hughes.
Is that John O'Hughes? Okay.
Yeah, he's on the 400 BFR.
Last lap board being readied for race leader.
Now, this is the checker flag. This is the last lap. So.
Sorry, yes.
So Oscar O'Donovan will take the checker flag, and we now need to see where Peter Bellchambers is as he comes across the line. Unfortunately, with a 10-second penalty, Peter Bellchambers will still hold second position. So an 8.8 second gap from Oscar back to Peter. So that puts Oscar back in fourth position.
Yeah, I don't know what the reason for the penalty was. As I said, it could have been a jump start, or it also could have been passing under a yellow flag when Lockie Curtis lost the front up there on the sweeper. But whatever it is, unfortunately for Oscar, it means he's not going to pick up that race win.
Yeah, it's a shame. He'll be quite excited right now, and then he's going to come in and see that he copped that penalty, so it's a shame for him.
Yeah, well, I can see he was clearly excited picking up the checker flag, but it's always disappointing to get back to the pits and find that you didn't actually win it.
No. I'm sure his dad Shane will be down there to let him know that it's all right, mate. Unfortunately, you've got to go out and do it in the last one.
Which I expect he probably will, providing he can launch it. So
he didn't get a good start, but he rode really, really well to come back through the field. So
he did. Yeah, good clean ride. Got through traffic nicely. Real shame Stuart Varg had that off in the previous race, because it would have been good to see him in the mix as well.
Yeah, you know, that Stuart Bug 58.2 in the previous races, so a 60.6 I think here for the other bike. So clearly not at the same level as his A machine.
Well, as that concludes that set of races, how about we just have a very, very quick break and be straight back. So bikes back on track, ready for, this must be race 4 for Formula Basketball and Golden Era up to 500. Man to beat, Joseph Browning so far, 3 from 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to beat Joseph today. Clearly the standout rider in the field. In the starter's hands, the red flag just coming back in now. Looking for red light on the tower, and we should be away.
Good start from Joseph Browning, but so too Emma Reid, who's got away nicely this time. I think she was balked into the top of the S's last race, but this time through cleanly. Yep, field bunches up into turn 2, but it's going to be Joseph Browning from Emma Reida, who's that there in third place. It's Reece Tan.
Reece Tan from...
is it Grant Vauxhall?
I think it is Grant Vauxhall.
He's got away to a great start on the TZ. Man of vast experience, Grant Vauxhall, been racing for many years. Certainly done a lot of laps around Basketball.
He's been lucky enough to ride in quite a few circuits around the world that a lot of us would love to go to, like Mugello and Spa. There's another one, which would be pretty daunting on a motorcycle.
Absolutely. Mugello, I think, would be my pick.
That'd be an amazing circuit to go to, for sure. Maybe one day I'll get there, at least as a spectator for MotoGP.
Right now, Joe Browning, he leads the field over the line for the first time from Emma Reida, Reece Tan, and it is Grant Vauxhall. But
Neil McEldowney, Garth Newton, Michael Regan, John Krantz.
And that's me to Ben Mullen from who? That's Ben Vauxhall.
Ben Vauxhall and Bradley Van
Zetten. I think he was didn't he have a little off in the last race? So
he did.
That means that was pretty harmless, and he's managed to pick it up, although off the pace a bit, so maybe the bike is not as good as it should be. But good to see him back out there anyway. Let's pick up the leader, coming over the hump. Nice, comfortable lead. And a faultless display today from Joe so far.
Yeah, he interesting to see if he can get that lap time a bit lower down than he did this morning.
Well, as I said, I think in his championship class, which would be the pre-modern supersport, he'd have some riders just up the track a little bit faster, and it'd be a great opportunity for him to get a bit of a tow along and get into some high-level company. So look forward to seeing that. Emma Reida got Reece Tan challenging all over the back. They were going at it.
The previous race, Hammer and Tongs at it. Emma Reida having the extra speed of the 600. As you can see there up the hill, the difference between the 250 and the 600 is fairly large. But Reece Tan's riding the 250 very well in the corners, so making up the time difference through the twists and turns of the track.
Yeah, well, he's been another standout today for me. I think that the ride that Reece has put in, very, very impressive.
This is the part of the circuit that Reece struggles, simply with the bike capacity. As you can see Emma Reida there, she pulls a good 40, 50 metres down the back straight. So Reece very strong on the brakes, recovers quite a bit of ground again.
It's a great contest, isn't it? 600 versus 250, but lapping pretty much identically. Now, as they go through turn 1 and turn 2, it's the part of the circuit that favours Reece Tan and looking to go around the outside of Emma Reida. But
it's a long way around there.
As we often say, Rod, when you're on an underpowered machine, you have to pass at the right part of the track.
You've got to get it done early, and
right.
And then keep your head down and try to get that little bit of a gap, because as soon as you get to the main straight again, it's all gone. So.
Yep, all goes to naught. They just open the throttles and they're gone. So it can be very frustrating on the little bike.
It's incredibly frustrating because you can clearly see that Reece Tan there, he's all over the back of him or through all the corners, but as soon as you get on the straight here, the difference is massive. And there's just absolutely no way that the little 250 can keep with the 600 down the back straight.
That's not to take away from the job Emma's doing on that bike. She's doing a fantastic job. Those lap times are very, very good. And as I said earlier, looking more and more comfortable on the 600, and as an experienced road racer, it's great to see. Reece looking for the up. Yep, looking for the run up the inside into turn 2 and gets it. So Reece now picks up that position, and that's exactly what you're saying, Rod. It's the right part of the track to do it.
Yeah, now he's got to work really hard through this next part of the circuit. Won't have a lot of advantage up the hill, but got to carry the speed through suckers and then onto the main straight. Literally use no brakes. You can see Marita there, the power of the 600. She's just right on his back wheel as they go into suckers.
It does make it very hard.
Very, very hard. As you'll see here, before we even see the bikes pop out under the tilted sign, Emerita should be back past again.
Probably tempting for Reece to put his arms and legs out going down the straight, or at least his legs, and swerve all over the track to keep her at bay. But there's none of that, and Emerita does go straight back past.
So what Raceday needs to do here, if you can, is to get the move done early and then put the head down and work really hard through the windy part of the circuit.
That's right. Good to see Garth Newton as well, putting a good move on Grant Boxall under brakes at the end of the straight. Two-stroke 250 GP bikes going, 250cc bikes going around together, one production and one GP. But Emerita still holding off Reece Tan, not far behind Garth Newton and then Grant Boxall.
Yeah, Garth must have got a bad start again because in previous races, Garth's been in this position. He's come through to finish ahead of both of these guys, Emma and Reece. And you can see there, he's picked them up very quickly. So I'm not sure if there's an issue getting that bike off the line, but once Garth's halfway through the race, he's showing a lot of speed.
Going back to our race leader, Joe Browning, who's coming over the hump, now under brakes at the end of the back straight. So he'll come around and pick up the last lap board. Or checkered flag potentially. No, last lap board. And that's assuming he gets through this last lap cleanly. That'll be a clean sweep for him. But Emerita still got Reece Tan all over the back of her. Garth Newton closing in as well. Grant Boxall dropping off just a little bit.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Garth get second place here.
Reece Tan down the inside of Emerita into the top of the S's.
Well, the advantage that Garth Newton has is being a 250 production two-stroke, it does have a fair bit of straight line speed. So he should almost be able to keep with Emerita and use the strength of the lighter bike at the end of the straight. So we'll see.
But here's the problem. Reece Tan, look at that. Emerita pulls in probably 5 bike lengths just going up the hill towards Suckers on Reece Tan.
Reece is he's very quick onto the straight, carrying a fair bit of corner speed, but unfortunately he just doesn't have the straight line poke to keep Emerita at bay.
Lap traffic, that could play a factor, does it? It's not going to be enough. Emerita's back past Reece Tan. Reece is all over under brakes, but I don't think it's going to be enough now. The extra capacity of the 600 will help through the chute. And sure enough, it does pull away. But Garth Newton now all over the back of Reece Tan, so he's closed right up, but not enough. So Joe Browning will take the win from Emerita. Reece Tan, Garth Newton, Grant Boxall.
Neil McEldowney, Michael Regan.
Still to finish. Neil just crossing the line now. And that's Meindert van der Molen and Michael Regan. John Kranz, I think it is, to almost round out the field. Ben Boxall, son of Grant, is coming around to finish the race. Big shoes to fill in that family with, they're saying, the many years of racing from Grant, very accomplished racer.
Yeah, he's certainly been out a long time. Rightio, what have we got up next, Chris? Must be back to
the Tassie Juniors, I think, are we?
Oh, I think we're up to 600s.
Sorry.
Tas Super Sport should be up next.
I don't know how I got that so far wrong, but I'm not disappointed because this has been the standout race class, I think.
The first rider out in the dummy grid is Martin Long. Very excited. I'm sure he's pumped after the result he got in the previous race.
What was that lap time? Was it 58 or 59?
58 something. Yeah, it was in the 58s.
Wow.
Good to see Martin improving like fine wine. Improving with age. He's definitely found some pace over the last year or so.
Yeah, look, the way he's going, I think he might be nudging Matthew off the quicker bike. It might be Martin taking the fresh tyres and passing them on to Matthew.
He's got a little bit of a way to go before that's going to happen, Chris. But anyway, can anybody take it up to Mitch Hawksley in this last 600 race for the day?
Well, look, on the older bike, on older tyres, doing a high 58, that's impressive. It's only 3 seconds off what Matthew's doing. So credit to him.
It's looking if anybody's starting the final race with a new rear tyre or new tyres. Doesn't appear to be.
At this point in the day, it's usually pretty unlikely that somebody bolts a new one in.
Yep. Looks like the whole field starting with tyres from the previous race. Looking at our pole sitter Mitch Hawksley, who's won the previous 3 races. He's definitely starting with an older tyre. Rightio. Bikes are heading out on the circuit to do their warm-up lap and sighting lap. Do you think anybody can challenge Mitch Hawksley, Chris, for the last race? 600s.
Look, I suppose if you go off race 1 and 2, or race 1, 2 and 3, you have to say no. I think all the guys have thrown everything they can at him. Both Jono Hughes and Matthew Long have given it their best shot. They both had a go at it. Matthew Long's also put in a new tyre at the last race, and it wasn't enough. So, given that Mitch has been getting the starts of the day, the consistent fastest laps, and he hasn't put a foot wrong,
Mitch has been getting fantastic starts every race.
It's very hard to see how he's going to be beaten. So unless, like I often say, I think in this case the only person who can beat Mitch is Mitch.
I think Matthew Long's going to do well in this last race. I reckon if I had to put money on it, I'm going to put money on Matthew Long for the win for race 4.
Well, look, I certainly hope Matthew can take it up to him. That'd be fantastic to see. But like I say, just going off the form of the...
He'll need to get a great start, but I think he's got the pace in race 4.
Well, he has been getting good starts. You've got to remember that he's on the second row, and he's often on the back wheel of Mitch going into turn 1. If he was qualified in the front row, it might be different.
Rightio. Well, the field's coming round to take their positions.
Peter Bellchambers off the row 3 has been getting the starts as well.
He's been getting great starts, Peter. I think riding a historic bike would improve your starts on a modern bike. So.
I reckon. Anyway, red flag's in.
Looking for the red light on the tower, which we've got.
And racing once again, Mitch Hawksley, absolute blinder of a start. And who's that? Is that Peter Bellchambers once again up there into 3rd place? It is.
It is Peter Bellchambers. Jonathan Hughes, into 3rd.
And it's Matthew Long into 2nd.
And Marcus Delaney just going around the outside there of Peter Bellchambers to slot into 4th. So
almost an action replay of every other race we've had. Mitch Hawksley been getting the best starts of the day in any class, I would have said, maybe even challenging Brett Simmons. But Mitch heads the field up over Suckers. It's Matthew Long 2nd, John Hughes 3rd, and I'm guessing it's Peter Bellchambers. No, it's not. It's Marcus Delaney is at 4th.
Marcus Delaney 4th. Peter Bellchambers is in 5th. I can't quite see who's coming in behind Pete, but definitely Peter Bellchambers in 5th position.
Well, Matty Long right on the back of Mitch Hawksley this time. So, Rod, if he's going to do it, maybe you pick the right.
This is going to be the time Chris is going to have a crack.
Right on his back wheel over the start finish line. So it's now and ever for Matt. Looking for a run up the inside. It's not enough room there, but he's certainly putting a bit of pressure on Mitch. John Hughes not far off, maybe only a 2nd. Marcus Delaney another 2nd further back from there. But Mitch Hawksley, as I've said earlier, does not give in to pressure.
So we've got, there's Peter Bellchambers in 5th, and you've got Brian Smith. Looks like could be Oscar O'Donovan there. And Martin Long will be in there as well.
Oh, and the rest. It keeps going. It's a line of probably 7 or 8 bikes. Just the same as the previous race. But getting back to our leaders who are going through Calvin's onto the straight.
Matthew Long got a great drive through Calvin's. He's going to challenge for the lead here.
He certainly is. Not deep enough under brakes. Mitch Hawksley, I think, sensed him there and ran it in a bit deeper. But Matthew Long, you're right. I think this is his time. He's going to throw everything at this. And fantastic to see. What's Mitch going to do about it? Getting very squirrely into turn one. The back end coming off the ground, but keeps it nice and straight.
Yeah, Chris, I think my reason for calling Matthew for this one is he'll probably have more rear tyre in this race towards the end of it than Mitchell.
That's very, very true.
Different brands of tyres, and I know the brand that Matthew's on will probably have a bit more grip towards the end of the race than what Mitchell's on. So
56.8 last time through for Mitchell, so they're not messing around.
And also Matthew being another young lad, he's very hungry for a race win today, so he's going to take it right the way to the end to fight Mitch Hawksley for this win.
Really nothing between them in straight line speed down the back straight. Once again, Matthew Long all over the back of Mitch, under brakes coming through the chute. It's really anyone's race at this stage. It's a matter of whether or not Matthew can get through. He's looking for a run into turn one, but it's
going to be a long way around there.
Mitch is very fast through there.
And that line that Matthew Long's trying there to go up inside into turn one, you know that it's not going to work. Unfortunately, he might take the lead briefly, but you're going to run wide on the exit into turn two. So he's going to have to work harder from that. I think the slipstream down the straight, he's getting very good runs on through Calvin's onto the main straights. I think at the end there, Chris, if he can outbrake him, that's his best chance.
Massive group of 600cc riders just going up the hill at the moment, led by Peter Bellchambers.
Oscar O'Donovan behind him, Brian Smith, Martin Long, Matt Carey, Josh Rees. They're all having a fantastic ride there.
But back in the front, Mitch Hawksley still just holding off Matthew Long. At the end of the back straight, coming through the chute. No change really, but the challenge for Matthew is where do you put a move on? Almost, both running as fast as they can. It's going to have to be a deep breath and a lunge somewhere from Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew Long had the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, but Mitch Hawksley's now taken that honour. So
they've dropped off Jono Hughes and Marcus Delaney a bit further back in arrears from Jono. But look at this dice back further. Oscar O'Donovan's just got the better of
Peter Bellchambers.
He
has.
From Martin Long, from Brian Smith, from Josh Rees, Sam Gala. Who's that? Sam Delaney, is it? Matt Carey. Bikes going everywhere in that group.
Yeah, Matthew Long is looking up the inside. He's rehearsing the move, but he's not trying to outbrake Mitch Hawksley there. He's got the speed coming down the straight, but pulling out of it on the brakes. So
Mitch going a lot deeper. In fact,
whether Matthew's rehearsing the move or whether he just doesn't have as big a brakes.
Well, that time through, Matthew was on the brakes and Mitch was still under the fairing, tapped.
Seeing on the screen, we've got 10-second penalties popped up for Martin Long. That's a shame for Martin. Not sure what we saw there, whether it was a jump start or whether there's an incident somewhere. But anyway, it's going to shuffle him down a few positions at the end of the race. Once again, good run onto the straight from Matthew Long. He's right on the back of Mitch Hawksley, and he's got a fantastic run this time. I think he's going to come past him. He's trying a different line. He's going on the outside, but once again, Mitch Hawksley on the brakes, very, very strong.
Last lap forward being ready, so it's now or never for Matthew.
Yeah, both riders right on the limit here. They're riding and pushing themselves right to the very end.
It can only be a braking move for Matthew from here. I think Mitch is just covering his line so well. But brilliant riding from both these guys.
Yeah, it's going to be right down to the brakes. I think Mitch Hawksley's definitely shown every other lap that he's got the brakes at the end of the straight. So Matthew Long, if he can get into the lead somewhere here, he's going to have to put his head down. But not a lot of time left, Chris. It's going to be a tough one for Matthew Long to take it to Mitch Hawksley from here.
I can't see him doing it. And if he does, look, massive credit to him, but it's going to be a tough move. He's ranged up right next to Mitch, but it's Mitch again, another...
Mitch has got the bigger brakes, and Matthew's going to work very, very hard here, but it looks like it's going to be a great win for Mitch Hawksley. It's going to hold Matthew Long to the line.
Absolutely, and he does. And once again, does not cave into pressure one bit. Didn't put a foot wrong. John Hughes comes through to pick up third. A little further back to Marcus Delaney. But look at this group. Under brakes at the end of the straight. Their bikes going everywhere. So Oscar O'Donovan's broken clear of them. Peter Bellchambers from Martin Long, another fantastic ride. Sam Gala coming through for a brilliant ride. Brian Smith. Josh Rees and David Bartels, I think that is. Yes, it is. And then further back, Matt Carey dropped his pace a bit later in the day. That'll be Stephen Oliver, Sam Delaney, and Matt Allen. So I'll tell you what, 600cc bikes turning it on again, Rod.
Yeah, that was a great race. You know, at the start, Chris, I put my money on Matty Long, and he certainly proved that he had some speed, but Mitch Hawksley just rode so well to keep Matthew at bay and take the win and make it a clean sweep for the day.
Yeah, well, that's it. Clean sweep in that level of competition. That's impressive. Well done, Mitch Hawksley. 4 from 4. But really, credit to both those guys. Absolutely brilliant ride from both of them.
I'm just going to take a quick break, Chris. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Won't be long.
Yeah, well, Tassie Juniors just making their way out. So a little bit of time before the start of the next race, and I'll join Rod. I'll have a very quick drinks break as well. Be back shortly. Okay, so Tassie Juniors on track for their last race of the day. Brody Curtis has been the man to beat, despite Tom Turner breathing down his neck for the last couple of races. So the question is, can Tom Turner turn the tables? I'm sure he's going to give it his best. We saw some great racing from Tom also in the lights production class today. So he's having a good day, but just can't get the better of Brody Curtis. And of course, further back in the field, we've got Gus O'Halloran, David Coward and Ava Connell, who've been putting on some fantastic racing between the three of them. Still waiting on Rod to get back from his break, but I'll call the race. So red flags come in, waiting for the red light. Red light is on. And racing, Tom Turner got away beautifully, but I think it might be Brody who out-drags Tom to the line. Sorry, the first turn. Yes, he does. So as we said in race 3, that bike does appear to have good acceleration off the line, but Tom Turner once again all over the back wheel. Gus O'Halloran once again getting away beautifully, leaving Ava Connell and David Coward behind, but as per the last couple of races, they're probably going to rein him in a little bit as laps wear down. But at the front, Brodie Curtis, he's leading Tom Turner just as they go up over Suckers down for the run into Calvin's for the first time. Saying it was right earlier, the straight line speed difference is basically nothing between these two down the straight, but the acceleration off the line appears to just favour Brodie. But under brakes the first time at the end of the straight. I think there's probably I don't know, maybe a half-second gap between Brodie Curtis and Tom Turner. And it appears that Tom can maintain that gap, but getting past seems to be the problem. Rod just returning from his break. Rod once again, almost a repeat of the previous races. Brodie Curtis just edging out Tom Turner for the run into turn one. Tom all over his back wheel, but can't find a way through. Gus O'Halloran getting away beautifully. Ava Connell chasing him down, and David Coward just keeping the others in sight and ready to spring a trap at the end of the race.
Excuse me, Chris, hang on.
The leader's just running down at Calvin's at the moment. That's Brodie Curtis, still keeping Tom Turner in his wake. Not much change at the front, probably still a half-second gap. I'm surprised Tom can't get a bit of a draft down there, or maybe he is. Maybe it's just a slight difference in horsepower between the two.
Yeah, Chris, there's certainly nothing in it. These two bikes being the same brand and model and capacity. You've seen the same performance between the two bikes and the differences everywhere on every lap. It's like a carbon copy. So, Tom Turner there definitely has the speed at the end of the straight as they accelerate up into the sweeper. And then and Brodie Curtis then looks stronger on the second part.
But how good is this class for teaching them clean racing lines and racecraft?
Well, so far it's clean, but
well, that's right. But
look at the difference up the hill here. It's absolutely nothing in it.
No, there's no acceleration difference, so they've got to work out how to do it through the corners and good braking and economical riding. And I'm sure Tom's thinking about every possible way to get through. And that's what you need to do as a rider. You need to think about where you can put a move on safely and make it work so they can't come back at you. I think this is a great training ground for these kids.
And I think the speed these bikes do go, I don't think it's fast enough to actually get a slipstream. But look at this! There's a move on the brakes. And
is there a flag out? There's a red flag out. Unfortunately,
right.
I think it's Ava Connell who's tipped off that little R15. Oh, that's a shame. She was having an outstanding meeting.
We missed that, unfortunately.
Up on her feet and perfectly okay. Desperately disappointed, though.
Is it a red flag? No, just the yellow flag.
It's the yellow flag? Okay, yeah, that's fine. I didn't see the colour of the flag. I just saw the kids setting up.
So it looks like it's still Brodie Curtis.
Look at Tom Turner. Looking massively faster through the S's.
He's, unfortunately, he can't make that move into the straight, so he's going to have to do it earlier and try to get into the lead as they head down the back straight for the last time.
It looks like Gus O'Halloran is going to keep David Coward to play as well, so a great ride from little Gus.
Yeah, he's riding really well on that little bike. So here it is, and they're onto the back straight for the last time. Just coming through Calvin's now, so I think it's going to be very hard for a move to be made here with the yellow flag waving into the straight. So they're side by side.
Oh no, what a shame.
How do you call this?
Well, Tom hasn't got a choice. He can't do anything there under the yellow flag. And he does, and I think that means he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, he'll get a penalty, and that'll probably put him back to third position.
What a shame. He's only race win for the day, and he's going to be penalised. But you need to be very cautious of yellow flags. It's a dangerous place to overtake when there's a rider and a bike parked there.
Absolutely. So no doubt a little chat maybe for him, just to bring him up to speed with how it works.
But Gus O'Halloran thumps the tank. He's very, very happy to pick up third place.
And it will be third place because even I'm sure we'll see a penalty for Tom, but that'll shuffle him back to second place, and he's still got enough of a margin to keep that position.
Yeah, so look, that's a shame. It's certainly a shame for Ava, who's put in a great day's racing, and we didn't see what happened. Not too far out of the corner at the end of the straight, so maybe ran a little bit wide and fell off in the dirt. I can't imagine she lost the front through there. Maybe got caught up with another bike. We don't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that they'd have enough speed to lose the front, but not seeing what happened, we don't know. Could have made a little mistake and run wide, and once you run wide there, if you hit the dirt, it tends to end up being on its side because there's not a lot of grip once you leave the circuit.
Can only hope it doesn't dampen her spirits, because what I saw from her today was an outstanding debut in the Tassie Juniors class, and I really hope to see her back.
I'm sure she'll be back.
Poor old Tom, he thinks he's picked up the win, and unfortunately he's going to be met with a penalty. But
yeah, it's showing on our screen now. Brody Curtis with the win, Tom Turner second.
Yes, the heat of the moment can do that. Sometimes you don't even notice the flag, but you do need to, because they're out there for safety reasons.
Yeah, it's the two riders here just having a chat in pit lane. So I think Tom's just being informed that there was a yellow flag, and they're just having a little chat about it. So anyway, young kids, they're learning their craft, and
that's absolutely right.
They will take that on board and remember that for the future. So I'll take a little break, Chris, just have a little rest on the vocals, and quite a bit of static we're copying today through these headsets, so any breaks welcome. And just while they're picking up this fallen bike of Ava's, we'll have a quick break.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alrighty, we've got race 4 for Tas Superbike. Their final hit out for the day. And what I'm hoping to see, Chris, is a near lap record or a lap record. Whether Brett will be bothered to try will be unlikely, but be lovely to see.
Yeah, look, as said during the day, Britain never goes out there just to roll around, so I think there's always a chance. But without fresh tyres in, it's going to be a big ask.
You'd have to have fresh tyres, unless he's put fresh tyres in, but I don't think so.
No, so look, I think it's unlikely. He's been running around in the 53s all day, but to step that up into a 52, I'm not saying it's out of the question. I'm just saying that at this point in the day, without any reason to go any faster and old tyres, I think it's probably asking a bit much, but you never know.
Yeah, I think the only way it's going to happen, Chris, would be with fresh bags in. But anyway, it doesn't look like he's got new rubber in for this race. No need to, really.
No, what's a bit more interest to me is the battle of the Jasons. So Jason Spencer's now 2, Jason Wiley 1. So Jason Wiley needs to find something here to equal the score with Jason Spencer for the day. Chris Clark been putting in a great ride. So to Wade Schrader from the last race, but ready for a start now. Red flag is in, red light is on. Once again, Brett Simmons gets away the best of the group, and I think it's Jason Spencer who... Oh, I tell you what, Jason Wiley just gets through on Jason Spencer, so that's what Jason Wiley needed.
He needed to do that, absolutely, because Jason Spencer held him into turn 1 in the previous race and showed that he had the pace to pull away, so Jason Wiley's going to make him work for P2.
Chris Clark away beautifully as well, right on the back wheel of Jason Spencer, but the 1000cc bikes do leave him
struggling a bit
up the hill.
He is on a 750.
But again, as you'd expect, Brett Simmons, nice comfortable lead as they head down into Calvin's, down the straight for the first time. Jason Wiley still holding off Jason Spencer, so Jason Spencer's going to find a little bit here to get through on Jason Wiley. He did show slightly better pace in race 3, but getting through on Jason Wiley can be a bit of a challenge.
We know they're both very competitive, and I'm sure we're going to see Jason Spencer pull a move on Jason Wiley, but we know what Wiley's like. He likes to put that move straight back on his competitor if he can. We've seen it time and time again.
And look good on him doing that. That's just hard racing. And he has plenty of race experience. As long as it's safe, then it's a good opportunity to put a move straight back. We saw that with Valentino Rossi and Casey Stoner at Laguna Seca years ago. Casey Stoner had the track speed, but Valentino Rossi got the race.
Yes, that's right. He did just balk his momentum and ended up Stoner made a mistake. So
just being hard-nosed.
Like Jason Spencer here. He's looking at that move at the end of the straight. Both guys very big on the brakes.
Jason Spencer all over the back wheel of Jason Wiley now. So I'd say Jason Spencer's got the better track speed. But where's he going to put the move on? I can't tell you. At the moment, Jason Wiley covering his lines very well into turn 1. Brett Simmons getting away to increase the gap at the front by now 4.4 seconds. Jason Wiley trying to feed the power on the Ducati for the run up the hill. Does so very nicely and actually pulls a tiny gap on Jason Spencer, but Jason Spencer closes down again. Jason Spencer wide through suckers.
You could see into suckers there. He got himself in a bit hot, and the bike was very hard on the nose, the back wheel coming up off the ground. So he just made a little mistake there.
Yeah, I was just in the middle of saying that he closed down that gap under brakes, but obviously a little too much. It's not a place where you want to get wrong. So now that that gap's pulled out a little bit, Jason Wiley out to about a 0.8, would it be? 0.9. So it'd be interesting to see if what I said is true. Does he actually have a little bit more track speed than Jason Wiley? We're about to find out.
Yeah, Christopher Clark there. He's still holding good position in 4th with a 57.18. Brett Simmons on the last lap. He's backed his pace a bit with a 54.4. So clearly there, Chris, Brett's not worrying about lap times for the last race or running on new tyres. So
no, just noticed Jezza Huddleston got the better of Wade Schrader Back a bit further in the field, Jess Huddleston going through with a quickest lap, 59.7. Now we know he's lapped quicker than that, but first hit out for that bike after being rebuilt, so Jess is just finding his feet again. Now Jason Spencer, I think he's closed that gap down a little bit on Jason Wiley. I'd say he has. It's probably only nothing at all between them now. Jason Spencer looking to run up the inside into turn one. No, Jason Wiley covers his line nicely, but Jason Spencer all over the back of him.
Yeah, they're certainly on it, these two. See, there's a fair bit of attitude from both bikes as they're putting the power on out of turn one.
Absolutely. Excuse me.
Both bikes have no shortage of horsepower, as you can see here. As they go up the hill here, the front wheels will probably come up under acceleration. And Jason Spencer, once again, he looks like he's looking up inside there into Suckers. Hard place to get the move done.
He's very good up there at Suckers, isn't he?
Certainly is. It's a very tricky corner to get right, as we know. Many laps around this place, you can feel like when you get that right, I think there's going to be a move under brakes.
Yeah, under brakes.
And a great move there. Jason Spencer up the inside of Jason Wiley into the straight and very cleanly moves into second. But Jason Wiley's
back
pushing.
Underneath him and he's pushed through. Yes, he has. But Jason Spencer leaning all over the front wheel of Jason Wiley. But I think Jason Wiley will get it. Jason Spencer through into turn one. There's nothing at all between them.
Oh, that was hard racing between those two fellas. No, neither of them wanted to give up that track position.
That's how you do it, folks. Jason Spencer just showed you how you get past Jason Wiley, and it was clean and hard.
Certainly was.
What can Jason Wiley do about it? Not much, I'd say. Jason Spencer's starting to pull out more of a gap as they go up over the hill.
Jason Spencer, he's actually copped a 10-second penalty. Where, we don't know. Must have jumped the start. That's the only thing
I didn't see that.
It's showing up on our timing screen here with a 10 next to his name. So obviously the two boys don't know that's happened, so they're still going to push incredibly hard right through to the end. But
last lap board out now. Jason Spencer has gapped Jason Wiley a little, but as you say,
all in vain, unfortunately.
Despite that, I think there's going to be bragging rights. Spencer will know that he's got three track victories, I suppose, over Jason Wiley today.
Yeah, and both Jasons did their PB fastest lap of the race on this lap. So,
and what were they?
54.77 for Jason Spencer and a 55.7 for Jason Wiley. So a full second slower between the two.
Checkered flag being ready. Brett Simmons coming through the sweeper now. So we'll take a 4 from 4 for a very, very impressive race day for Brett Simmons. Jason Spencer, has managed to eke out that gap further. He'll come around to pick up position 2 on track, and Jason Wiley about a second in arrears. But of course, as you said, Jason Spencer will incur a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, I didn't see the incident, so whether it was didn't see a yellow flag or it must have been a jump start. Oops,
super impressive ride from Chris Clark.
Sorry about that, folks. Just banged my microphone by accident. Yeah, great ride from Chris Clark.
And Jezza Huddleston, nice to see him complete his return to racing on the big bikes. Wade Schrader will round out the field for what was as I say, a very depleted field of superbikes today. But despite that, some very good racing. Let's hope we see a few of the regulars make a return to superbike racing during the year. So as the day starts to wind down, Rod, only a few races remain.
Yeah, a couple to go, I think.
One of the most enjoyable to watch today has been the Lights GP, Lights Production.
Yeah, well, the previous race we had was an absolute ripper. One of the best races of the day as far as racecraft, and could have been anyone's race at the end there. So I think Jesse Woods would be keen to get 4 from 4. Taryn Ocean definitely keen to take one off Jesse. So I think they're the two riders that we're going to see pushing each other at the front like race 3. And you could probably roll the dice either way for it, Chris, based on what we saw before. I think lap traffic will come into play, and how that falls for you as you come around in the dying laps, and whether who's going to take the risk on older tyres today.
Yeah, for sure. And what's obviously crucial for Taran Ocean is to get a good start. He didn't in race 3. Sorry, he did in race 3.
He got a great start in race 3 for the type of bike that he's on. Obviously, he can't get the same start as the four-stroke production bike, but he did get a good start and moved into second early on, and that was the difference.
And Jesse Woods is going to know that even if he gets away to a good start, he can't be napping because Taran Ocean is capable of coming through the field and challenging as he did in the last race. So the pressure's still on Jesse Woods to make it a clean sweep. I certainly hope Taran Ocean can take it up to him because that was fantastic racing for race 3. I want to see a repeat of that if we can.
Yeah, I'm sure we will see a repeat of race 3. I think Taran's going to be very, very hungry to win this last race for the day.
Yeah, well, as I say, it's great to see Taran racing in form. He's a spectacular rider.
Look at this, Chris, down here underneath our commentary box. That's a great view. You're looking at, what have we got, 6 bikes all lined up side by side. Looks like the start row at Le Mans. Or the start row in the old days when they used to just all line up willy-nilly across the front. So.
Yep, lovely Ninja 400 there that Chad Wiley's on. Very nicely presented. It's Tom Turner, I think, on the CBR 250.
Interesting exhaust he's got on there.
Yeah, it certainly is. Taran Ocean last away, so that could be to maintain a bit of heat in the tyres.
Crusty leathers.
But I think this all hinges on Taran getting a good start. If he can get away well.
If he can get away well, I think for race 4, I think he's probably a bit more hungrier, maybe, than Jesse. Jesse's got 3 from 3 so far, so there's no need to do anything silly. But you know what racing's like. You can't say that to any of the boys because they just want to. It's another race and it's another chance to win one. So.
Yeah, well, as I say, I think Jesse would realise now that Taran's capable of coming through. So even if Jesse gets away well, sees there's a bit of a gap behind him, he may still well have company a bit later in the race. So he cannot afford to back off. So Jesse's aware of that. As I say, I think this all comes down to Taran getting away well. Now Dane Griggs.
He's had a great day so far, Dane.
He has, but he could be the difference in allowing Taran to get a good start. The 4 strokes get away well, and Taran in race 3 did manage to round up Dane into turn 2, rode around the outside of him. But if he can't do that, that could make or break this race for Taran. A little bit of a breeze at long last. Not strong, but it's the first breath of air we've had today, really.
It's definitely picked up a little bit, but looking at the flags, we just saw the green flag down in pit lane get blown out of its holder, but still pretty good conditions for racing.
Definitely. So the red flag is in, red light on, and ready for a start. Once again, Jesse Woods gets away beautifully, so too Dane Griggs. Taran Ocean not bad, but he's got... Dane Griggs in front of him. No,
he's got a good start. This one, Taran, he should move comfortably into second, which he has.
Yep, that's just what he needs.
So this should be a repeat of race 3.
So it's Dane Griggs from who?
Yeah, who is that? Is it Brodie Curtis?
I think it is Brodie, actually. Yes, it is. Lots of bikes shuffling for position further back, but at the front, Jesse Woods does lead the field down the hill into Calvin's for the first time, but Taran Ocean only probably a second or 2 in arrears. Pretty much a repeat of race 3, and we saw that Taran was capable of reducing that gap as the laps wore on. So
and getting the lead and making Jesse work very hard for it. So quite a big difference in speed here between we've got Daniel Briggs going up the inside here on the GP bike, pushing Brodie Curtis wide. Good move from Daniel.
And a good ride or a good start from Nathan Green as well.
Dane Briggs, what a great result on the KTM 390. He's sitting comfortably in third at this stage. Looks like Nathan Green got a better start this time. He's hunting Dane down. Should probably get the job done on the GP bike. But I guess we'll see over the next few laps. And then it looks like Daniel Briggs in behind Nathan. That is Garth Newton. And then Garth's got the better of Brodie Curtis. And it must be Heath Fielding somewhere in behind there. And Jesse Wood so far, the fastest lap of the race. And unlike race 3, Chris, Jesse seems to be getting away from Taron this time.
I was expecting to see...
he's got a pretty healthy margin, Jesse Woods.
Taron reducing it because that's exactly what he did in race 3. He knew he could do it, but at the moment...
Dane Briggs is actually catching Taron, so... Now, that's not what we would normally expect with a production 390 KTM catching a 125 GP bike, so... As you can see there, Dane Briggs is nearly on the curtails of Taron Ocean. So
no, Taron certainly had some sort of problem because he's nowhere near Jesse Woods now.
That's a shame. I was hoping for a repeat of race 3 where they pushed each other right to the very end and separated by 0.1 of a second over the line. So
the last question is Jesse Woods going to be able to do an official 59 in this race? 61.5 last time through, so there's going to be a challenge.
He's probably got no need to.
Mate, put a big smile on his face, that's for sure.
Well, he knows he did it earlier, but it's unofficial, of course. But he's clearly gapping the rest of the field as we can see it.
In fact, Taron Ocean's got Dane Griggs all over his back wheel, so he's coming under threat from Dane Griggs, from Nathan Green.
There's got to be an issue. Taron Ocean's bike is not normally this slow, so there's obviously a tuning issue with the 125 GP bike here, because he's lost a lot of power in a straight line. So he was able to run comfortably at the front with Jesse Woods in race 3, but at the moment we've got a production 390 that can stick with his bike in the back straight, which is normally unheard of.
Yeah, that's right. He's coming under a lot of pressure now for P2. I think he's made up a bit of time through the tighter section of the track, which is what you'd expect from a rider of Taron's ability on a light bike. But as you say, down the back straight, it seems to be lacking speed.
He's losing time, and Taron's quickest lap so far is a 63.4, so well off where he should be. If you look here, Chris, Dane Briggs' KTM 390, he's actually catching Taron down the back straight. So not sure what it is, but we know that the two-stroke Grand Prix bikes can be a little bit unreliable or finicky to get right with tuning, and are susceptible to different temperature fluctuations through the day.
He's doing enough at the moment to keep Dane Griggs at bay, but depending on what his problem is, it may get worse, it may stay the same, but at the moment, he's doing enough.
And Dane Griggs doing a great job in third, but he's got 2 GP bikes behind him, and the 2 guys, Nathan Green and Daniel Briggs, are very keen to push each other and try to outdo each other towards the end of the race. So it's going to be a struggle here for Dane to keep that third position.
Yeah, but as you keep saying, he's put in a fantastic ride today, and he's in the sort of form that he may well be able to do that.
Yeah, this time down the back straight will tell. Nathan Green's pretty close behind him. It's definitely a faster bike with the GP bike. And as we can see here, Nathan Green has got the speed to go past Dane, so will he hold him on the brakes? He has so far, so a fair bit of work for Dane to do here if he wants to get that outright position third on track.
So Taron Ocean has actually gapped this group a little, so he has responded. What was that last lap through?
62 flat, so he's whatever issue he was having, he seems to have ironed out some of it.
Yeah, still not fast by race 3 standards.
Oh, he's still he's 2 seconds off where he was in the previous race, so that's night and day on a little bike around this track. Jesse Woods has got a very comfortable margin now, probably up around getting close to 10 seconds. Well, good result for Jesse, but we were hoping for some cut and thrust racing on this race 4 of the lights, but for whatever reason, it's not happening. But anyway, they still wanted to bring it home.
Last lap board just being shown to Jesse Woods. Jesse not under any pressure, so really should make it 4 for 4.
Yeah, and Terran Ocean was a little bit quicker than Jesse on that last lap. Gap down to 7.7, so unless there's a mistake from Jesse or a mechanical issue, I can't see Jesse losing this one from here.
Dane Griggs under a bit of pressure now from Daniel Griggs and Heath Fielding.
And I'd probably say that the GP bike's going to have a fair old crack at him at the end of the straight. So
unless they mix themselves up, because Heath Fielding's just gone past Daniel Griggs, that could cost them a bit of time. But I think you're right. I think this time down the back straight, Dane Griggs might get swamped by these two bikes.
Yeah, I think both bikes will go past him. It's going to be a tough one for Dane from here.
In fact, I think one of them was looking for a run up the inside of Dane into Kelvin, so I didn't get that done. But right behind him on the run down the straight, that's Heath Fielding, is it? Yes, it is.
It is. Heath's clearly used the power of the Moto 3 bike. But Jesse Woods coming around the sweeper to take the win. 4 from 4 from Jesse Woods today. Terran Ocean, he'll come through for second. And looks like Nathan Green.
Yeah, good ride from Nathan.
Great ride from Nathan for third. Heath Fielding grabs fourth from Dane Griggs, and Daniel Briggs in sixth.
And then who do we have? Garth Newton, Reece Tan.
And looks like
Brody
Curtis on the Kawasaki Ninja.
Mark de Jong, Chad Wiley, Tom Turner, and that'd be Doug Watson.
Doug Watson, then Tom Turner. Yeah. Alrighty. Well, that was. I'd be keen to know what the issue was with Terran on that last race. We didn't see what we thought we were going to see based on race 3.
Yeah, well, look, we know that the GP two-stroke bikes are in a high state of tune, and they are a little bit finicky to get right. So jetting off a little bit can cause some problems. But look, we don't know. I can only guess there was it might have been just off that little bit to make the difference.
They certainly can be a bit fiddly. We did a number of national historic events, and Chris runs or used to race a 4-stroke historic bike, and we were pretty much turnkey racing. Put fuel in it, check the tyres, change the oil, and all that was done before the event. But at the actual track, you'd just put on the warmers, check the pressures, make sure the bike was clean, ready to race, and we unfortunately saw so many people with gearboxes out in pieces and all sorts of things going on with the 2-stroke race bikes. Just the way they are. They seem to break down in the paddock.
Yeah, well, it extended beyond 2-stroke, unfortunately. There were no end of people who would arrive pretty much, I think, as the bike finished their last meeting, maybe 12 months earlier.
Yeah, they'd head all over the country to do these events, and then the bike was something severely wrong with it, which is a damn shame and very costly.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing bikes running double joining links at Phillip Island on 1000cc bikes. Just stuff that would make you shiver. I remember a bike 3 rows back from me on the grid at Phillip Island. I could hear the big end knocking in it.
Shit.
That's what I thought. I thought, I'm glad he's behind me.
Alrighty, well, this brings us to our last race to call for the day. I believe Formula 3, the golden era. Over 500s in the pre-modern open. Good field of bikes, a great mix of bikes, and so far today we've seen some cracking racing between this class.
The opportunity for Oscar O'Donovan to get his first proper race win. He did take the flag at the last race, but unfortunately copped a 10-second penalty. We're not sure what for.
I think passing under yellow flag from a fallen rider at the end of the straight, I think, was probably the culprit. Looks like a few people taking their racing seriously down here with some new rear tyres in for this last race.
Yeah, that's right. I guess they're going to be not too much worse for wear next time they roll onto the grid, wherever that may be, Simmons Plains or down here. But I'd be thinking that at this point in the day, unless you're fighting for the win, you'd be making do with what you got. Unless it's through to the thread.
Absolutely, I'll be with you on that one.
as we have said multiple times today, there's nothing like fresh rubber, and I'll be using that for when I need it myself.
Yes, if you're talking the last round and you were 3 points down and you needed to finish ahead of your rival to get that trophy, you'd be banging everything you could in the bike to try to give you that advantage.
That's right, but last race of the day, I tell you what, Rod, I've certainly enjoyed today, and as we keep saying, the weather, I think it's the best we've had for a number of years out here. Absolutely beautiful.
It's been one of the best days I think I've seen for racing. Now, our last round of last year, which was an unofficial round, but the 2-hour weekend was probably the worst weather I've seen for racing. So,
it'd be great to think that's behind us.
Thankfully. Well, let's see. Who do you think is going to take it out, Chris? Do you think?
Look, I'll give it to Oscar. I think
Oscar?
he showed the pace he needed to in race 3. If he gets this start down, Pat, he's definitely the man to beat. I mean, James Ryan's been getting the starts of the day.
If Oscar get the start right, no one will see him, but he's been getting the starts wrong. And as per the last race, he didn't get a good start, but he still came through to take the lead over the checkered flag. Unfortunately, with that penalty, it slotted him down a position. But
right.
Anyway, where the red flag is in, and we're in the starter's hands. Last race of the day.
Red lights on. Racing, and Oscar O'Donovan does actually get a good start. But it's actually Stuart Bugg.
Stuart Bugg's come through from the second row to lead them in on his spare bike.
Now, James Ryan got an absolute shocker. I did see him looking at his bike on the start line. He's way back in the field and slowing up. So I don't know if maybe there's a mechanical problem there, but Stuart Bugg will head the field for the first time. Oscar O'Donovan right behind him.
It looks like Bob Sellers on the SV650 is in third.
So what on earth happened to James, I don't know, but he was very slow away. He was swamped by the field running into turn 1.
There's Lockie Curtis in fourth in a good position there on the BFR 400.
But it's Oscar O'Donovan now, got the better of Stuart Bugg. So this is Oscar's race to lose.
This is definitely Oscar's race to lose. So based on the pace he showed in race 3, it's going to be a tough one for anybody to challenge Oscar. He's shown that he had the pace. And I think it looks like everyone had a clean start. So
what's interesting is, what is James Ryan going to do? Is he going to come into the pits, or is he going to continue?
Well, Peter Bellchamber's a great move around outside of Bob Sellers into turn 1. So he's moved into third, slotted Bob back to fourth. And Lockie Curtis there on the 400, and Jonathan Hughes trying to go around the outside there of Lockie Curtis.
So the answer to that question is James Ryan is still on track, but right towards the tail end and getting rounded up by one of the light spikes, I think, by the looks of that.
Not sure if it's Jonathan Hughes, actually. Can't quite work out who that was.
Oscar O'Donovan flying away at the front. Probably got a 3-second lead now over Stuart Bugg. Such a shame Stuart fell off his other bike today, because he was showing such great pace. But look at that. There's Peter Bellchambers going past Stuart Bugg. Big move too from, I don't know who that is up the inside of Bob Sellers.
Lockie Curtis, I think.
It's Lockie Curtis. He's back out there. Fantastic. Yes, it is. From John O'Hughes.
Oh, yes, it is Jonathan. Yep. Okay.
And Matty Coward having a good ride too.
As we've talked about all day, this class, we've seen some great racing in this class. Looks like Lockie Curtis might have ran a little bit wide there. He's lost a couple of positions.
We keep talking about how well John Hughes has been riding VFR 400, but there he is with Lockie Curtis on a VFR 400 right behind him. But look at the extra speed. It actually outdragged it up the hill.
Lockie Curtis got a far better drive off the bottom of the hill and just went round the outside into Suckers, which is not an easy pass to make.
No, not at all. Oscar O'Donovan very comfortably out in the lead.
Peter Bellchamber's doing a great job in second.
Stuart Bugg third, Bob Sellers fourth.
Like, is it Jonathan Hughes in fourth? Sorry, fifth.
Oh, I'm about to tell you, they're about to come over the start-finish line. No, it's Matty Coward. He's
Coward.
fought his way through.
He said, have a look at this, boys.
I think his son David's given him a pep talk and told him what he needs to do out there. Look at that, John O'Hughes around the outside of
And James Ryan, from whatever issue James had at the start, he's starting to recover and come back through the field. So there's every chance that James Ryan could find himself on the podium here. He's definitely got a faster bike than some of the bikes ahead of him. Look at the difference in speed up there. Look, comfortably, comfortably got the power, but then the line into suckers. The 400 said, "Sorry, we're going to keep our line and go round you."
Yeah, this time down the back straight, the 1,000 will show its horsepower. And look at that.
As it does.
Flies past the two 400s in front of it.
But look at that, on the 400s on the brakes, Lockie Curtis having a good look around the outside of James Ryan. He's trying to make the move, but it's going to be a long way around there. James Ryan is looking at Matthew Coward now ahead of him. So, and yet no problem for James Ryan there to go up the inside of Matt Coward. And the two 400s either side.
Jono Hughes.
That's
you want to pull that up in a hurry?
That's unfortunate for Jonathan. He looks like he just clipped Matthew Coward on the outside, and very lucky he didn't go down there.
Yeah, I think he tried to do the same move around the outside, and Matty didn't know he was there. Ran a little bit wide and pushed Jono off.
And to be fair, with Lockie Curtis going up the inside, I think Matt might have just picked it up a little bit and balked Jono.
Yes, but obviously it's a risk of passing on the outside. Those things can happen.
So we've got 3 laps to go, 2 laps to go shortly. It's Oscar O'Donovan comfortably leading the field. Peter Belchamber's doing a great job in second. He's not going to challenge Oscar though. Oscar's got the pace. He just put the fastest lap of the race in.
James Ryan now through on Stuart Bugg.
Okay.
From Bob Sellers.
So as we predicted, James Ryan has moved into podium contention into 3rd position.
Still a great battle. It's Bob Sellers going around the outside of Stuart Bugg. Lockie Curtis behind him.
Yeah, certainly riding the wheels off that little 400, Lockie Curtis.
Given he fell off at last race, it's a great comeback. But last lap board coming out now, so next time round for our leader, Oscar O'Donovan is just going over the hump on the back straight at the moment. He will see the last lap board, which will be the very, very last lap of the day for our race meeting. So Oscar O'Donovan, great ride out there in front. Peter Belchambers, not too far behind, probably about 5 seconds. Recovered well, and you're right, James Ryan will pick up the podium, providing he can complete this lap. Bob Sellers, another fantastic ride on the SV650.
Yeah, Stuart Bugg and then Lockie Curtis on the 400 doing a great job. Matty Coward still holding Jonathan Hughes at bay on another 400.
But it's not Jonathan Hughes. He slipped back into the clutches of Larry Eaton.
No, Jono's right behind Matthew Coward. Oh, it's Peter McEldowney, actually.
Oh, thanks, Rod.
Sorry.
Matty's got a lot of pressure on him. Peter McEldowney all over the back of Matty Coward, so Matt's going to have to keep his composure here.
All right.
Checkered flag being ready.
Checkered flag, and Oscar O'Donovan comfortably in the lead. He's got about a 3 or 4 second lead over Peter Belchambers as he'll run around the sweeper for the last time of the day. Nice, easy ride for Oscar to take his win in this category.
Have a look at this. Bob Sellers all over the back of James Ryan now.
Unfortunately, there's probably a lap or two less for Bob to make the move, but sees the checkered flag.
Matty Coward holds off, who's that? Peter McEldowney. So great battle further back there in the field.
Yep. Trying to see Peter McEldowney was just ahead of Dale Madden, Larry Eaton, Tim O'Halloran.
That's Eleanor Renton. Haven't noticed Eleanor. She's sporting a new machine today. That's why I didn't notice Eleanor. She's just completed her race, so she's on an SV650 as well. So great to see Eleanor stepping up.
Yeah, and we know that they're a competitive bike in this category.
They're good. They obviously produce some great racing, as has been demonstrated by the Sellers family. we said earlier in the day that a great economical way to get into racing. Not overly endowed with power, but obviously good racing, and they're a good race bike, and they handle well, and obviously the people who ride them love them. Anyway, Rod, that concludes our racing for today. We've got a little bit to do to get ready for presentation. So from us, I think it's time to sign off. I'm sure everyone's had enough of listening to us. I've had enough of listening to us.
Absolutely. All right, Chris, we'll see you downstairs, and thanks everybody for turning up, coming to watch, all the competitors and all the flag marshals and volunteers and all the officials.
Don't forget, next race meeting is, I don't have the date, but it's next month at Symmons Plains, being the first round of the Tasmanian State Series. So keep an eye out for that. The racing will be absolutely fantastic. But for us here, that concludes round 1 of the SRCT Championship. Look forward to seeing you out here next time.